The sunlight streaming through the window is warm. Jiang Han stands in front of the bed, finally coming to terms with the reality that she has not lost her mind. The magic that resides within her, ever poised to burst forth, reassures her that she's indeed normal as a freshly turned 18-year-old, which bursting with energy. Eager to unleash a flurry of fireballs. The concept of magic is something she only learned through her diary, as is the notion of years. Having confirmed the astonishing fact that she has been reborn as a witch, Jiang Han gazes vacantly into the mirror, confronting a strange visage radiating the vibrancy of youth. Just one glance sends a shiver down her spine. She must now navigate life in this form. The room, aside from the bed, is cluttered with a writing desk and a staggering number of books that nearly engulf the space. A pink diary rests atop the desk. In the remaining space, a broomstick rack and a fireplace are installed. The fireplace bears inscriptions in Latin to prevent flames from escaping and igniting the books. A wardrobe is nestled beside the fireplace, and without the aid of magic, this arrangement would have surely ignited long ago. Jiang Han turns her attention back to the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Her long black hair is tipped with a hint of icy color, and her eyes are a striking ice blue. Her beauty is undeniable. She possesses a graceful neck and porcelain skin through which her blue veins faintly show. She is adorned in a black court-style dress. Everything about her appearance is quintessentially witch-like, from her visage to her attire, exuding an undeniable witchly essence. All right, I am a witch. A witch. Though Jiang Han has yet to fully accept her identity as a witch, she harbors no thoughts of proving her resolve by leaping from a height. After all, it is uncertain whether such a fall would even be fatal for a witch. Click. The sound of a key turning in the lock echoes as the door swings open, revealing a lively and beautiful girl clad in a robe, holding a witch's hat. Her younger sister, Jiang Zhengling, greets her with a sweet voice. Sister, weren't you supposed to go buy a pet today? Sister. The mere mention of this title gives Jiang Han a headache, and she is perplexed by the idea of purchasing a pet. Clearly, the memories of her 18 years as a witch have not been retained in her body, leaving her at a loss for words. She can only respond to her sister in the briefest manner. Yes. Jiang Zhengling regards her with a curious expression, slightly puzzled. Sister, are you feeling unwell? You look rather out of sorts today. It seems that this world's version of me is quite similar to that of the original. Jiang Han shakes her head and replies, no. Good, that's a relief. Her sister nods, displaying a remarkable maturity as she states, if you ever feel unwell, make sure to let me know immediately. This is one flaw of ours as witches. We often fail to notice when we are ill, and by the time we do, it's usually too late, necessitating a visit to the hospital. Much like her counterpart in another world, this version of Jiang Zhengling possesses an adult demeanor. Yet, Jiang Han wonders whether her sister will ever gain admission to Southern University, considering that in this realm, witches symbolize strength. Jiang Han silently nods, her response only deepening her sister's curiosity as she gazes at her intently. Are you truly all right? My sister asked, her hand resting on her hip, her brow slightly furrowed, reminiscent of our mother when she used to scold Jiang Han. No, today I must take you out should you fall ill. I shall be there to ensure you seek medical attention. Jiang Han was more than eager for her sister's company, for she felt utterly lost in this world teeming with witches, akin to a child in a vast and bewildering playground. Seeing her sister's serious demeanor, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Her sister tilted her head, the tension in her brow easing as a smile returned to her face. Let's tidy up and then venture out for a bite to eat. With that, she turned and made her way downstairs, clutching a witch's hat. The home had not changed much. It simply bore the addition of furniture and books imbued with Western influences. Even the banister was piled high with tomes, most of which bore titles in Latin and English. Fortunately, although Jiang Han's body now belonged to another, some remnants of knowledge remained. Despite grappling with the complexity of the words, she could comprehend their meaning. The first floor's layout was rather peculiar, a fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics. In the dining room, a round table was adorned with a beckoning cat, though this particular feline was black and rather thin, lacking the charm one might expect. Their mother, Yi Kexuan, donned an awkwardly fitting witch's robe, stirring a cauldron with a large wooden spoon. She appeared significantly younger than Jiang Han remembered, almost akin to an older sister to both her and her sibling. This youthful appearance could be attributed to the fact that witches generally possess a longer lifespan than humans in the alternate realm. Yi Kexuan glanced at her daughters and remarked with a familiar tone, at your age, still clinging to your sister, are you? The casualness of her tone and the naturalness of her demeanor struck a chord of hurt within Jiang Han. It seemed the eldest child of the Jiang family in this world held little authority. Their status within the household diminished. This was similarly reflected in the parallel universe, where the younger sibling often held a higher standing than the elder. Kashuan poured the mysterious green liquid from the cauldron into a bowl, garnishing it in a distinctly Chinese manner with chopped scallions and pickled vegetables, and brought it to the dining table. She called out with vigor, "Jiang Xian, it's time for lunch." Jiang Han felt a moment of confusion. Her mother had likely meant to call for Jiang Xian, their father's name, yet an ominous feeling lingered in her heart. Once she and her sister settled at the table, a woman entirely unfamiliar to Jiang Han entered the dining room. With black hair, an endearing appearance, and a petite stature, she wore a simple robe that seemed somewhat rustic, yet she possessed a certain charm. She obediently took her seat at the table and naturally murmured, "I was just reading the newspaper." This remark caught Yi Keishan's attention, and with her hands on her hips, she wore a dangerous smile as she replied, "Oh, Jiang Xian, so you've developed a sharp tongue?" The plain yet delightful girl immediately fell silent, her head bowed in a display of mild grievance as she dutifully took a spoonful of the green liquid. Jiang Han lowered her gaze and mimicked the action. Tasting the green concoction, it was surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of a savory corn and scallop porridge, with the pickled vegetables providing a satisfying crunch. As she contemplated the green dish before her, she realized the truth. Her family was indeed a lineage of witches. Even their father had been altered by the currents of this world's timeline, transformed into a second mother. Sister took a couple of bites, then picked up a napkin to dab her lips, saying, "I will accompany my sister to buy a pet shortly." Yi Keishan also set down her spoon, contemplating. Xiao Han has reached the age to care for a pet. A witch's pet must be meticulously selected, as it plays a significant role in enhancing combat prowess or magical power. How about a water otter? It can swim, is intelligent, and can serve as a half-hearted spell assistant. Water otter? Mom, you already have one. Acquiring another might not be wise, sister immediately countered. I think a blue-ringed octopus would be perfect. Many witches preparing for the A3 examination have recently taken to keeping octopuses, as they are both formidable and practical. Once witches delve into discussions, their excitement is palpable. Even Jiang Xian joined in. What about a moose? They require little maintenance, and their antler powder can be utilized as spellcasting material. Jiang Han remained silent, attentively listening, absorbing the knowledge of the witching world. The dining table. Jiang Han subtly gleaned the fundamental knowledge of this realm. Witches began to proliferate dramatically and gradually merge into the human world from the year 643 AD. Possessing formidable combat capabilities and exceptional individual talents, they ultimately came to dominate the predominant human species. Although witches from Asia, Europe, and America possess distinct characteristics, the differences are not as pronounced as one might expect, nor are they chaotic. Regardless of where one obtains a witch's diploma, it is universally recognized across the globe. The widely acknowledged origin of witches is likely situated near Eastern Europe, hence witches from various regions bear a semblance to continental designs. For instance, many Eastern witches don traditional robes and pointed hats. Yet, local nuances exist, such as kipayos, hairpins, hanfu, or the recently popularized short robes and casual attire. Human adaptability is remarkable, and witches are no exception to in this era. The domestic witch culture is just beginning to take root, entering a phase marked by extremes of inferiority and pride. Inferiority manifests as a yearning and admiration for Western witches. The fact that most domestic witches learn Western languages from a young age and delve into Western-style magic is indicative of this. There is a reverence for Western culture and education in essence. Domestic witches are curious and eager to assimilate all things Western. Pride, on the other hand, embodies sheer impulsiveness. Unlike their foreign counterparts who prefer resolving disputes through tea parties and social gatherings, domestic witches exhibit the hallmark of Asian cultural traits, where even the slightest disagreement may lead to outright conflict. In this age, should two villages harbor any discord, they are quick to rally their combat forces, wielding fireballs with reckless abandon. The police witches often find themselves mere spectators, striving to mitigate casualties, with very few possessing the skills to mediate disputes. While many prominent domestic witches admire and cherish foreign cultures, when it comes to action, they are ruthless, and the national strategy is equally bold. Even the slogans they chant are fiercely audacious. Move mountains to create continents, fill seas to build bridges, Various grand projects, extensive constructions, and large-scale developments arise in tandem with such slogans. Jiang Han understood that if this were the domestic situation of the original world line, the consequences of such development and construction would entail taking too large a step, leading to the demise of various enterprises with the nation, eventually paying a hefty tuition before stabilizing and entering a golden period of development. However, this is the world line of witches. Among the billions of people in the nation, 700 million are witches, all endowed with extraordinary abilities and powers. The state wielded its great hammer indiscriminately, and with the ample number of witches, it astonishingly succeeded in forging a new path in the fervor of development. If one witch is insufficient, then let it be 10, and if 10 are not enough, the local officials boldly declared, "No problem, we shall summon 1,000. In a world line devoid of superpowers and witches, deploying 1,000 individuals would likely result in failure due to mismatched expertise and an excess of low-end labor. Yet, in the realm of witches, there exists no classification of labor as middle or low-end. With the exception of a few purely noble intellectual labors, the labor of witches is regarded equally, distinguished only by the magnitude of their magical prowess. Thus, gathering 1,000 witches makes constructing a dam merely a matter of 10 days to half a month. For instance, when foreign nations recently launched artificial satellites, domestic witches would simply declare, "Let us have one too." Despite lacking foundational technology and materials, the domestic expert witches devised a grassroots solution. They assembled a team of 500, composed entirely of great witches who rode their brooms into the outer atmosphere, manually constructing a seemingly rudimentary platform and stationed a squad of 12 great witches upon it, rotating other teams monthly to simulate satellite functions in an alternate world line. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly lead to significant issues. Yet, within the witch's worldview, such pragmatic methods indeed resolve problems. Moreover, if a factory producing the papyrus used by witches fell behind in technology compared to imported goods, they would call upon the great witches to personally oversee the operation. As long as their magical abilities were sufficient, could imported machinery truly rival the diligent work of noble rural laborers, one which equals 10 production lines. If there aren't enough witches, we shall summon the great witches. This can be described as a remarkably unrestrained growth. Conversations at the dining table had long since strayed from pets, meandering into discussions about the advancement of witches, the international landscape, and even gossip such as which had laid an egg with another. Indeed, witches are oviparous beings. The reproductive process entails two witches engaging in a special interaction, resulting in the laying of an egg. The egg is then placed in a refrigerator for 8 months, after which a witch incubates it for 18 days, ultimately producing a new witch. The active witches are referred to as the father clan, while the passive ones are called the mother clan. Typically, a new witch embodies the exemplary evolution of both clans, inheriting numerous traits from both the father and mother clans, whether singular or multifaceted. For instance, the younger sister, Jiang Han, has inherited her height, eye color, and some personality traits from her mother, a Yi Kishui, while she has not acquired many characteristics from her other mother, B. Jiang Xian. In contrast, Jiang Han has inherited her height from Mother B, yet she has also adopted the facial features of Mother A. Due to a high ovulation rate but a low survival rate, often only 1 out of 20 or 30 eggs survives the 8-month refrigeration period. Consequently, the refrigerators in which households are typically stocked with dozens of sibling eggs, casting a wide net. The conversation soon shifted to the levels of witches. Internationally, witches are categorized into over a dozen ranks, while domestically, the classification is rather straightforward, divided simply into witches and great witches. Witches are akin to a bachelor's degree, whereas great witches are comparable to a doctoral degree. Legally, witches possess only standard civil rights and responsibilities, while great witches are considered bona fide elites, receiving preferential treatment from municipal and provincial governments. Like doctors, they can also apply for various research funding from official entities. The disparity in combat capabilities is significant and ordinary, which may need to rest after flying on a broomstick from city A to city B, while a great witch can often soar across oceans, constructing her own abode in the sea, thereby providing ample justification and evidence for a nation's claims over historically contested waters. Sister Jiang Han also gossiped about the witches residing nearby. In Jiang Han's memory, their family, in the original timeline, was not exceptionally wealthy, but was part of the middle class in 1994. They resided in a villa community within the Southern Development Zone, owning a two-story villa, and their daily meals typically consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, with dining out for Western cuisine once or twice a week. Perhaps due to their middle-class background, upon arriving in this timeline, they became representative of the standard which families in this world, with most neighboring households transforming into middle-class which families as well, such as the family next door. She retained a vivid impression of the neighbor's family. In her youth, during the days when she still carried a backpack, the neighbor's younger sister was her secret crush. The neighbor's family was a blend of American and Chinese, resulting in a daughter who was biracial and noticeably more developed than her peers, possessing the exquisite features characteristic of mixed heritage. According to her sister, the neighbor's household was indeed a cross-cultural union. Western witches have come to China for development, considered as introduced talents. Though she still struggled to fully assimilate into this world, Jiang Han's sense of belonging deepened significantly. After all, many familiar elements had merely donned the guise of witches, creating a blend of the familiar and the distant, evoking feelings of both intimacy and strangeness. The witching timeline of 1994 was somewhat wild and reckless. After finishing lunch, Jiang Jinling led Jiang Han to the doorstep. "Where is your broom?" The younger sister inquired with a hint of confusion, followed by a sigh. "Sister, at your age, being so forgetful is simply unacceptable." Jiang Han felt a wave of frustration wash over her. If she had not been reborn into this peculiar world, she would never find herself in such a situation, being reprimanded by her sister. Yet, in this unfamiliar place, she had no choice but to rely on others. After her sigh, the younger sister led Jiang Han back to their room on the second floor. "The broom if you venture out without it. Your only option would be the 11 bus," she quipped, sharing a popular joke of the era. She retrieved a well-maintained broom from the shelf in Jiang Han's dormitory and tossed it into her hands, admonishing, "Next time, don't leave in the room after using it. Although you have a fondness for it, it's far more convenient to place it on the broom rack by the entrance." Jiang Han nodded earnestly. The broom felt heavy, yet she could sense her magical essence flowing into it. The younger sister seemed to pick up on something, glancing around the room. After a moment's contemplation, she didn't rush outside, but instead took a moment to observe Jiang Han's room. She then approached the desk, picking up a wooden wand approximately a meter long from a small shelf on the left side, and also retrieved a witch's hat from the bookshelf. She cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han, saying, "Have you truly fallen ill? You didn't even bring your wand." Fortunately, accustomed to her sister's peculiarities today, the younger sister refrained from further commentary, gently placing the witch's hat atop Jiang Han's head and securing the wand at her waist. The sisters moved to the doorway to the entrance. The younger sister picked up a broom, opened the door, and turned to Jiang Han, instructing, "He'll fly ahead, you follow closely. Don't soar too high, nor attempt to fly too swiftly." Jiang Han replied. Though she was unfamiliar with the art of flying, she devised a plan. Standing at the threshold, she adjusted her hat in front of the mirror, stealing glances at her sister. Whatever her sister did, she would simply imitate. Jiang Jinling first tapped the broom's tail against the ground, then turned sideways and sat upon it, gently nudging the broom with her toes until it began to levitate. It appeared to be quite simple. Jiang Han mimicked her sister's movements, sitting sideways and rising into the air. While riding the broom, she felt a strong, magnetic pull emanating from the handle, as if she were perched upon an invisible cushion, making the experience utterly effortless. The younger sister shot her a glance, puzzled, and asked, "Sister, have you come to visit relatives?" "No." Jiang Han truly despised the phrases visit relatives and sister. Upon hearing her denial, Jiang Jinling tilted her head in scrutiny, attempting to articulate her thoughts. "Usually, you simply straddle the broom and launch into the air today. Your demure side-sitting takeoff is rather disconcerting." She faltered mid-sentence, pondering for a moment before sincerely stating, "Sister, your ladylike demeanor is quite nauseating to me." Jiang Han felt that if she continued this conversation, she might very well suffer internal injuries from her sister's comments. Before her sister could utter any more direct and sincere words, Jiang Han lightly tapped her toes against the floating ground, the cool air enveloping her in a delightful embrace. Flying was not particularly challenging. In fact, it proved to be even easier than Jiang Han had anticipated. It felt as effortless as directing her legs in the desired direction. After a brief period of levitation, she had already mastered the art of flight. While she indulged in her newfound ability, her sister had securely locked the door and floated up on her broom to the same altitude. "Keep up with me, don't fly too fast or stray too far." Her sister's voice rose considerably, yet it sounded softer in the air than it had before. With one hand resting on the front of her broom, she began to accelerate gently. They were not flying at a rapid pace, allowing Jiang Han to follow without any difficulty, all the while leisurely surveying the familiar, yet foreign city below. Unlike the southern town of her previous life, this coastal city of the 1990s was remarkably prosperous, seemingly out of place for its era. Towering skyscrapers loomed everywhere, and astonishing sky gardens showcased the formidable engineering prowess of witches. The streets below were sparsely populated, with ordinary folk riding bicycles and taking buses high in the sky. Numerous witches soared on their brooms, displaying an array of flying techniques that were truly eye-opening. Some donned oversized glasses reminiscent of the 1980s and wore padded coats, zipping by at speeds far exceeding those of conventional aircraft. The city appeared to be divided into two realms, the ground and the sky, with countless small floating islands suspended above, hosting the structures of the witches. Turning her gaze back, Jiang Han beheld her own community, a sizable floating island quietly drifting in the air, resembling a scene from a fantastical realm. Despite being directionally challenged in her past life, navigating while airborne proved far simpler than driving on ground. It was predominantly linear. Their ultimate destination was an oddly shaped floating island, semicircular in form, lined with numerous shops along its edges, resembling a street suspended in midair. The peculiar aspect of its shape was that the left side appeared normal, while the buildings on the right were constructed beneath the island. A number of witches circled it on their brooms. Adjacent to this floating island was a small platform, approximately 20 square meters, marked by a sign reading Wanshang Trading Street. Occasionally, witches would pause there to rest before venturing into the bustling trading street, which radiated vitality. As they landed on a platform within the trading street, a witch cloaked in a forest green mantle approached. She wore a sandy-colored hood and greeted them with a warmth that bore the charm of a bygone era. "Greetings, comrade. Would you like to store your broom?" Jiang Jinling grasped her broom and, in turn, accepted Jiang Han's, handing them to the witch. "Hello, comrade. May I inquire about the fees?" The witch retrieved a small notebook and made a few notes. "Today from 9 in the morning until 7 in the evening, storage is free. Please register your names." Jiang Jinling stepped forward to inscribe both of their names, securing a receipt to tuck into her robe's pocket. The witch, with her broom perched upon her shoulder, made her way towards the watchroom of the docking platform to stow away their brooms. It must be said that perhaps this era is a trifle barbaric, yet most of those who refer to one another as comrades can be deemed trustworthy. This, in essence, embodies a genuine sense of public trust that exists within society. Jiang Han followed closely behind her sister, striving to appear less curious. The shops lining the street were peculiar witchcraft establishments. One sold flying high-backed chairs as substitutes for brooms, while another hawked an array of scrolls. Some comrades were distributing recruitment posters for the artistic dance troupe, and still others displayed announcements seeking materials for forest and ocean development. Numerous distinctive slogans adorned the storefronts. "Seize the opportunity," "Dare to grasp the opportunity," "Boldly take the opportunity," and "Economic development must progress," and "The witch population shall follow suit." The entire trade street was a fusion of Western and Eastern influences, infused with magic, and even veering into the realm of the fantastical. The sunlight outside is warm. Jiang Han stands before the bed, finally coming to terms with the reality that she is not mad. The magic residing within her, ever poised to spring forth, reassures her that she is indeed normal as an 18-year-old witch brimming with power, eager to unleash 50 or 60 fireballs. The notion of magic is something she has gleaned from her diary, as is the concept of years. Having confirmed the fact of her rebirth as a witch, Jiang Han gazes blankly into the mirror, confronted by a stranger's visage, radiating the youthful essence of a girl just past 18. The single glance at her reflection sends a shiver down her spine. This is the face she must now wear to navigate her existence. The room is furnished with a desk and an overwhelming number of books that nearly engulf the space. With a pink diary resting atop the desk, in the remaining spots, a broom rack and a fireplace are situated. The fireplace bears inscriptions in Latin to prevent flames from igniting the tomes. The wardrobe is nestled beside the fireplace, and without the aid of magic, this arrangement would surely have caught fire long ago. Jiang Han looks into the mirror once more, scrutinizing her appearance. Her long black hair, the tips tinted a frosty hue, frames her icy blue eyes. She possesses striking beauty, a graceful neck, and porcelain skin that faintly reveals the blue veins beneath. Draped in a black court gown, she embodies the very essence of a witch. Her appearance, attire, and demeanor all exude an undeniable witch-like quality. Well, I am a witch. Phew, witch. Jiang Han has yet to fully embrace her identity as a witch, but she harbors no thoughts of throwing herself off a building to prove her unwillingness to be one, especially since which might not even perish from such a fall. Click. The sound of a key turning in the lock is heard as the door swings open, revealing a vibrant and lively young girl adorned in a robe, holding a witch's hat. Her sister, Jiang Zhengling, greets her with a sweet voice. Sister, weren't you supposed to go buy a pet today? Sister. The mere sound of that title gives Jiang Han a headache, and she is baffled by the notion of purchasing a pet. Clearly, the memories of her 18 years as a witch have not remained within her, leaving her at a loss for words. She can only respond to her sister with a brief, non-committal, Jiang Zhengling regards her with a quizzical expression, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquires, Sister, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off today. It appears that the version of me in this world is not too different from the one in the original. Jiang Han shakes her head and replies, No, well, that's good. Her sister nods, displaying a surprising maturity as she states, If you do feel unwell, you must tell me right away. This is one downside of being a witch. We often fail to notice when we're ill, and by the time we do, it's usually too late, necessitating a visit to the hospital. Much like her counterpart from another world, this Jiang Zhengling possesses an adult-like demeanor. However, Jiang Han wonders if her sister will ever gain admission to Southern University, especially since, in this world, being a witch signifies physical prowess. Jiang Han silently nods, her reaction prompting Jiang Zhengling to cast her a more inquisitive glance. Are you truly all right? My sister, hands on her hips and brow furrowed, bore a striking resemblance to our mother when she used to scold Jiang Han. No, today I must take you out. What if you fall ill? I need to ensure you see a doctor. Jiang Han was eager for her sister's company. She felt utterly lost in this world teeming with witches, akin to a mere child. Seeing her sister's serious demeanor, she nodded vigorously. Her sister tilted her head, the tension in her brow easing as a smile returned. Let's tidy up, and then we shall go out for something to eat. With that, she turned and headed downstairs, clutching a witch's hat. The home remained largely unchanged, merely adorned with furniture and books that exuded a Western flair. Even the staircase railing was piled high with books, most of their covers inscribed in Latin and English. Fortunately, although Jiang Han's body had been inhabited by another, some remnants of knowledge lingered. Despite struggling with the words, she could comprehend their meaning. The first floor had an oddly hybrid layout, a blend of Eastern and Western styles, i.e. the dining room. A round table was graced by a beckoning cat, though it was a rather thin black cat that seemed anything but auspicious. Our mother, Yikashin, donned a witch's robe that looked rather awkward on her, stood before the stove, stirring a cauldron with a large wooden spoon. She appeared significantly younger than Jiang Han remembered, almost akin to an older sister to both Jiang Han and her sibling. This youthful appearance might be attributed to the longer lifespan of witches compared to the average humans in another world. Casting a glance at the two sisters, Yi Kashun remarked, At your age, still clinging to your sister. Her tone was so habitual, her demeanor so casual, it nearly broke Jiang Han's heart. It seemed that in this world, the Jiang family's eldest son or daughter lacked any formidable authority, their standing at home rather low. Although this was somewhat mirrored in the parallel world, where the sister's status overshadowed that of her brother or sister. Yi Kashuan poured the mysterious green liquid from the cauldron into a bowl, garnishing it with scallions and pickled vegetables, and brought it to the table. She called out robustly, Jiang Xian, it's time for lunch. Jiang Han thought she must have misheard. Their mother should have called for Jiang Xian, their father's name, yet an ominous feeling lingered in her heart. Once she and her sister were seated, a woman entirely unfamiliar to Jiang Han entered the dining room. With black hair, a charming visage, and a petite stature, she wore a simple robe that appeared somewhat rustic, yet she exuded a certain cuteness. She obediently sat at the table and mumbled, I was reading the newspaper. This mumble caught Yi Kaishan's attention, and with one hand on her hip and a dangerous smile, she replied, Oh, Jiang Xian, so you taking a back-talking now? The simple yet endearing girl immediately fell silent, lowering her head in apparent dismay as she obediently took a spoonful of the green liquid. Jiang Han bowed her head as well, mimicking the action and tasting the green concoction. It was quite palatable, reminiscent of a savory corn and scallop porridge, with the pickled vegetables adding a satisfying crunch. Pondering the green dish, she realized her family was indeed a lineage of witches. Even her father had been altered in this world, now resembling a second mother. Sister took a couple of bites, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and remarked, "I will accompany my sister to buy a pet shortly." Cushion also set down her spoon. Pondering thoughtfully, Xiaoan has indeed reached the age where she should have a pet. A witch's companion must be meticulously selected, whether to enhance combat prowess or to augment magical abilities. Perhaps a water weasel would suffice? It not only excels in swimming, but is also intelligent enough to serve as a partial spell assistant. A water weasel? Mother, you already have one. Acquiring another might not be advisable. Sister immediately countered. I think a blue-ringed octopus would be ideal. Recently, many witches preparing for the A3 exam have adopted octopuses, which are both formidable and practical. When witches engage in discussions about various matters, they often become animated, and even Jiang Han joined in. What about a moose? They require little care, and we could grind their antlers in a powder for spellcasting materials. Jiang Han remained silent, secretly eavesdropping and absorbing the fundamental knowledge of the witching world. At the dining table, Jiang Han subtly extracted the essential concepts of this realm. Witches began to proliferate around the year 643 AD, gradually integrating into human society. They possess formidable martial prowess and remarkable individual capabilities, ultimately becoming the dominant race in the world. Although witches in Asia, Europe, and America exhibit distinct characteristics, the differences are not overwhelmingly vast, nor are they chaotic. A witch's diploma holds universal validity across the globe. The widely recognized origin of witches is likely in Eastern Europe, hence witches from various regions bear certain continental design influences. For instance, witches in the East predominantly wear witch robes and hats, yet local flavors are present as well, such as kipayos, hairpins, hanfu, or the recently popular short robes and casual attire. Human adaptability is profound, and witches are no exception. In this era, the witch culture advocated domestically is in its nascent stages, entering a phase of extreme contrast between inferiority and pride. Inferiority stems from an admiration and yearning for Western witches. It is evident that most domestic witches have been learning Western languages since childhood and have devoted themselves to studying Western magic. There is a reverence for Western culture and education in essence. Domestic witches are curious and eager to absorb everything Western. Pride, on the other hand, manifests as sheer audacity. Unlike their foreign counterparts, who prefer resolving disputes through tea parties and social gatherings, domestic witches exhibit an extreme, culturally Asian tendency to resort to direct confrontation at the slightest disagreement. In this era, even a minor conflict between two villages might escalate to mobilizing the village's combatants, brandishing fireballs in a reckless charge. Police witches often find themselves as mere spectators, striving to prevent casualties while mediating conflicts is a rarity. While many prominent domestic witches admire and cherish foreign cultures, when it comes to action, they are unyielding. The national strategy is equally aggressive. Their slogans often echo this boldness: move mountains and create continents, fill seas and construct grand bridges. A plethora of grand projects, extensive constructions, and expansive developments arise alongside these rallying cries. Jiang Han understood that had this been the domestic scenario of the original world line, the consequences of such development would have resulted in overreaching, leading to the demise of numerous enterprises. The nation would have paid a hefty price in tuition before finally stabilizing and entering a golden era of development. However, this is the world line of witches. Among the billions of people in the country, there are 700 million witches, each endowed with extraordinary abilities and powers. When the state wielded its hammer indiscriminately, it remarkably succeeded in forging a new reality under the ample presence of witches, in a fervent wave of development. If one witch was insufficient, 10 would suffice. If 10 were inadequate, local officials would boldly declare, "Why not deploy 1,000?" In a world devoid of supernatural powers and witches, the introduction of 1,000 individuals might lead to failure due to a mismatch in expertise and an oversupply of low-skilled labor. Yet in the realm of witches, the concept of low or middle-tier labor is virtually non-existent. Aside from a few purely intellectual laborers of noble birth, the labor force of witches is treated equally, differing only in the magnitude of their magical prowess. Thus, with 1,000 witches, constructing a dam could be accomplished in a mere 10 days to half a month. For instance, when foreign nations recently developed artificial satellites, domestic witches would simply demand, "Let us have one as well." Despite having no foundational technology or materials, the domestic experts composed of witches devised a rudimentary solution. They assembled a team of 500 all great witches, who rode broomsticks into the outer atmosphere, manually creating a rather unremarkable platform and stationing a squad of 12 great witches there. Each month, they would rotate in other teams to simulate the function of a satellite in another world line. Such an endeavor would surely lead to significant complications. Yet within the witch's worldview, such rudimentary methods effectively resolve issues. Consider a factory producing papyrus for the witches, where the technology is lagging behind that of imported goods. They would simply enlist the great witches to personally oversee the operations. As long as their magical energy is adequate, can imported machinery truly compete with the industriousness of noble rural witches? One which is worth 10 production lines. If witches are insufficient, we shall call upon the great witches. This can be described as an exceptionally vigorous growth. Conversations at the dining table had long since drifted away from pets, meandering through topics such as the advancement of witches and international affairs, even delving into gossip like which had recently laid an egg. Indeed, witches are oviparous beings. Their reproductive process involves two witches engaging through special means to lay an egg, which, when stored in a refrigerator for 8 months and subsequently incubated for 18 days by a witch, results in the emergence of a new witch. The proactive witch is referred to as the father clan, while the reactive counterpart is known as the mother clan. Typically, a new witch embodies the excellent evolution of both clans, inheriting numerous characteristics from both the father and mother clans, which may include single clan traits or multiple clan traits. For instance, the younger sister Jiang Han has inherited her mother's height, eyes, and some personality traits from a Yi Shui, while she has not inherited many characteristics from her mother Jiang Xian. In contrast, Jiang Han, in this world, has inherited her mother B's height, alongside the aesthetic features of Mother A. Due to the high ovulation rate but low survival rate, often only 1 out of 20 to 30 eggs can endure the 8-month storage in a refrigerator. Thus, the refrigerators of witch families frequently contain dozens of sister eggs, casting a wide net in hopes of survival. The discussion soon shifted to the ranks of witches. In foreign lands, witches are classified into over a dozen levels, whereas domestically they are simply and bluntly divided into witches and great witches. Witches are akin to an undergraduate degree, while great witches resemble a doctoral degree. Legally, witches possess only ordinary civic rights and responsibilities, whereas great witches belong to a true elite class, entitled to preferential treatment from municipal and provincial governments. Much like doctoral candidates, they can apply for various research funds from official institutions. The disparity in combat prowess is also considerable irregular, which may require rest after flying on a broom from a southern city A to a city B, while a great witch can often soar over oceans, constructing her residence in the sea, providing ample justification and evidence for the nation's claim that this territorial sea has always been an inseparable part of our domain. Sister Jiang Han also gossiped about the witches residing nearby. In Jiang Han's recollection, their family, in the original timeline, was not extraordinarily wealthy, but belonged to the middle class of the 94 era. They resided in a villa community within a southern development zone, owning a 2-story villa and enjoying a daily diet of 4 dishes and soup, dining out for Western cuisine once or twice a week. Perhaps due to their middle-class background, upon arriving in this timeline, they became a standard witch family, with most other families in the villa community transforming into middle-class witch families as well, such as the neighbors. She retained a distinct memory of the neighboring family. In those days, when she carried a school bag, the little girl next door was her secret crush. The neighbors, being a combination of an American and a local, had a daughter who was biracial, displaying significantly better physical development than her peers and possessing a delicate, mixed-race beauty. According to her sister, the neighboring family represented a blend of foreign and domestic heritage. The Western witches were developing in China, considered a talent influx. Although she still struggled to fully immerse herself in this world, Jiang Han's sense of belonging deepened considerably. After all, many familiar aspects had merely donned the guise of witches, creating a blend of familiarity and distance, intimacy and strangeness. In the witch timeline of 1994, there was a certain wildness and recklessness. After finishing lunch, Jiang Han led Jiang Han to the doorway. "Where is your broom?" inquired the younger sister, her voice tinged with confusion, followed by a sigh. "Sister, at your age, being so forgetful is quite unbecoming." Jiang Han felt a wave of frustration wash over her. If it were not for her rebirth into this peculiar world, she would never find herself in a position to be lectured by her sister. Yet, The unfamiliarity of her surroundings left her reliant on others. After her sister's sigh, she led Jiang Han back to their room on the second floor. "The broom if you don't rely on it when you go out, then you must depend on the 11 bus," she quipped, sharing a popular joke of the era, as she retrieved a well-maintained broom from Jiang Han's shelf and tossed it into her hands, admonishing, "Next time you use it, don't leave it in the room. Although I know you cherish it, placing it on the broom rack by the entrance is far more convenient." Jiang Han nodded earnestly. The broom felt heavy in her grasp, yet she could sense her own magic flowing into it. Her sister, seemingly attuned to something, glanced around the room. After a moment's contemplation, she did not rush out, but instead observed her surroundings for a brief period. She then approached the desk, retrieving a wooden wand approximately a meter in length from a small rack on the left side, followed by a witch's hat from the bookshelf. Casting a sideways glance at Jiang Han, she remarked, "Are you truly unwell? You haven't even brought your wand." Fortunately, her sister, accustomed to Jiang Han's peculiarities that day, chose not to elaborate. Instead, she gently placed the witch's hat atop Jiang Han's head and secured the wand at her waist. The two sisters made their way to the door to the threshold. Her sister picked up a broom, pushed the door open, and turned to Jiang Han, instructing, "I will fly ahead, just follow me. Don't soar too high and refrain from trying to fly too fast." "All right," Jiang Han replied. Though she was unaware of how to fly, she devised a plan. Standing at the doorway, she adjusted her hat in front of the mirror while casting furtive glances at her sister. She would simply replicate whatever her sister did. Jiang Zhengling first tapped the broom's tail against the ground, then sat sideways upon it, gently pressing her toes against the broom, causing it to levitate. It appeared effortless. Jiang Han mirrored her sister's actions, settling sideways on her own broom, which then lifted her into the air. While riding, she felt a tight pull emanating from the handle, as if she were perched upon an invisible cushion, effortless and remarkably comfortable. Her sister glanced at her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Sister, have you come to visit relatives?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Han truly loathed the phrases visiting relatives and sister. Upon hearing her denial, Jiang Zhengling tilted her head, scrutinizing her and carefully choosing her words. "Usually, you simply straddle the broom and launch into the air. Today, your demure sideways takeoff is rather disconcerting." She faltered mid-sentence, then sincerely added, "Sister, your ladylike demeanor is quite nauseating." Jiang Han felt that continuing the conversation might lead to her sister causing her emotional distress. Before her sister could utter any more direct and sincere words, Jiang Han lightly tapped the ground with her toes, feeling the refreshing, cool air that lifted her spirits. Flying was not difficult, in fact. It proved to be even simpler than Jiang Han had anticipated, so straightforward that it felt akin to directing her own legs in whichever direction she wished to walk. After a brief moment of floating, she had already mastered the art of flight. As she indulged in this newfound ability, her sister had secured the main door and ascended to the same altitude on her broomstick. "Keep up with me. Don't fly too fast, and don't stray too far." Her sister's voice, though amplified, still sounded somewhat subdued in the air. With one hand gripping the front of her broom, she began to accelerate gradually. The pace was moderate, allowing Jiang Han to follow effortlessly, all the while enjoying a panoramic view of this familiar yet foreign city. Unlike the southern town of her previous life, this coastal city of the 1990s was bustling with an energy that belied its era. Towering skyscrapers and breathtaking aerial gardens showcased the formidable engineering prowess of witches. The streets below were relatively devoid of pedestrians, with ordinary folk riding bicycles and taking buses to their destinations. Above, numerous witches soared on their broomsticks, exhibiting a dazzling array of flying techniques. Some witches donned oversized sunglasses from the 80s and bundled in winter coats, racing at speeds that far surpassed those of conventional aircraft. The city appeared to be divided into land and sky, with countless miniature floating islands dotting the horizon, each adorned with the constructions of witches. As Jiang Han turned her gaze back, she beheld her own neighborhood, a substantial floating island quietly suspended in the air, resembling a scene from a fantastical world. Despite her past struggles with navigation, flying through the air made discerning direction significantly easier than driving on the ground, as most paths were nearly linear. Their ultimate destination was an oddly shaped floating island, resembling a semicircular ring with numerous shops lining its edges, akin to a street suspended in the sky. The peculiarity of its shape lay in the fact that from the left side to the right, it appeared inverted. The left side presented a typical floating island, while the buildings on the right were constructed beneath it that a number of witches circled around it on their broomsticks. Nearby, a small floating island of approximately 20 square meters bore a sign reading Universal Trade Street. Occasionally, a witch would land there to rest before continuing into the bustling trade area. Upon landing on one of the platforms within the trade street, a witch draped in a forest green cloak approached, her sandy-colored hood framing her face. With a voice imbued with a distinctive warmth, she greeted, "Hello, comrade. Do you wish to store your broom?" Jiang picked up her broom and, in turn, took Jiang Han's, handing them to the witch. "Hello, comrade. May I inquire about the fees?" The witch produced a small notebook and jotted down a few notes. "Today, from 9 in the morning until 7 in the evening, it is free of charge. Please register your names." Jiang stepped forward, inscribing the names of his sisters before receiving a receipt to tuck into her robe's pocket. The witch, shouldering her broom, made her way towards the guard room at the docking platform to store the brooms of both individuals. It must be acknowledged that this era, albeit somewhat barbaric, harbors a certain trustworthiness among those who address each other as comrades. This likely reflects a genuine sense of credibility within society. Jiang Han followed closely behind her sister, striving to suppress her curiosity. The shops lining the street were an eclectic array of witchcraft establishments, one of which offered flying high-backed chairs as substitutes for brooms, while another peddled a variety of scrolls. Additionally, some comrades were distributing recruitment posters for the artistic song and dance troupe, and numerous shops displayed notices proclaiming forest development, ocean development, seeking XX materials. There were also many distinctive slogans: "Seize the opportunity," "Dare to seize the opportunity," "Bravely seize the opportunity," and "Economic development on the rise." The witch population follows suit. The entire trade street was a fusion of Western and Eastern influences, imbued with magic and even a touch of the surreal. The bustling Wanxiang trade street is even more prosperous than the economic zones of the previous generation. Everywhere, one can observe Western-featured witches indulging in shopping, some conversing with merchants in a blend of Mandarin and English, animatedly discussing current affairs. Shopping bags hover beside them, creating a peculiar spectacle. Others don festive kipayos, with floating carpets reminiscent of Alibaba's tales, serving as mobile market stalls for the enchanting vendors. Most of these witches possess delicate features, sporting spirited bobbed hair that conveys an air of youthful innocence. With fervent enthusiasm, they promote their wares, reminiscent of students eagerly taking on part-time jobs. As Jiang Han and her sister approached the bank on Trade Street, they were greeted by a spirited vendor who eagerly offered her goods. Standing upright with a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "Hello, comrade. Would you like to purchase witch eggs?" On her floating carpet lay an array of egg cartons akin to those found in supermarkets from Jiang Han's past life, all filled with eggs. It appeared as though she was selling chicken eggs. Jiang Han, momentarily breathless, coughed a couple of times, stunned, and exclaimed, "Witch eggs?" The vendor laughed radiantly. If Jiang Han recalled correctly, which eggs were unborn witches? Goodness, this was human trafficking. Jiang Han swallowed hard, her complexion paling as she surveyed her surroundings. In 1994, such dealings in her homeland could lead to immediate execution. In this era, madness and justice coexisted, with severe transgressions resulting in instant death without a flicker of hesitation. The trade of witch eggs could be likened to human trafficking, or rather, witch trafficking. However, to Jiang Han's surprise, her sister Jiang showed no intention of reporting the vendor. Instead, she inquired curiously, "Comrade, did you just acquire these witch eggs today?" "Indeed. They are fresh, no more than 2 days old," the vendor replied proudly. Jiang then engaged in conversation with the vendor, moving to a nearby resting area to avoid obstructing others entering the bank. Through their dialogue, Jiang Han began to grasp the situation. It turned out that the production rate of witch eggs was remarkably high, with some witches laying eggs every 3 days and others producing 2 a day. It was impractical to incubate every single egg in a freezer, so these witch eggs were sent to factories for power generation, spawning numerous businesses, including the trade of witch eggs. Witches tend to have long lifespans and prolonged maturity periods, and many possess a penchant for research, leading to the emergence of a significant social issue regarding older unmarried witches. In this context, the business of witch eggs flourished. It became evident that older unmarried women would purchase dozens of witch eggs, opening and used refrigerators or freezers at home to begin incubation. Successfully hatching these eggs would lead to an 18-year commitment, after which they would register at the Civil Affairs Bureau, effectively stating, "I managed everything from incubation to raising my wife," thus resolving their single status. Of course, some unfortunate witches, after raising their wives for 18 years, found them eloped with other suitors, often resulting in a grand duel in such cases. Indeed, it paints a vivid picture of red humor. This batch consists of imported eggs acquired from Western nations, the vendor proudly proclaimed while patting his soft chest. Excitedly, my sister inquired, "Are they the kind with blonde hair and blue eyes?" It seems that Comrade Jiang Junling has a penchant for foreign charms. Jiang Han felt a wave of exasperation. Her sister had never shown an affinity for foreign beauties in her past life. No, in her previous life. They would have been referred to as foreign handsome men. Her sister had never been enamored by the likes of Leonardo or Beckham. So why was she now so eager to find an imported wife? The vendor, displaying a commendable professionalism, replied, "Certainly not. These eggs are imported from Great Britain." Do you know what Great Britain is? It comprises the Saxon, Norman, and Celtic tribes, so blonde hair is indeed quite rare. Red and brown hair are more common. And some may even have black hair like us. However, blue eyes are guaranteed, blue, green, and brown hues, depending on luck. Gasping for breath, the vendor continued, "Moreover, one cannot assume the appearance of these magical eggs. It is possible for a mother with blonde hair and a father with blonde hair to have descendants with red hair after 4 or 5 generations. As the scientific radio station has mentioned, the genetic spectrum of witches is long and broad, allowing for considerable variation in appearance within just 2 generations. Additionally, the genealogies of Western witches are even more convoluted. Who knows, there might be eggs in this batch carrying noble bloodlines?" Comrade Jiang Junling pondered this and asked, "How much for each?" The vendor beamed with a brilliant smile. 50 cents each, buy 10 and get 2 free. Jiang Junling chuckled. That makes a dozen, doesn't it? Seeing that a deal had been struck, Jiang Han finally managed to soften her rigid expression. "Sister, please help me hold these." Her sister handed her a dozen magical eggs while she bent down to organize a cloth bag. The magical eggs, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, needed to be placed in a cold environment to gradually grow, eventually reaching the size of basketballs. After being kept warm for 18 days, a new witch would emerge. Their mother, Yi Kishui, had mentioned that during the freezing phase, magical eggs were quite susceptible to damage, resulting in low hatching rates. Yet they were sturdy enough for casual juggling without breaking. Curious, Jiang Han took one out and tossed it lightly. It felt adequately weighted. Her sister, still organizing the bag, voiced her discontent. "Sister, be careful not to drop my future wife." So, the matter of hatching had yet to begin, and already the term wife was invoked. Jiang Han cradled the future brother-in-law and sister-in-law, these foreign beauties, hesitant to move too much. Although their mother had reassured her that the magical eggs were resilient, holding these egg-like treasures instilled a fear that they might shatter upon the slightest release. 12 of them. Hopefully, one would hatch. Her sister opened the bag wider, prompting Jiang Han to deposit all the eggs inside, declaring, "If one hatches, in 18 years, that will be my wife. If 2 hatch, I'll share one with you as your wife." Jiang Han's mouth twitched in disbelief. "What if none hatch?" "Oh, right," Jiang Junling replied, adopting a despondent expression. Her lips pursed. Jiang Han and Jiang Junling entered the bank, arriving at a small hall adorned with several rows of long benches. It bore a resemblance to the banks found in Hong Kong and Macau, with carpets gracing the floor and air conditioning operating without restraint. The tellers at the counters exhibited remarkable professionalism, and the queuing area was orderly and pristine. The family's finances had always been managed by their mother and sister. Jiang Han reminisced about her past life at the age of 19 when she had to ask her sister for money to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Subsequently, her sister excelled in her studies, gaining admission to a prestigious Southern university where she majored in finance and accounting, becoming increasingly astute and forward-thinking. After their family's financial situation deteriorated due to widespread layoffs in the southern region, her sister adeptly managed their household finances, even investing in 2 mutual funds, which successfully sustained their economic stability. However, she frequently denied Jiang Han and Jiang Xin's requests for cigarettes. At this moment, their household was likely more affluent than before, and Jiang Han discreetly glanced at the passbook, noting the substantial figures inscribed within. Earlier, while purchasing a witch's egg, the pricing was calculated in Mao's, suggesting that the cost of living mirrored that of the original timeline, indicative of the typical prices in 1994. Her sister withdrew 2,000, a round figure. Although the southern metropolis was known for its high living costs, this sum was indeed considerable. It could procure a fine pet, or if one opted for a more economical choice, they could indulge in a Western meal, acquire 2 sets of clothing, and purchase a dozen books. Jiang Han playfully added in her mind, one could even buy several hundred of the delightful dangmei eggs to hatch quails. Chapter 005. Capacity upon exiting the bank. Jiang Han followed Jiang Junling toward the eastern side of Trade Street. The vendor selling witch eggs was conjuring a small cloud with her wand to seek refuge from the heat. Beside her, a flying carpet bore only a few empty wooden frames, indicating that the witch eggs were in high demand and had sold out. Along the way, Jiang Han discreetly extracted information from Jiang Jinling using a method akin to an adult testing a child. Jiang Jinling occasionally rolled her eyes and quipped, "Sister, not only are you ill, but you've also contracted menopause syndrome 80 years early." Nevertheless, she answered all the questions with aplomb. Having graduated with a degree in her previous life, Jiang Han had no trouble comprehending the nuances of magical knowledge and swiftly corrected some misconceptions she had. For instance, it turned out that witches did not necessarily require wands to cast spells. The wand merely served as a convenient tool. Its purpose was to facilitate the control of the spell's range and precision. If one wished to inflict harm, a witch could simply envision a lethal spell in her mind and unleash it without hesitation. Casting a spell was akin to cracking a safe. A witch wielding a wand was akin to a locksmith, skillfully unlocking the mechanism, while a wandless witch resembled a demolition expert, ready to blow the safe open with explosives. As for the total magical capacity of witches, this knowledge had yet to permeate the domestic sphere. The nation was cautiously navigating its path, while the populace generally believed, "As long as I can cast magic, that suffices." The common understanding was steeped in empiricism. For instance, the local populace of Liangshan held the belief that a witch's magical capacity was determined by the state. The Witch Bureau would assign a quota, defining one's magical limits. In contrast, urban residents of the southern metropolis, Nanyang, entertained a myriad of theories. The most prevalent being that one could enhance their magical capacity by consuming lychees and drinking elixirs. Merely indulging in these delicacies would elevate one's powers. As someone who had lived in the scientific era of the 21st century, Jiang Han recognized the absurdity of these notions. Despite the existence of magic in this world, such rumors were unequivocally false, akin to the idea that a child drinking life force number 1 could achieve top academic honors. Jiang Han mused that had this world mirrored her previous one, she would not have to ponder so deeply. Rather, she would simply invest in stocks poised to multiply tenfold, as had occurred in 1994, accumulate initial capital, then invest in companies destined to experience exponential growth, the era of craziness, and finally purchase land likely to appreciate several hundred times, even more frenzied than the previous ventures. This would secure not only her own prosperity, but also that of her family for generations to come. However, such dreams were naive. This was a world governed by its own rules. Firstly, would the land truly appreciate as it had in her past life? Perhaps not. The power of witches could reshape the very coastal lines of New China, altering living environments entirely. Would the companies destined for success continue on their upward trajectory? Not necessarily. For example, could a textile magnate maintain a foothold in a world where witches could effortlessly increase textile production? Uncertainty breeds further doubt. Moreover, even if one were to amass a fortune, what would it truly matter? This world is inhabited by beings of extraordinary power, and the sense of security that wealth provides has always been rather tenuous. The destructive potential of a witch is staggering. Even a cursory contemplation would reveal the dire consequences of a less formidable witch possessing vast riches. In a realm devoid of such supernatural might, incidents of robbery and kidnapping still occur. Does the mere presence of a witch alter the essence of humanity? For the sake of safety, one must endeavor to enhance one's abilities. And in this world, the most immediate means of doing so is to increase one's magical power. As Jiang Han surveyed the streets, her gaze settled upon a shop selling cauldrons and measuring tools. The scientific exploration of magic cannot be rushed. It is essential to first ascertain the current state of research on magical power conducted by witches in this world. A greater engagement with literature is necessary, along with the acquisition of tools to aid in her studies. She discreetly glanced at her sister, refining her plans with a crucial initial step, to request funding from her sister for purchasing the necessary tools. Alas, financial constraints often thwart even the most industrious of spirits. Without control over the family's finances, words alone hold little weight. Jiang Han pondered how to reasonably secure the funds, her expression reminiscent of her 28-year-old self, scheming to extract her first fortune from a shrewd merchant. The sunlight was bright, yet the street where witches roamed felt unusually cool, occasionally pierced by the sound of a witch firing ice projectiles into the air to artificially lower the temperature. Even as meat skewers sizzled nearby, the air remained refreshingly crisp. "Sister, would you care for some snacks?" Jiang Jinling asked, eyeing a vendor selling cotton candy, her youthful innocence apparent in her demeanor. "Absolutely," Jiang Han replied without hesitation. She had a penchant for sweets, a trait she shared with many girls. Jiang Jinling approached the vendor, inquiring about the price before paying and pulling Jiang Han closer to watch the cotton candy take shape. The vendor, a witch, smiled as she drew her flying carpet closer, cheerfully asking Jiang Han, "Would you prefer your treat sweet or mild?" "Sweet," Jiang Han responded, recalling her family's collective love for sugary delights. "Very well." The cotton candy vendor nodded, skillfully pouring a modest amount of sugar into the iron pot on her flying carpet. With a flurry of seemingly chaotic yet swift magic, sparks flying and crackling, she transformed the sugar into strands of fluffy cotton-like confection. It appeared she had perhaps added a touch too much sugar, as the entire pot soon brimmed with cotton candy. After a few deft motions, the vendor chanted a phrase in Latin tinged with a Cantonese accent, producing 2 ice pops which she plunged into the cotton candy, stirring briefly to create 2 generous servings of the sweet treat. All done, Jiang Han received her portion. Taking a bite, it was not only delightfully sweet, but also imbued with a refreshing chill. Typically, cotton candy tends to be warm, yet the magic-infused variety was distinctly different. She still recalls the days when indulging in cotton candy required a wait of 2 to 3 minutes for a single piece to be prepared, whereas here, with a flick of magic, it materializes in merely 5 or 6 seconds, the efficiency soaring to unknown heights. It is exquisitely sweet. Her sister, having taken a share, first scrunched her brow after a taste, only to soon break into a satisfied smile. "When I usually purchase cotton candy, the vendor never inquires if I desire a treat." Her words seemed to carry a hint of suggestion. Jiang Han chose not to engage with this remark, as it was akin to the topics of sister and visiting relatives, conversations she found most irksome. In the context of the Chinese language, the term irksome can encompass multiple grievances simultaneously. Enjoying the cotton candy while relishing the pleasantly cool air, Jiang Han couldn't help but develop a fondness for this peculiar world. The unfamiliarity gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning sense of novelty. They arrived at a street predominantly selling pets, a long, trapezoidal thoroughfare flanked by numerous pet shops. Here, the aura of witchcraft seemed more pronounced than on prior streets, likely due to the association of pet trading with the affluent. Moreover, the fantastical creatures visible at the doorways of the pet shops enhanced the ambience of the witching world. Jiang Jinling paused at the street's entrance and remarked, "Your demeanor today is rather unusual. While you seemed quite normal just a moment ago, I felt it necessary to mention it. Pets must draw upon our magical essence to gradually undergo enchantment, acquiring abilities and attributes beyond those of ordinary animals. The more formidable the creature, the greater the magical energy required to sustain it. Our family possesses a breed with moderate magical power but sufficient control. Thus, we typically opt for small pets like water weasels or octopuses, ensuring none exceed the size of an average deer. These choices are low maintenance and easy to care for. Should one choose to keep a more powerful pet, it risks depleting our magical reserves, rendering us unable to unleash sufficient magic even for a skirmish. Of course, apprehending a petty thief remains feasible, provided the thief is an ordinary person or a witch of minimal magical capacity, often referred to as a weak witch." After receiving this serious caution, Jiang Han obediently nodded, "I understand." Chapter 006. Davarishi's Pet Shop. The pet street exuded no unpleasant odors. It seemed that the witches were particularly keen on maintaining a pleasant environment in such places. Jiang Han curiously scanned her surroundings, trailing behind her sister as they meandered left and right until they arrived at a sizable square. The ground was paved with red bricks. Jiang Han was uncertain about the composition of these bricks in this world, but in her original realm, such cement bricks were akin to those utilized in the Soviet Red Square. During the 1980s, whenever the country discussed the creation of squares or parks, designers would blindly reference Soviet styles in their constructions. In the context of this world, it could be said that the floating islands were all built in the Soviet manner. Speaking of which, after the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, it bestowed upon the new China an abundance of highly skilled technological talents and much-needed expertise in heavy industry. Thus, during this period, the architectural style in the country bore a hint of Soviet lineage. Jiang Han sighed softly before noticing her sister entering a shop situated beside the square. Following her inside, she was greeted by a foreign shop assistant with long, light golden hair and blue eyes standing next to her sister. Clad in a beige uniform comprising a short skirt and long boots, she resembled a soldier heading to battle rather than a mere server or shopkeeper. Her posture was impeccably straight, and her smile radiated warmth. "Davarishi?" she inquired in a peculiar accent, her Mandarin heavily laced with rolled sounds. "What type of pet would you like to purchase? We have imports from various regions, including Poland, Ukraine, and the Great Motherland, but none from America." Jiang Han observed as her sister approached the assistant and embraced her. Comrade, I'm here to buy a pet for my sister. Is that so, dear comrade? Would you like to browse on your own, or shall I introduce some options to you? Could you provide me with some recommendations? Jiang Han replied. The assistant promptly took action, striding alongside her. Jiang Han noted that this Soviet, which was remarkably exquisite, tall, with golden hair and blue eyes, seemingly fulfilling all of her sister's criteria for a future partner, yet her sister showed no particular interest in her. Her sister, Jiang Jinling, munched on an unfinished cotton candy, standing at the shop entrance, gazing at the scenery like a resolute steel maiden, showing no inclination to join the excitement inside. Sister, behaving this way won't win you a partner, Jiang Han mused inwardly. The refined Slavic female assistant smiled and asked, Comrade, do you prefer larger pets or smaller ones? Smaller ones, Jiang Han recalled her sister's earlier instructions. She was led to a cage, which was somewhat antiquated in design, housing a creature that resembled a large eagle. Uncertain if it truly was an eagle, she noted that it possessed 3 pairs of wings, with icy blue patterns adorning its beak. Its golden eyes glimmered with a faint blue light, exuding a fierce temperament. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Han, it began to flap its wings violently against the iron bars, sending a chill through the air as it emitted a pale, icy aura, causing the temperature in the shop to drop several degrees. Suka, the assistant exclaimed, unleashing a classic Russian curse. She promptly opened the iron cage and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's head, generating a resounding thud mingled with a crack, as though something had shattered. Yabachi, Pluta, she exclaimed, retrieving her wand with a flick of her wrist. After pausing for a few seconds, she uttered a spell. Gracefully waving the wand to cast a pale gray light over the eagle collapsed in its cage. The eagle, dazed, rose to its feet, appearing much more subdued. The shop assistant, satisfied, closed the iron cage door and turned to the astonished Jiang Han, introducing the creature with a nonchalant expression. This is a Caucasian hunting falcon, a fierce bird of prey. Not only can it deliver messages, but it is also capable of hunting down enemies like an expert assassin. Its sturdy ice shield can withstand rounds from a .45 caliber rifle, and when faced with an automatic rifle from its homeland, it can endure 1 or 2 magazines. It can even learn basic spells from the water manipulation school, mastering defensive spells up to level 3 and other spells up to level 2. Unfamiliar with the classifications of schools and spell levels, Jiang Han nodded obediently, smiling and occasionally tilting her head, attempting to blend in. She presented herself as an earnest student who didn't quite grasp the mathematics being discussed, her eyes betraying a thirst for knowledge and survival. Most importantly, it was noted that the falcon used magic sparingly and judiciously, making it ideal for witches who preferred precise control over their magical energy. Look how articulate she is. While others might have low magical reserves, she can spin it into a tale of precise control over mana. A true sales talent, Jiang Han mused, her curiosity piqued. Were you just using healing magic? She inquired. The shop assistant, equally intrigued, replied, Comrade, that was a transformation spell, typically chosen by witch students as an elective. Noticing the loquacious nature of the well-spoken shop assistant, who appeared outwardly confident yet adept at managing her curiosity, Jiang Han subtly posed her questions while accompanying the assistant on a tour of various peculiar animals, secretly absorbing knowledge. The assistant answered what she knew and remained silent on what she did not, embodying the role of a supportive patron, warm and conversational, occasionally lightening the mood with Soviet jokes that made Jiang Han stifle her laughter. Observing Jiang Han's grasp of common knowledge was somewhat tenuous. The assistant took her hand and suggested, Dear comrade, why not allow me to conduct a physical examination to ascertain your total magical capacity? This way, I can assist you in finding a suitable pet. Lacking understanding, Jiang Han consulted with a sister outside the shop, and upon receiving her consent, she proceeded with the examination. Seated in a chair within the shop's inner sanctum, Jiang Han found herself beside a rudimentary machine composed of gears and copper wires. Towering at the height of 2 people, Jiang Jinling, who had entered behind her, scanned the store and suddenly remarked, You even have an elemental analyzer? And 2 liquid mana extractors? Comrade, this is nearly illegal. The assistant beamed with enthusiasm. Indeed, many forget their total capacity, so our shop keeps such tools on hand. Moreover, it is only borderline illegal. Without a sampling device, it remains completely lawful. Listening intently, Jiang Han felt the machine resembled a helicopter transaction from her past life. Stripped of its weaponry, it transformed into a humanitarian rescue helicopter, only to revert back into a combat helicopter once it was sold. The attendant input several parameters into the machine, and Jiang Han felt as though she had been suddenly immersed in a bath, enveloped by water in an extraordinarily wondrous manner. This is an instrument I brought from my hometown, adhering entirely to Soviet standards, and the results must be converted into Chinese, the attendant remarked while entering the data. Isn't the Soviet measurement of magical power based on luns? Jiang Zhongling inquired. Indeed, below 145 luns is classified as a weak witch when converted to your local calculations. It translates to below 300 public luns as weak, below 900 luns as a witch, and below 1500 luns as strong. Oh, I almost forgot. Your country has no other classifications. Presumably, anything above 20,000 public luns would be considered a powerful witch in your nation. Yet another perplexing question was resolved. Jiang Han patiently waited, and when the results emerged, Jiang Zhongling took a glance, furrowing her brow as she recited several numbers. Suddenly, she regarded Jiang Han with the gaze of a philosopher. Her eyes were as profound as if they were cross-eyed. The attendant, upon reviewing the results, cast a peculiar look at Jiang Zhongling, filled with confusion and inquiry. The expressions and gestures of these two women were quite alarming, prompting Jiang Han to softly ask, "Is there a problem?" Her inquiry seemed to trigger a response akin to flipping a computer switch, as both her sister and the attendant simultaneously awoke from their reverie. Exchanging glances for half a second, observing that Jiang Zhongling was unwilling to speak, the attendant resumed, "It's nothing, merely a preliminary calculation of your total magical power. It stands at 18 for 100 public luns, very close to the minimum threshold for a powerful witch." Jiang Han grasped the implication. Her innate talent approached that of a powerful witch. "So, am I not healthy?" "Your expressions," she began. But the attendant quickly reassured her, No. You are quite healthy. It's just that your development is somewhat advanced." The Slavic attendant surreptitiously glanced at Jiang Han's chest, muttering under her breath about her good development before professionally continuing. The developmental stages of witches are divided into 3 phases. From birth to 18 years marks the end of the first phase. The second phase commences at 26 and concludes at 36. The final phase, which only some witches experience, occurs from 46 to 50 years of age. Magical power flourishes rapidly during the developmental phases, while growth outside these periods is exceedingly slow. Thus, the majority of powerful witches reach that status around the age of 30, making it quite rare for individuals like you to approach the threshold immediately after the first phase. Jiang Zhongling's remarks were even more chilling. I wonder whether it was Mother Yi or Mother Jiang who strayed. Otherwise, such a possibility seems improbable. 18,000. The combined total of our 3 generations may not even reach that high. What nonsense. Jiang Han hurriedly dismissed her sister's irreverent thoughts. Chapter 007. The history of the family witch in this world. The total magical power of a witch serves as a reflection of an individual's social credit and asset proof. It is possible for some witches to forget their own birthdays while still being able to recall the precise figure of their magical power to 5 decimal places. Comrade Jiang Zhongling possesses a magical power of 670 units, roughly more than double that of a weak witch. In terms of combat capability, it equates to a submachine gun with a magazine of 20 rounds, but when attempting to cast the beloved fireball spell of the local populace, she can only manage one before it fizzles out. However, considering that she has yet to experience her first developmental phase, her future remains promising. Her mother, a Yi Kashuan, has a magical power of approximately 1,100 units, while her other mother, Jiang Xian, possesses around 1,300 units. Tracing back through the family history of both sides to within 5 generations during the Republic era, most witches wielded around 1,000 units. Notably, there was a witch in Yi Kashuan's lineage 7 generations back with a magical power of 3,500, who once held the position of a 7th-rank official in the Qing dynasty. In contrast, Jiang Xian's family records document a witch from the Song and Yuan dynasties with a magical power of 82, according to archaeological findings. The magical unit from that era roughly equates to 50 units today. This implies that there may have been a witch in Jiang Xian's family history with a suspected magical power of 4,100 units. With the paternal lineage peaking at 3,500 units and the maternal lineage at 4,100 units, it is undeniable that Jiang Han bears the suspicion of being an illegitimate daughter. Fear not, sister. Your physical traits reflect both our paternal and maternal sides, and your magical power may simply be an anomaly. However, Jiang Han is skeptical of these words, as her sister's gaze betrays a hint of doubt, reminiscent of a scrutinizing expression akin to that of a National Party operative. Jiang Han is well acquainted with this look, having seen it when her sister suspected her of clandestinely donning her skirt, but that is a tale for another time. In any case, Jiang Han is familiar with her sister's appearance from the age of 16 to the future age of 26, particularly in the realm of fibbing. Jiang Han's sister can fervently promise her nephew, "Tomorrow, I will take you to Happy Valley, while simultaneously purchasing 5 exercise books for him on Taobao. She is a woman devoid of compassion, yet her words are sweeter than sugar. We are undoubtedly sisters, Jiang Han asserted. Indeed, more genuine than pure gold. Comrade Jiang Zhengling pondered deeply. Let us set this matter aside for now and focus on acquiring a pet first. The ever-quiet shop attendant, upon hearing this, immediately resumed her sales pitch. It is illegal to keep large pets suitable for powerful witches. We must sign a contract prohibiting disclosure. Is it really illegal? Jiang Han exclaimed, astonished, while her sister nodded in a manner that suggested complete familiarity with such occurrences. Those born in 94, as long as they are within the country, seem to possess an innate fervor. The timid perish from hunger, while the bold may overindulge. At their wits' end, they might even pursue further education in Iron Bar University. Moreover, this Devalish is an international friend. Although the current domestic sentiment towards Soviet allies is somewhat ambivalent, there exists a disdain for those who command millions of witches yet dissolve without a single shot fired or a fireball cast. On another front, there emerged a sense of vigilance and an influx of talented individuals drawn from the Soviet Union. There was an innate favoritism towards the witches fleeing to escape the Soviet regime, yet simultaneously, a twinge of resentment and aversion lingered. Without the context of the era, it would be challenging to comprehend the peculiar ambivalence towards the Soviet Union. However, a certain Davarishi, an international comrade of higher standing than other foreigners, exhibited a remarkable leniency toward the smuggling of contraband from the Soviet realm, reflecting an acute domestic need for such illicit goods brought in by the Soviet populace. Jiang Han surmised that even her limited understanding could yield insights. The domestic witches likely faced a shortage of essential equipment, and the demand for various necessities was unlikely to be met. This scarcity led to an influx of Soviet witches, who, after the dissolution of the USSR, arrived with an array of industrially produced witchcraft supplies, many even accompanied by an assortment of pets. No wonder this square, besides its Soviet architectural style, housed numerous establishments owned by Russian witches, revealing its true nature as a smuggling hub. Jiang Han's lips twitched. In her previous life, she had never encountered such a style of smuggling market, save for rural transactions involving Soviet hunting rifles or lucrative enterprises. It appeared that in a world endowed with extraordinary martial prowess, even such businesses dared to flourish openly, emboldened by strength. After signing the contract, the shop assistant beamed with satisfaction, crouching behind the counter before emerging with 2 bottles of liquor. She approached the sisters, handing one to each, and placed a bottle into Jiang Zhenling's embrace. Dear comrades, we are now 3 rifles in the same trench, armed with identical single-chain ammunition for the same 7.62mm rifle. I am Natalia Sergeyevna Ulyankin. The younger sister introduced herself to Jiang Han, passing her a bottle as well. Jiang Zhenling pointed out, I am underage. I should refrain from drinking, but she may indulge. Reluctantly, Jiang Han was urged by the assistant, referred to as Natalia, to partake in a few drinks. The moment the liquor hit her throat, its spiciness revealed it as homebrew from Natalia's homeland. Noticing Jiang Zhenling's indifferent smile, Jiang Han channeled her indignation into resolve. She made up her mind to drink with Natalia while judiciously selecting her pet and extracting further information from this Russian. Wow, this liquor is fiery. Jiang Han secretly grimaced. Hooray, hooray. When Jiang Han finally awoke, she found herself in her bed, the evening sky outside dimmed. Perhaps due to her witch heritage, even after a bout of heavy drinking, she felt no hangover, only a strong scent of alcohol lingering on her, akin to the aroma of spilled liquor evaporating in the air. Taking a sniff and stifling a belch, she rose from bed. The remnants of the strong drink still pulsed through her, her cheeks flushed. Upon regaining her senses, she wished to slap herself. Damn it! What was I thinking drinking such potent liquor with the Russians? In her previous life, her capacity for alcohol was honed through trials at social gatherings, and now, in this body of merely 18 years, she found herself in a contest of endurance against a seasoned Russian. The Russian was audacious in his drinking, and she equally bold in her consumption. With one daring to pour and the other to drink, they ultimately overwhelmed this newly adult sorceress. Although she escaped the clutches of a hangover, Jiang Han still placed her hand on her head, as if she could feel her brain transformed into a mushy state. Furthermore, she sensed that a portion of her magical energy was being utilized, approximately 1/50th of her total reserve. This expenditure of magic felt like a trail, and she could perceive its endpoint, which lay downstairs. Descending the stairs, Jiang Han found the room eerily empty, as both her mothers seemed to have departed. Upon reaching the doorway, she heard her younger sister, Jiang Zhengling, commanding from outside, "Sit." What could she possibly be up to? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Han stepped outside, and the scene in their garden unfolded before her eyes. Jiang Zhongling, adorned with an oversized witch's hat, stood at the center of the garden, issuing commands to an enormous ice-haired bear. Sit down. Good. Extend your right paw. Right paw. Bear. You're confused. This isn't the correct route, my bear. The colossal ice bear complied, sitting and supporting itself with its paws on the ground, towering over Jiang Zhongling, and when standing, it would likely resemble a miniature Godzilla. This fantastical spectacle left Jiang Han utterly astonished once more. Chapter 008. The duration of 9 years of compulsory magical education. Jiang Han trembled, his body shaking in trepidation as he beheld the enormous bear for the first time in his life. His voice quivered as he asked, Comrade Jiang Zhongling, what is this? Calmly, Comrade Jiang Zhongling placed her left hand upon the bear's right paw and replied, It's a bear. Jiang Han, unable to suppress his incredulity, pressed further. How did it come to be here? Jiang Zhongling glanced over, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she cheerfully responded, You bought the bear. When did I ever purchase a bear? Jiang Han instinctively felt the urge to retort, but suddenly he realized something. I bought it? Yes, you did, his sister said, playfully stroking the bear's paw and suppressing a giggle. You sang a rendition of Katyusha, performed half of the Unbreakable Alliance, engaged in a spirited conversation with Ural for half an hour. And in the end, Comrade Natalia even offered us a 15% discount along with 6 fully automatic rifles and 3,000 rounds of ammunition. What on earth have I done? Jiang Han buried his face in his hands. After spending some time with his sister, observing the bear and listening to her descriptions of this magnificent creature, Jiang Han was once again struck by the stark contrast between the two worlds. This bear, purportedly from the Ukrainian region, belonged to a highly intelligent species of magical beasts. Within the vast, boundless expanse of the folding icy domain, these bears crafted torches from animal fat and utilized tools made of bone or stone. With training, they could effortlessly disassemble a Soviet rifle with their colossal claws and reassemble it with equal ease. Upon receiving magical support from a witch, these bears could also learn an array of spells from schools of magic below level 5. According to Comrade Jiang Zhongling, after a period of study, such bears could even pass the A3 civil service examination for witches, achieving a grade of excellent. Roaring, the bear greeted Jiang Han, then, displaying an innocent demeanor, nuzzled against Comrade Jiang Zhongling, appearing to be a master of endearment. Come, sister, pet her. She is a good girl, his sister encouraged. She is your pet and poses no threat to our family. Jiang Han swallowed hard, cautiously approaching the giant bear and delicately stroking its fur. The coat was long, soft, warm, and fluffy. The mere act of touching it evoked an unparalleled, indescribable sense of comfort, compelling Jiang Han, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, to indulge in a few more strokes of the bear's coat. The bear, known scientifically as the Ukrainian ice bear, felt surprisingly cool beneath its warm fur, making the experience utterly delightful. It was akin to having freshly steamed sheets while nestled in a warm bed with the air conditioning set to a brisk 18 degrees. An escape that seemed utterly impossible. No, it was unequivocally an inescapable trap. Jiang Han and his sister sprawled languidly on the bear's belly, basking in the breeze as they gazed upon the vibrant city, watching witches soar by on broomsticks, trailing comet-like tails against the backdrop of the sunset. The beauty was almost unreal. Finally, breaking free from the soft embrace of the bear's fur, Jiang Han retreated to his room, commencing a search through the towering stacks of books for his foundational textbooks. According to her self-awareness, she had kept her textbooks from 1985 until 2005, and had those books not been lost unexpectedly in 2006, she might have preserved them indefinitely. Although she had traversed time and transformed into a witch, Jiang Han believed that her textbooks would remain intact. After a meticulous search, she discovered a complete set of elementary school textbooks in a corner of the wardrobe within less than 5 minutes. Cultural Studies, Classification of Primitive Spells, School of Elemental Manipulation, Beginner, School of Incantations, Beginner, and so forth. The covers of the textbooks were made of plastic, and the pages had a slight yellowing that was barely noticeable. The text was printed in size 14 font, and on numerous pages, alongside Jiang Han's notes, there were whimsical pencil sketches, occasionally featuring stick figures. After flipping through them, she confirmed that the remnants of knowledge within her allowed her to comprehend the written words, including the sporadic English and Latin. She mused that the vocabulary retained within her was even more extensive than what she had memorized upon graduating from university in her previous life. Jiang Han muttered to herself as she cradled several books and descended the stairs, only to suddenly remember something and set the books down, clearing her throat. She drew her wand from her hip and recalled a spell she had just seen in the textbooks. More precisely, it was an introductory spell, which could be activated by conceptualizing the model of the spell in her mind and infusing it with magical energy. The first step involved the model, which represented the specific components of the spell. She needed to sketch the spell model onto papyrus and then dissolve this recording of the spell into a potion of enchantment. This would allow the spell model to be entered into her spell repository. The second step was to extract it when needed, infusing it with magical energy to cast the spell. This initial process brought to mind a story from a beloved anime known as Doraemon, which is translated as Little Ding Dang in her homeland. The notion of using papyrus as a material to concoct a potion reminded her of an item called memory bread, where knowledge is inscribed onto it, and consuming it allows one to retain that knowledge. The distinction lies in the fact that brewing an enchantment potion is not a simple task. It encompasses a wealth of specialized knowledge. For instance, many advanced spells require different potions. The fireball spell, considered a classic mid-level spell of the third tier, necessitates a potion made from lava, certain demonic horns, a particularly irritable dragon's reverse scale, and precious gems. Through a specialized method, it must be brewed and consumed at sunrise on the day of preparation to retain the model of the fireball spell. The greatest challenge is not merely gathering the materials or laboriously crafting a suitable model of the fireball spell, nor is it the necessity to commence preparation at midnight and complete it within 6 hours. Rather, the true difficulty lies in the potential failure if, upon completion, the sun does not rise at 6 o'clock, or if the morning is shrouded in relentless rain. In such cases, the potion would be rendered utterly useless, akin to merely drinking cola, only to flow out as tears. Gazing upon the notes in the textbook detailing the use of the fireball spell, which bore the inscription June 25th, 6 o'clock, rainy, alongside traces of tears, Jiang Han felt a profound sense of despair and sorrow emanating from that brief line. Fortunately, the spell model was also preserved within her, sparing Jiang Han the need to recreate the foundational potion. The allure of guiding magic was unfamiliar to her, yet thanks to the astonishing innate talent of her body, the surging magical energy surged into the spell model in less than half a second, almost fracturing the intricate design within her mind. If previously, Natalia had only a vague understanding of her magical prowess, she now possessed clarity. The textbooks stated that the casting time for a fundamental spell encompasses a gesture, a sequence of words often in Latin, a second of guiding magical energy, and if conditions permit, the use of a talisman crafted from a silver disc the size of a fingertip, concluding with the verbalization of the spell's name to deepen the connection. However, this elementary textbook knowledge was not applicable to Jiang Han. She merely conceived the model and infused it with magic, releasing the spell without uttering a single word. The Mage's Hand, a fundamental spell designed to summon an invisible, floating spectral hand before her, granting her control over it. Jiang Han felt as though she had acquired a third arm, enabling her to wield it with remarkable dexterity in that wondrous moment. The unseen hand she conjured lifted a book from the table. Though it required some effort, she succeeded. This was magic just like that. The joy of casting a spell for the first time was akin to savoring a mung bean popsicle on a scorching summer day in '94. Chapter 009. The Joyful Green Abode. What is this? A teddy bear purchased by Comrade Jiang Han. After a brief silence, the sound of rummaging ensued. Mom, what are you searching for? A stick to slay that piece of char siu. Fortunately, Jiang Jinling's eloquence spared Ms. Yi Keshu from bearing the heinous label of parricide. However, upon recounting the events, Ms. Yi Keshu's gaze turned perilously sharp, as if she were perceiving a treacherous nature cloaked in verdant hues. It was this piercing insight that earned her the title of the illustrious Detective Yi Keshu. My magical power stands at 1150, while my youngest daughter has just reached 670 at the age of 15. Sitting before the two sisters, Yi Keshu displayed an expression of understanding, then clenched her fist and tapped her palm. And my eldest daughter, at 18, has over 18,000, the sisters pleaded and coaxed, with Jiang Han even shedding her usual restraint, clinging to Ms. Yi's leg, alternating between playful whining and feigned tears, all to prevent Ms. Yi from assuming the role of a murderous villain. It must be noted that Ms. Yi had nearly picked up the automatic rifle on the floor, intending to confront Ms. Jiang Xian on a broomstick. Her expression resembled that of Sun Honglei and lurking, seemingly calm, yet brimming with lethal intent, as if ready to draw her weapon at any moment. Ms. Yi Keshu was far more adept than the sisters. Once she regained her composure, she first groomed the teddy bear and then fashioned a small burrow in the garden using soil and mud. She instructed Jiang Han, with her abundant magical energy, to continuously condense frost within it until a self-refrigerating ice layer was created for the teddy bear. However, the toy rifle was confiscated, replaced instead with 2 jars of honey. To afford their new family member greater freedom, Ms. Yi also uprooted several cypress trees in the garden. A single polar bear requires over 200 square kilometers of territory to roam, yet one equipped with an ice layer needs only 90 square kilometers. Currently, we are unable to meet its territorial demands and can only continue to lower the temperature within the lair. Only with sufficiently frigid conditions can the bear's territorial requirements diminish to a mere few dozen square meters of cozy living space. As witches are considered intellectuals, many of them are intermediate scholars. Apart from their knowledge of spells, they possess a comprehensive understanding of all matters pertaining to magic. For instance, Ms. Yi Keshu, who raises a water deer, is also well-versed in bear care. Under her guidance, the polar bear finally secured a comfortable den. Jiang Han expended considerable magical energy to lower the temperature, yet she felt no fatigue. In fact, she felt invigorated, immersed in the excitement of spellcasting. Much like Jiang Junling remarked, the vibrant 18-year-old girl longs to hurl 18 fireballs in a day. Disregarding her sister's sarcastic remarks, Jiang Han found solace in her intentions, genuinely wanting to experience the thrill of casting fireballs. Comrade Junling, throwing fireballs into the sky should not be against the law, right? Jiang Junling removed her witch hat, bowing gracefully as she mockingly inquired, I am quite curious whether the fireballs thrown by the Great Witch would explode. And I wonder if the police would dare to truly imprison a witch close to the Great Witch. I hope Miss Han can satisfy my curiosity. Jiang Han clicked her tongue. It seemed that younger sisters in this world were a tad more vivacious than those of the previous one, yet correspondingly, they also grew increasingly sarcastic. If in her past life her sister was merely a sharp-tongued girl, in this life she had transformed into a being of dualities. She too removed her witch hat, having found the pointed and wide-brimmed triangular hat rather stifling. She had long wished to take it off, but believed she could not do so while her mother and sister wore theirs. The attire of witches largely adhered to a Western style, characterized by witch hats, robes or cloaks, off-shoulder dresses or short formal outfits, skirts or trousers, and long boots or round-toed high heels. Most witches dressed this way, and according to the British witch troops' remarks during their visit to China, their attire was said to be even more Western than that of the West itself. Just as in the original timeline, businessmen had thoroughly promoted suits, this timeline had similarly embraced the Western style of witch attire. Yi Keshui's witch costume bore slight modifications, resembling a high-slit qipao, but distinctly witch-like, with a row of scrolls the width of a finger adorning her waist. In contrast, Jiang Junling sported a trio of crossbody bags, seemingly filled with materials. Upon inspection, Jiang Han noted that her own outfit was the most authentic representation of witch attire, and coupled with her petite stature, it made her appear more sisterly. After a brief respite, Ms. Yi Keshui donned her witch hat once more, prompting Jiang Junling to do the same, as if signaling the commencement of work. Jiang Han hastily placed her hat back on, and the trio retrieved their wands, commencing the orderly transformation of the garden. This included leveling some flower beds, enchanting the trees with a chill, and inscribing warming runes upon the stones. Despite the substantial workload, the witch's prowess was evident. In a normal world, such a process would take 2 to 3 days, possibly requiring machinery like a digger to excavate the ice cave properly. Yet, with the magic of 3 witches, they transformed the garden into a picturesque landscape in just over 2 hours, even adding a clearly defined path of hay. It is no wonder that witches are sometimes referred to as pioneers, for their living environments could change dramatically in a single day. After transforming the garden into a habitat for ice bears, Jiang Xian returned home. As she descended her broom, she was not surprised by the garden's transformation until she spotted the ice bear, her expression freezing in shock as she pointed at the creature. What is that? Simultaneously, Yi Keshui and Jiang Junling pointed toward Jiang Han, who was resting beneath a tree, stating, It is the bear purchased by Comrade Jiang Han. Jiang Xian fell silent for a moment, slowly drawing her wand from her side. Mom, stop joking. You can't defeat this piece of char siu. Having gained experience, Jiang Junling preemptively restrained Jiang Xian and expertly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening to the account, Ms. Jiang Xian's expression remained frozen, tinged with a hint of sorrow as she gazed at Ms. Yi Keshuan with wounded eyes. Her lips quivered slightly, and the corners of her mouth arched as if attempting to conjure a smile, yet they inadvertently drooped, revealing a visage of distress. My health check this year yielded a score of 1354, she murmured, her words imbued with a fragrant essence of bitterness. Jiang Xian, Could you please extend a bit more trust towards our family? Upon witnessing her reaction, Ms. Yi Kashuan activated her assertive mode, her words resonating with righteous fervor, instilling in Jiang Han a fleeting forgetfulness of the murderous thoughts that had crossed her mind 2 hours prior when her mother first encountered this news. Stealing a glance at her younger sister Jiang Junling, Jiang Han noted that her sibling bore a similar expression of moral condemnation, causing Jiang Han to momentarily forget the pensive look her sister had worn in Natalia's shop while contemplating which of their mothers might be unfaithful. Jiang Xian, rendered speechless, twitched her lips and, after a prolonged silence, made her way to the edge of the empty aisle, indulging in a series of deep, contemplative puffs of smoke. This act vividly illustrated her internal struggle of feeling that she ought to be beneath the car rather than within it. Observing her demeanor, Ms. Yi Kashuan quickly approached, whispering comforting words to her. This scene was one Jiang Han had witnessed countless times in her past. Back then, her father, Jiang Xian, was a rather obstinate man who, when aggrieved, would withdraw to the balcony to smoke in solitude. Do not inquire why a man, when wronged, resorts to smoking. This is not out of fear of his wife, but rather a mark of respect for her. In any case, whenever Jiang Xian found himself compelled to smoke in silence, Ms. Yi Kashuan would recognize that her performance had perhaps been a tad excessive and would go to console her aggrieved partner. Observing the two of them now engrossed in their own world, Jiang Han felt a strange discomfort and decided to retreat to her room. It is foreseeable that this peculiar and bizarre tableau may frequently manifest in the days to come. Chapter 010. The Folded Space. As the night deepened, Jiang Han and her sister Jiang Junling sat at the round table in the dining room, perusing books as they awaited their mothers to serve the dishes. Witches, being nocturnal creatures, typically slumber for no more than 5 hours, often from morning until noon, with an occasional half-hour nap in the afternoon considered a healthy lifestyle. Thus, dinner is generally served around 11 o'clock at night, with some which families accustomed to dining as late as 1 in the morning. Jiang Han felt a touch of drowsiness. She had never been one to relish staying up late, and by 11 o'clock, she was already yawning. After a brief review of her elementary school textbooks, she noticed Yi Kashu approaching the table, adorned in an apron and carrying a platter. The platter featured a whole steamed fish, generously coated with a rich and aromatic spice blend, drizzled in a savory soy sauce, rendering it far more appetizing than the green gelatinous liquid served at lunch. Accompanying the fish were hearty dishes of braised chicken with potatoes and beef stew with tomatoes, alongside vegetarian offerings of garlic-infused broccoli and stir-fried bamboo shoots with mushrooms, culminating in a delectable tofu fish soup, a lavish spread of 4 dishes, and a soup. The freshly steamed rice emitted a delicate fragrance, while the aroma of the meat tantalized the senses, and the enticing scent of the vegetables captivated the olfactory system. Jiang Xian took the rice and, with a sweet smile directed at her sisters, asked, "Would you like some chicken fat?" The answer was a resounding yes. In this world, there is perhaps no more enticing option than the first bowl of rice lavishly drizzled with rich chicken fat or broth. Unless one were to prepare a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall and pour its thick, sumptuous broth over it. As she drizzled the chicken broth, Jiang Xian inquired, "How are your grades in school, Junling?" "Fair in most subjects, but just barely passing in necromancy and prophecy," Jiang Junling replied, her gaze fixed on the steaming rice. Yi Kashu arranged the chopsticks and cutlery before taking her seat, interjecting, "Necromancy and prophecy are indeed quite challenging. Back in our day, we could only visit the morgue once a month, which was our sole opportunity to advance in necromancy studies." The witches had a penchant for discussing rather macabre topics at the dinner table. Jiang Han recalled a former girlfriend, a brilliant medical student, who would incessantly chatter about wounds during meals, their relationship ultimately dissolving upon discovering her habit of sleepwalking. As everyone began to eat, Yi Kashu was the first to grasp her chopsticks. Jiang Han cradled her bowl of rice and selected a piece of the braised chicken, mixing it with the chicken fat before savoring it. The rich flavor of chicken burst forth, harmoniously blending with the fragrant rice and the tender, succulent meat, creating a delightful sensation with every bite. The aroma of rice and chicken fat enveloped her senses, bringing a hint of moisture to her eyes. This was the essence of a meal, a stark contrast to that peculiar green gelatinous liquid consumed at noon. While that liquid was edible and not entirely unpalatable, it could never rival the sweetness of rice or the exquisite flavors of meat and vegetables. This fish is delightful, Jiang Xian remarked. The seller claimed it was caught from the Yangtze River in its folded space. For people in the homeland, conversing at the dining table is indeed a significant step in nurturing familial bonds. Almost any topic can be discussed at the dinner table. Yi Kashuan poured the milky white fish soup into a bowl, added 2 pieces of golden fried fish, and elegantly sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, along with a few cubes of tofu. The tender tofu harmonized splendidly with the exquisite fish soup. The soup was indeed remarkable, a testament to my culinary skills, Ms. Yi boasted. Jiang Han also ladled herself a bowl of tofu fish soup and took a sip. Ms. Ye's self-praise was not unfounded. It was truly delightful. The soup was not only fresh, but also perfectly seasoned with just the right amount of salt and a hint of black pepper, warming her from within. After satisfying their hunger, everyone began to sip their soup and engage in conversation. Recently, large-scale folded spaces have re-emerged in the coastal regions near South City, rich in resources. Jiang Han savored a mouthful of fish soup, her face illuminated with the contentment akin to a well-fed cat. How wonderful. The discoverer must stand to gain immensely, right? Yi Kishuan remarked, enviously snatching a piece of fish belly. Meanwhile, her sister Jiang Zhengling chimed in, educating Jiang Han. That is akin to an alternate dimension. Its origins trace back to the Yellow River Basin, where witches discovered murky waters with no identifiable source. Consequently, the state organized a group of powerful witches to investigate, ultimately uncovering a folded space in a certain section of the Yellow River, a realm plagued by sandstorms thrice daily, with dust seeping into the river, rendering it turbid. Jiang Han nodded in understanding. Jiang Zhengling joined the discussion between the two mothers. Is the folded space large-scale, small-scale, or fragmented? Jiang Xian, seemingly privy to insider information, replied with a smile. It is an extraordinarily large fragmented space. Outsiders remain unaware, but once they find out, property prices in South City may skyrocket. She grew enthusiastic, conjuring a blackboard with her magical hand and deftly sketching an impressive three-dimensional map. Indeed, it was remarkably impressive, depicting not only the terrain but also the flora and structures above. It appeared as though she had transformed the images stored in her mind into a tangible map, heralding a promising future for animation owing to such spells. Within seconds, the map was complete, and Jiang Xian explained. This represents the sea and islands within the current folded space. A cohort of witches who ventured inside reported the presence of extinct dragons, rare animals, and vanished plants. Aside from certain dangers, it is essentially the most resource-rich folded space discovered in the country. According to the powerful witch Chen Weihua, the dimensions of this folded space may be unprecedentedly vast. Jiang Xian paused and recited melodically. I rode my broom from the east. On the first day, I beheld the dazzling false sun. On the second day, I traversed the surging sea. On the third day, snow and wind besieged me, forcing my retreat. Chen Weihua, the fastest witch in the country, flew for 3 days without reaching the end, only to be driven back by the overwhelming snowstorm she described. She could circumnavigate the globe in less than 3 days. One can only imagine how immense this folded space truly is. Indeed, it is remarkably vast. Jiang Han contemplated within, calculating that if a straight line from China to America could be traversed in just over a day at the witch's full speed, yet it still took 3 days without reaching the ultimate distance. It indeed indicated a vast expanse, potentially comparable to the very planet beneath her feet. Due to the presence of numerous fragmented spatial conduits, experts concluded it was a shattered realm. However, the resources within might suffice for a nation's exploration and development for over a century. Consequently, property prices in the southern city would escalate rapidly, as it was destined to become the world's largest gathering area for witches. Jiang Han gazed at the map, momentarily dazed, pondering whether the economic zones of her past life had now transformed into a special zone for the development of folded spaces in this incarnation. Chapter 011. The ultimate goal is to dive into the sea after finishing their meal. The family first collaborated to wash the dishes, and then they set out together, riding on a broom for a leisurely outing. Upon returning home, each member engaged in their own activities. The two mothers seemed to be in discussion, poring over a collection of documents regarding folded spaces, occasionally voicing their thoughts. Meanwhile, the younger sister lay on the broom, floating in the air, reviewing her studies, as she had heard that a minor examination was imminent at her school in 2 days. As for Jiang Han, she was in her room, revisiting her elementary school textbooks. In the ensuing days, it became a common sight to see the two mothers flying out during what should have been their sleeping hours, only to occasionally return in the afternoons for a brief rest. This behavior reminded Jiang Han of those seekers of opportunities from her past life. It seemed that their generation was wilder than before and more open than the future. Every moment was spent in pursuit of upward mobility. Even the street vendor selling tapes harbored ambitions of establishing a commercial empire. These individuals, lacking in education and refinement, charged towards their ideals and dreams like moths drawn to a flame. Countless souls faltered and failed, yet an equal number found fame and fortune, leaving behind a plethora of captivating legends. Clearly, Yi Keshui and Jiang Han belonged to this ilk, akin to the couple from her previous life who had taken out loans to purchase a textile factory. They were unwilling to accept the status quo, yearning for adventure, and reveling in the wild. However, in this brief period, such pursuits seemed largely irrelevant to Jiang Han, as she and her sister were occupied, one revisiting elementary texts, the other preparing for examinations. On the 16th day after her rebirth in the world of witches, in the family garden, Jiang Han was scrutinizing her notes, grappling with the nearly illegible handwriting reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine, when Jiang Han emerged from the house, silently sitting down beside her like a cat. She addressed Jiang Han, saying, "Xiao Han, I wish to enroll you in a tutoring class." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, even after so many years away from being a student. The mere mention of tutoring class evoked an instinctive aversion, sending shivers down her spine. The phrase tutoring class elicited a more rapid heartbeat than "I love you," and was far more despairing than hearing her English teacher say, "The physical education teacher is ill. My daughter, from the day you hatched from your egg, I knew you were different. You cried and fussed, entirely unlike the silent witch children. You were often teased by other children, taken to watch horror films. Oh, and you even wet the bed," Jiang Han recounted. "Please, Ms. Jiang Han, spare the innocent witches. Now, you shall become part of my family, Keshui's family, and our family's first great witch. This is a supreme honor, yet it also bears immense pressure. You must advance your formidable magical skills. Perhaps you can grow even stronger, stepping into the realm of legends. I hope that by the time our family decides to venture into the folded space in search of a resplendent future, you will be prepared. Therefore, you must learn to master spells beyond level 4 and acquire more knowledge." Then, Jiang Han painted the tutoring class as a joyous place for learning magic. Parents generally excel in using grandiloquent language to coax their children into attending tutoring classes. Nonetheless, she found herself genuinely intrigued. She contemplated. Thus, she obediently nodded, offering a positive response that elicited a smile from Jiang Han. "Very well, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany your sister. She will assist you with the enrollment and preparation of textbooks." Jiang Han rose to her feet. "With Jinling?" Jiang Han inquired. Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, and they shall be in the same elite class." "An elite class?" Jiang Han's expression turned peculiar. Having resided here for a fortnight, she had gained some understanding of this world. "Are you not concerned about her being bullied by other witches? The total amount of magical power does not entirely reflect a witch's talent. Yet a witch endowed with considerable magical prowess generally exhibits exceptional aptitude across various domains. Elite witches are those who possess a magical potential of 2,000 gallons before reaching adulthood. The extent of their precociousness prior to maturity is likely beyond imagination. Consider a group of 13 or 14-year-old girls, newly entering adolescence, devoid of male peers to intimidate them, surrounded by fellow witches who are all exceptionally beautiful, educated from a tender age on the art of combat, and inundated at home during weekends with the works of well-known authors, such as the Contest of Summer Camps or the ADS, the Lost Generation. The more elite they are, the greater the pressure they face. In simpler terms, an elite class is akin to a training camp for social withdrawal. In her previous life, a child's withdrawal manifested merely as temperamental outbursts or an inclination to ignore others. However, for the young witches here, such withdrawal could be catastrophic. Those who manage to enter elite classes typically command mastery over Tier 3 spells, with even the most basic spells, such as fireballs, wielding destructive power surpassing that of a tank's artillery. Naturally, within this cohort of powerful elite witches, numerous instances of bullying tend to arise. This year, Jiang Jinling, at the age of 15, boasts a total magical power of 670, considerably lower than her peers in the elite class, who average 3 times her magical capacity. Not to mention that even Yexu and Jiang Han would rank among the least formidable. She is quite astute, serving as an aide to a fellow witch in the class. Jiang Han stated calmly. "I see," Jiang Han mused. Indeed, Jinling possesses a knack for boasting and conversing. Serving as an aide does not diminish her stature. However, with 2 ambitious mothers poised to dive into the fray and a sister who plays the role of a sycophant, their household closely resembles that of a typical antagonist family in a television drama. With a weary sigh, she lamented that her family's future development plans might indeed hinge entirely on her sister. In her previous life, it was her sister who upheld the family's stability. Demonstrating remarkable talent, Jiang Han lit a cigarette, leaning against a tree, her gaze drifting to the ice bear sprawled in the icy cavern, soundly asleep. In truth, among your generation in the family, your sister ranks among the top 5 in innate talent, possessing a magical power of 670 at the tender age of 15. Should she maintain her well-being and avoid the common pitfalls that often beset ordinary witch families, she may very well reach approximately 2,500 by the age of 50. She took a deep drag from her cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. It is likely that your next generation will possess around 1,400 in magical power upon reaching adulthood, with some even surpassing their parental lineage to achieve 3,000 after 3 phases of maturity. As generations pass, there will inevitably come a day when our family flourishes, when a formidable great witch will emerge from our lineage. Every witch family strives toward this aspiration, yet our family is nearing the realization of this dream. She smiled at Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded, saying, "Yes, I will continue to strive for it." Is the qualification to develop a folded space attainable only by a great witch? Jiang Qian reassured her, "Fear not, it can also be obtained by those nearing that level." This qualification merely indicates that as long as one meets the minimum standards approaching that of a great witch, they can navigate within it with relative safety, regardless of the bizarre natural phenomena encountered. On average, a great witch can protect at least 10 lesser witches, and the number is even greater with ordinary witches. Diving into the depths is our family's ultimate goal. Chapter 012. The training institution, the tutoring center, is situated in a quaint fishing village adjacent to the sea. On the ground, many witches consider flying an integral part of their lives. Nevertheless, numerous structures built by witches can be found upon the earth. Reminiscent of the adage, "We fall from the trees, unfurling the wings of our dreams." Yet do not forget, the tree is rooted in the ground, as is life. This proverb, attributed to a renowned witch from 3 centuries past, may or may not be true, for the wisdom of famous figures often contains a measure of fiction, and half-truths abound. The fishing village is nestled within a bay, boasting well-constructed buildings. In the sky, one can observe numerous witches soaring low on their broomsticks, brandishing wands, or vigorously dispersing the soil, trees, and rocks below as they forge new pathways. Though the bay itself is a natural wonder, everything, even the likes of the famed Yellowstone Park, must yield to urbanization. Of course, it is best not to disturb the active volcanoes. Their tempers are notoriously volatile. What was once deemed undevelopable has blossomed into a thriving locale in this life, with even the tutoring center established within this picturesque fishing village. The allure of the environment draws witch students from the southern city, who can arrive on their broomsticks in under half an hour. The exterior of the tutoring center resembles a library of a distinctly Western style, carved into a small hillside beside the village. A mountain spring flows at its entrance, flanked by rice seedlings, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to a grand library unexpectedly appearing in a rural setting. The center offers various teaching plans, including 1-on-3, 1-on-5, and 1-on-10 formats. The 1-on-3 package includes a weekly session with a premier witch instructor, while the other 2 packages provide a single opportunity each semester. Additionally, the 1-on-3 package features a monthly lecture from a grand witch, though due to scheduling constraints, such sessions are limited to once a month. While the 1-on-5 package offers 1 each semester, and the 1-on-10 package does not include any. The loquacious witch possesses a tongue that flows like a machine gun, her petite stature and cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile. The staff ID hanging from her witch's robe proudly displays the name Emily Jo, a common practice among employees to use stage names. Jiang Han and her sister followed her, encountering numerous staff members along the way. Greetings exchanged in English revealed a plethora of names: Amelie, Mira, Cheryl, Claire, common and uncommon alike, with some amusingly contrived names such as word magic. A curious amalgamation of 2 English words that hints at a lack of sophistication. They paused within a private office adorned with numerous photographs, seemingly capturing moments of camaraderie. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze linger on the wall, Emily Jo kindly introduced, "These are our distinguished students, some of whom are members of our honor club." A reputable witch club often supports various witch training institutions to cultivate exceptional members and forge future friendships. She beamed, "Like you, an impressive witch indeed." Jiang Zhengling subtly tugged at Jiang Han's skirt corner and whispered, "When I signed up, I certainly did not receive such treatment." "Silly sister, of course." Jiang Han silently scoffed, contemplating the undeniable advantages of possessing formidable magical prowess. Once a sorceress displays her evident talent, she is invariably afforded preferential treatment in all endeavors. According to the characteristics of the era, it was anticipated that the forthcoming Ms. Emily Zhao would introduce me to the luminaries depicted on the wall. Oh, renowned sorceresses? Following that, She would waive my training fees and provide me with an array of conveniences. Ultimately, she would introduce me to the great sorceress, whose schedule is notoriously challenging to coordinate, allowing her to accompany me in familiarizing myself with the environment. As Jiang Han mentally arranged her forthcoming experiences, she heard Miss Emily Zhao point to a photograph of herself shaking hands with a foreign sorceress, declaring Nora Shenadira, an expert sorceress from America, a 6-time finalist in the International Transmutation Exchange. Having reached the finals thrice, recognized as an authority in the field of transmutation, and also our distinguished lecturer. 3-time finalist. If she had claimed victory, she would undoubtedly mention her numerous championships. The absence of such a claim implies. Wang. Jiang Han maintained a demure smile and nodded in agreement. Ms. Emily Zhao then gestured towards another photograph featuring a tall sorceress alongside a seemingly gentle sorceress. On the left is our club president, Ji Haijun, who has achieved the top 16 in the National Unlimited Sorceress Exchange an impressive 19 times, reached the top 8 twice, and secured 1 championship in the International Plastics Exchange, along with 1 championship in the International Illusion Exchange, a dual-discipline champion, a lifetime achievement that our club takes immense pride in. The training manager spoke with fervor, leaving one to ponder whether her eloquence was influenced by her substantial salary. Having faced elimination in the top 16 19 times domestically and only managing to reach the top 16 twice, ultimately falling short in the top 8. Jiang Han continued to nod obediently, projecting an image of utmost compliance. To her right stood the esteemed sorceress, Kitajima Rumiko, hailing from the east, a globally recognized master of both the illusion and necromancy disciplines, and the champion of last year's International Unlimited Exchange. After an extensive introduction, Jiang Han felt overwhelmed by the professionalism displayed. This tutoring institution was nothing short of exceptional, boasting experts from America, specialists from the East, and an array of commendations, banners, and certificates from international training agencies, showcasing an astonishing level of expertise. Miss Jiang Han, in the future, you too shall be a part of this wall of honor, I assure you. Ms. Emily Zhao began with a compliment before retrieving a pre-prepared contract from her desk. Given your choice of our institution, it is a tremendous honor for us and the club behind this training base. Therefore, we have decided to offer you complimentary training services. At this moment, Jiang Han skillfully concealed her true emotions, presenting an expression of surprise. This astonishment left Emily Zhao thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, the witch, bearing a common foreign name, did not overlook the presence of her sister, Zhengling, standing behind Jiang Han. We shall also extend a brand new, complimentary contract to her. Emily Zhao chuckled lightly, spreading her hands in a distinctly Western manner, and shrugged. Let us speak plainly. I shall not claim that it is your exceptional performance, Zhengling, that has swayed our decision, though you are indeed remarkable and have achieved results that nearly moved us to tears. However, the generous one-on-one training contract we are offering is fundamentally rooted in your sister's agreement, Miss Jiang Han. A contract for the training of a future great witch. This is both immensely significant and monumental. To speak candidly, her straightforwardness and sincerity engendered a sense of acceptance. At the very least, Jiang Han perceived that her sister exhibited an expression of acquiescence, though it might merely be a fade, as she would likely return home to deride this training institution. Jiang Han opened the contract in her hands and, together with Zhengling, scrutinized it, raising her points of inquiry. One-on-one courses? Zhengling inquired. A future great which is not particularly suited to train alongside other witches. Emily Zhao elucidated the absent services of this training program. Customized tutorials, ranging from the simple to the complex. I believe Miss Han has already sensed that a great witch requires little in the way of gestures, spiritual vocabulary, incantations, or even casting time. Such teachings must be imparted through both word and deed, necessitating. A light, airy voice interjected, interrupting Emily Zhao's discourse. More professional guidance. Jiang Han and Zhengling turned towards the door, where stood a mysterious witch. She possessed long hair cascading like a black cloak around her, with deep crimson eyes, adorned with light red eyeshadow and dark red lipstick. Her skin was porcelain white, accentuating the stark contrast of black and red about her. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, she wore a collarless black dress, a knee-length black cloak, and her long legs were encased in russet stockings paired with black knee-high boots, an unmistakably witch-like appearance. She regarded Jiang Han with a polite smile, her right hand resting at her waist as she inclined slightly forward. Greetings, witch. Hello, Emily. Am I intruding upon your gathering? Chapter 013. Good children, no disturbance. After the enchanting smile from the sorceress, Emily Zhou introduced to Jiang Han. This is Miss Chengyu, our esteemed sorceress instructor at the Southern City Training Institute. A master dedicated to the school of energy manipulation, possessing profound insights and knowledge in other disciplines as well. Miss Cheng, this is Miss Jiang Han. And this is her sister, Miss Zhengling. The sorceress named Chengyu nodded, her gaze, tinged with a chilling intensity, fixated on Jiang Han, which made her feel uneasy. Jiang Han sensed the other's eyes lingering on her neck, akin to a predatory creature gently licking its prey. A warmth intertwined with the icy breath of impending doom enveloping her. It was as if a cold blade was pressed against her artery, igniting a frenzied urge to retaliate with a fireball. Chengyu's gaze withdrew, her left corner of the mouth curling up to reveal a hint of fong as she offered a sweet smile. I am quite confident, and indeed intrigued, to educate a powerful sorceress. Let us reacquaint ourselves, Miss Han. Once you sign that contract, I shall provide you with my educational services. Her confidence exuded a palpable sense of danger. Jiang Han turned to Emily Zhou, who maintained a professional smile, and explained the situation. Rest assured of Miss Cheng's expertise. She has guided 3 great sorceresses and possesses abundant experience in dealing with formidable sorceresses like yourself who may not yet know how to wield their power. All it requires is your signature on this contract, agreeing to prioritize us should you consider joining the club after graduation. It was a fair proposition, offering complimentary services and exceptional expert treatment, akin to a strategic investment, just like in a previous life where professors would have exceptional disciples. Such investments in education were not uncommon, significantly enhancing the success rate of outstanding students. Some might even call it an unfair advantage. However, Jiang Han was indifferent to notions of fairness. Having traversed realms into a body nearing that of a great sorceress, was that fair? She refused to engage in the futile act of biting the hand that fed her. Upon signing the contract, the thin papyrus ignited with a warm flame, the black ink transforming into a brilliant gold, slowly melting as if an invisible hand orchestrated the fiery letters, which coalesced into the words, "The contract is established." This spectacle lasted about 10 seconds before the flames extinguished, and the papyrus emitted a natural tear, splitting into 2 identical sheets. Emily Zhou collected them, distributing one to Jiang Han. The surface adorned with densely packed, occasionally flickering letters. Here, this is the copy of the contract, bearing legal efficacy. A similar event transpired after Zhengling signed her contract. Emily Zhou then led Chengyu outside, stating she needed to secure the documents, leaving Jiang Han and Zhengling in the office. Hanmei, the last time I signed a contract, it was not on this kind of paper, nor did it possess such potent magical qualities. Zhengling remarked as she caressed her smooth chin. By the way, yesterday Jiang Han played poker with her younger sister. Initially, she was skeptical that her 15-year-old sister could outplay her, a seasoned gambler with nearly 40 years of experience from her past life. However, by the time she began to believe that there are indeed natural-born gambling prodigies in this world, she had already relinquished her identity as an older sister. Thus, her sister now referred to her simply as Han Mei or sister. The desire to have her sister cease calling her Jie had been fulfilled, yet Jiang Han found it difficult to feel joy. Only an increasing sense of heartache. Fortunately, her sister was discerning enough to only call her that in private. Is it very special? Jiang Han inquired. Quite special, her sister replied. To manifest such a contract, one must use the blood of a birch flame dragon, a formidable ancient dragon originating near Egypt. Even obtaining its blood is a considerable challenge. However, the effects are particularly remarkable. It is typically reserved for trade contracts, ensuring a high degree of confidentiality. Once the contract is signed, you are afforded legal protection. For instance, if you have committed no crime but find yourself apprehended due to contractual matters, you remain safeguarded by the law. Any methods of torment, including humiliation or insult, would be rendered ineffective against you. The witch who defies the contract would face a fate akin to the breath of the ancient birch flame dragon, an ordeal from which survival is uncertain. A society governed by law and another bound by legal principles, Jiang Han mused, captivated as she gazed at the papyrus inscribed with the contract. This paper bore little resemblance to the A4 sheets of her previous life. Papyrus was merely an ancient term akin to how Red Bull contains no actual bull. The ink still flickered with a burning glow, yet it felt merely warm to the touch, not scalding, similar to a hand warmer. How long can it last? Jiang Han inquired, gently flicking the paper. I'm not entirely sure, her sister replied, examining her own contract. Approximately 10 minutes later, footsteps echoed from outside the door as Emily Qiang and Chengyu entered the room. Zhenling, I have come to arrange a new one-on-one tutorial for you, Emily Qiang said in a gentle voice, her smile genuine, likely a result of receiving accolades for securing a future powerful witch. Observing Zhen Ling's puzzled glance towards Chengyu, she thoughtfully added, learning from a witch far superior to oneself isn't always beneficial. They can sometimes be impatient and may look down upon students lacking sufficient magical prowess to cast certain spells. I will select a mentor for you who can teach you how to effectively train your magical abilities. While the mystery of enhancing one's magical power remains unsolved, at least that mentor can share her personal experiences. As Jiang Han watched Zhen Ling and Emily Qiao exit the room, she turned her gaze toward Chengyu, who sat at the desk. It is evident that she is neither courteous nor ladylike, at least in terms of her posture. One can vaguely discern the upper thighs enveloped by her reddish-brown tights. Indeed, she does not embody the qualities of a refined lady. Yet she possesses a pair of remarkably long legs. However, it seems she is donning pumpkin safety shorts. Oh, a patient mentor, I would wager it is the infamous Miss Sherry, who engages in nocturnal escapades with other instructors. Chengyu, with a malicious smirk, remarked, Miss Han. It appears they are not inclined to allow me the exclusive company of an entire pair of sister witches from the same lineage. Exclusive? Jiang Han seized upon this somewhat unsettling term. Your magical prowess is so immense, while your sister's power is so negligible, akin to mere dust. In my eyes, it appears as frail as a thread coated in glue. This suggests you are a sort of aberrant individual. Qingyu's smile was sweet, yet her tone conveyed a chilling indifference. It also implies that your sister may possess a certain likelihood of mutation. Though she will not attain the rare strength of your formidable magic, that alone suffices to make her an excellent witch. Will it? Jiang Han inquired, astonished. Could her own aberration manifest in her sister? The probability is slim, yet not non-existent. Chengyu approached Jiang Han, looking down upon her from a height exceeding 2 meters, making Jiang Han's petite stature of less than 1.5 meters seem woefully diminutive, resembling an exquisite doll. Now, tell me what you have learned so far, so I may prepare your lessons. Volume 3 of the School of Sorcery. Jiang Han seated herself, placing her hands upon her knees. Have you mastered the fireball spell? Chengyu perched on the adjacent chair and inquired with a sideways glance. I have learned it. Jiang Han recalled a phrase inscribed in her textbook. June 25th, 6 p.m. Rainy day. Chengyu nodded. Indeed, a witch who cannot conjure a fireball is destined to be incomplete. It seems you are a diligent student, well versed in the course material. The witch rose, smiling brightly as she proclaimed, your foundation is adequate, yet other knowledge requires enrichment, so we must commence promptly. Chapter 014. Ominous premonition. After exchanging a few words, Chengyu was the first to exit the room, gesturing for Jiang Han to follow. And then she swept her cloak and strode ahead. The corridor was devoid of any presence, enveloped in a serene silence reminiscent of a library. On either side, shelves crafted from fragrant wood stood, adorned with ancient wall sconces that emitted a gentle, non-dazzling glow, creating an exceedingly soft ambience. The corridor stretched long, with corners at regular intervals. As they rounded each corner, tables encircled by bookshelves came into view, accompanied by various instructive sounds and the soft rustling of notes being taken. Chengyu walked briskly, compelling Jiang Han to occasionally quicken her pace to keep up. Those long legs are quite impressive. Jiang Han wore a smile, returning a sweet grin when Chengyu glanced back. The dark-haired, crimson-eyed sorceress entered the 6th nook on the left, illuminating the space and pulling out chairs to sit down. Please, have a seat. It was not entirely akin to a small alcove in a library. The table was adorned with a mortar and pestle, several glass bottles, small copper crucibles, 6 wooden spoons of varying sizes, and a rack reminiscent of a chemistry lab from a past life, albeit with glass tubes labeled with different ink names. There were also a few quills that were evidently not made from goose feathers. Jiang Han curiously surveyed the area, realizing that the chemistry tools were likely intended for potion brewing, while the writing instruments were meant for documenting spell models on papyrus, as she had seen in books. Our curriculum will emphasize practical application, supplemented by theory. Chengyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she selected a quill. With a snap of her fingers, the quill began to write autonomously. A sorceress must pass a series of qualification examinations to enjoy the privileges of her status and assume certain societal responsibilities. The completed paper floated upward, inscribing 3 phrases: Sorceress Qualification Certification Exam, Advanced Exam of the Sorceress Research Academy, an International Arcane Field General Qualification Exam. With a soft rustle, the automatic quill circled the first term. The first, Sorceress Qualification Certification, encompasses the affirmation of your identity as a sorceress, monthly benefits, and the certification for exploring low-intensity folded spaces. Each month, you will receive approximately 50 sheets of specialty papyrus, 200 yuan in cash, and 10 standard quantities of common materials. If you prefer, you may exchange these for 40 sorceress eggs, but raising them will depend on your own efforts, as the government will not provide support. After sharing a jest, Chengyu directed the quill to inscribe another term, A1. This refers to the A1 exam, which every sorceress must take upon turning 18, with the option to defer until 20 or to advance as early as 10. The passing mark is 50 out of a possible 130. Achieving a high score on the A1 exam can open the door to numerous lucrative job invitations. However, since you have already completed it, we can bypass this topic. It is somewhat akin to a graduation exam, though there are no universities in the sorceress world. Thankfully, your previous incarnation has already undertaken it. Hiss. The results are quite satisfactory. Jiang Han discreetly glanced at her information hanging in her wallet and was taken aback. A score of 119 in the A1 examination. The achievement seemed almost surreal. The advanced examination at the Witch Research Academy is the A2 test, encompassing a vast array of knowledge. Fortunately, this examination is heavily weighted towards practical skills, as it is commonly utilized to assess a witch's combat prowess and technical finesse. Passing this test grants one the eligibility for moderate exploration qualifications, allowing priority access to government witch department materials each month, along with opportunities for governmental project commissions. The merits of which can be used to acquire materials for spell potions, among other benefits. The total score is 100, with a passing mark of 60. And the A2 examination features hundreds of different subjects, including herbalism and agriculture, ensuring that individuals from various professions can succeed. For witches lacking in combat abilities, passing the A2 and fulfilling government commissions serves as a pathway to obtaining spell potions. It sounds like a vocational examination. Jiang Han listened attentively, contemplating which aspect of the A2 examination she should pursue. The final item, the International Arcane Field General Qualification Examination, elicited a gasp from Jiang Han. The confident and dominant witch, Chengyu, trembled slightly when mentioning it. This stirred a sense of apprehension within Jiang Han. It is a mandatory examination for expert witches. While many countries have varying assessments, this particular examination is universally recognized. Passing it signifies membership among the elite witches. A monthly financial subsidy exceeding 5,000 yuan allows for the purchase of various materials from local government warehouses, automatically granting membership in the International Witch Association along with a prestigious certification. Chengyu covered her face and chuckled. This is the A3 examination, an exceedingly challenging test where success often hinges on luck. If the questions are unfamiliar, there is a 90% chance of failure. Each registration costs 10,000 yuan, and one can retake the exam every 6 months after failing. Many expert witches have invested years, even decades of earnings, into the A3 examination. Her voice became slightly hoarse, as if recalling her own examination experiences, causing Jiang Han to shiver. The A3 examination for witches seems akin to an upgraded version of the civil service examination. The difficulty of the civil service exam is already formidable, but the A3 test appears to elevate the challenge even further. The A3 examination is mandatory for high-level witches. Although there are bonus points, those who cannot pass still cannot pass, and those who can pass inherently will. Chengyu smirked mischievously. So for a considerable time ahead, after I guide you through the A2 examination, I may incessantly whisper about the A3 examination, hoping you don't end up like that great witch named Teresa, who developed depression from the A3 exam and attempted to become a bodhisattva through self-sacrifice. Jiang Han shivered again, feeling reminiscent of her first encounter with the civil service examination in her previous life. However, the other great witches and the International Witch Association intervened. And after she had hidden in a fold of space and wept for 10 days, they finally awarded her the honorary A3 certificate. The witch's face contorted into a grimace that teetered between laughter and restraint. It was primarily due to the sheer embarrassment of the situation. However, should one possess the fortitude to endure such a humiliating outcome, they might indeed consider attempting this method, though it may not guarantee success. If one were to physically bestow their essence upon several formidable witches, efficacy would undoubtedly ensue. Absolutely not. Although Jiang Han harbored a curiosity about how witches might connect, she had no desire to experience such a connection in this manner. Sensing that she was on the brink of losing her composure, Chengyu deftly shifted the subject, controlling the pen as it danced across the page, filling it with notes. Let us first prepare for the A2 examination. The crux of the A2 exam lies not in the marks one achieves in the written test, but in the level of proficiency demonstrated in practical application. Unlike the stringent A3 examination, as long as one does not score a mere 10 or 20 points in the written test, Achieving an outstanding performance in the practical assessment will certainly ensure success. Chapter 015. Practical course. The schedule for the tutoring class consists of 12 hours devoted to the A2 examination strategy, followed by an hour of spell identification and application, and another hour dedicated to analyzing and reviewing instances of overcoming the strong with the weak. Since the international geopolitical climate has relaxed, an annual International Witch Championship has been held, where every year, among the 10 champions from various categories, 3 to 4 may be witches who have not yet attained the level of a great witch. The concept of the underdog triumphing over the formidable has become both a tradition and a cherished event. After observing several cases introduced by Chengyu, Jiang Han gained considerable insights. Although she could not identify many spells, she still appreciated the intricate and meticulous casting processes and how witches, despite being outnumbered by great witches, managed to contend against overwhelming magical forces. Sipping the jelly tea brought by Chengyu, the sweet and citrusy flavor invigorated her spirit. Watching the tactical reviews was a delightful experience. Sitting comfortably in her chair, enjoying delicious refreshments while gazing at the pure 3D imagery projected on the table was truly captivating. At every significant point, Chengyu would pause the display and provide explanations. The first time, she merely allowed Jiang Han to observe the magical duels between witches. Chengyu offered a knowing smile, revealing her canine tooth on the left side, which imparted a hint of ferocity. This afternoon, we will engage in practical exercises. Take on 1 or 2 commissions and gather some potion materials you will need. We will select another outstanding student from the tutoring class to accompany us on these commissions, and I will ensure your safety from the sidelines. After all, we live in a savage era, one brimming with opportunities. The juxtaposition of savagery and opportunity signifies the inherent dangers of the wild. Jiang Han nodded obediently, accepting the arrangement. She had some experience in being a diligent student. They proceeded to delve into the explanations of the practical combat segment. Chengyu deftly controlled a pen, inscribing notes on the paper. The adversaries faced by witches included creatures from folded spaces, beasts on Earth, and occasionally, sentient beings from alternate dimensions. Although most witches could only encounter their specimens in museums, it was indeed true that intelligent life existed in other dimensions and on extraterrestrial planes. She enumerated these 3 types before flashing a fierce smile. Finally, the most perilous and lethal adversaries that all witches may encounter are other witches. Jiang Han was not surprised. Given the recent experience of a world war and several localized conflicts, the awareness of the destructive potential of witches was profoundly significant. In the past few days, she had perused history books, gaining specific insights into the war that commenced in 1936. The events of 1936 caught the nation unawares, leading to an offensive that resulted in the capital being besieged in 1937. By 1938, the tide began to turn, with descriptions reflecting the social realities of the time. The Great War of National Defense of 40 million witches. The subsequent narrative was fundamentally rewritten. In this world, no nation could withstand the onslaught of 40 million witches, not even in their wildest dreams. Moreover, a significant accumulation of witch eggs existed among the populace. Following the implementation of training policies and the expansion of witch citizenship, by the year 44 post-war, the number of witches within the country rapidly rejuvenated, enabling the dispatch of substantial reinforcements to the European front, thereby acquiring a wealth of resources, materials, technologies, and magical knowledge from Europe. It is worth mentioning that the Second World Witch War raged across the European battleground from 1937 to 1949, as the mobility of witch forces rendered it nearly impossible to annihilate their main troops. The cities inhabited by witches functioned as true meat grinders. Barriers, magical circles, mage towers, alternate dimensions, and folded spaces transformed modern warfare back into the brutalities of ancient combat. To besiege a city, the attacking force would require at least 10 times the number of defenders within the city, lest they seek their own demise. This was merely the case for a typical metropolis. Besieging a nation's capital was nearly an unattainable feat historically. There was only one instance of a world-class power being invaded in its capital following the witches' emergence, which occurred during World War II, and that power was France. It is evident that the future witches of France would bear this humiliation and mockery for at least 3 epochs, as this event was a momentous historical scene. Even amidst the outrage directed at the Nazis, the French would find it quite unseemly to laugh in the face of such a disgrace. Upon reflection, I identified several second and third tier spells suitable for you, which would not be taught in school. Just as Jiang Han pondered, a Gallic rooster is indeed a Gallic rooster. The nearby Chengyu spoke up. She sat quite close, exuding a rich fragrance, subtle yet profound. Jiang Han took a moment to compose herself and leaned over to glimpse the paper in Cheng Yu's hand. Second-tier spells, blinding dust, dimensional leap. Third-tier spells, dispel magic. Fear spell. Silently noting these spell names, Jiang Han had anticipated that Cheng Yu might impart some high-damage spells, given her fervent demeanor that suggested a longing for the battlefield. However, these 4 spells were noteworthy. Blinding dust was effective in blinding and targeting hidden entities, proving to be extremely useful. She had learned about it 5 days prior from a book, although she regrettably lacked its potion formula, making it a rather rare second-tier spell. Dimensional leap served as a convenient means of transportation for high-ranking witches, while for lesser casters, it functioned as an inexpensive means to escape entangling spells. This modest second-tier spell could counter many fourth-tier spells, and its swift mobility was quite commendable. Moreover, the combination of the 2 third-tier spells was exceedingly rare and significant. The fear spell, akin to a gaming term that weakens an opponent's magical resistance, served as a precursor for witches to unleash astonishing instant kill damage. The potion formula for this spell was exceptionally rare, and various adaptations found applications across numerous fields. One such adaptation, which diminished physical resilience, was a rather euphoric variant spell, allowing witches to revel in the joy of soaring through the sky. Remarkably, this variant had circulated more widely than the original. The spell of dispelling magic, whether in the realms of Dungeons and Dragons from past lives, Pathfinder campaigns, or the present witching world, undeniably holds the esteemed position of the most significant third-level spell. Its formula is nearly memorized by every witch, though the ingredients are notoriously elusive. And the conditions for potion consumption are quite challenging, requiring one to partake in a hot spring during a torrential downpour. This spell can counteract nearly all forms of magic. It possesses the remarkable capability to nullify spells and suppress their effects. A skilled witch may even manage to dispel a 5th-level evocation spell using this mere 3rd-level incantation. Those witches who triumph through cunning and strategy often dedicate years to its study, developing a plethora of variants. Notably, one variant, known as Dispelling Resilience, also brings about delightful effects. All 4 of these spells are included in the supplementary materials of the Academy. Typically, there is a fee for access. However, for you, Cheng Yu, teasingly pinching Jiang Han's cheek, it is complimentary. With that, she produced a stack of documents and placed them upon the table. Youthful softness indeed makes one more susceptible to such playful gestures. Jiang Han flipped through the manuscript, and the first page revealed the rare 2nd-level spell, Glitter Dust. The objective of our practical class is to ensure you master these spells and memorize their formulas. We shall set off shortly. Chapter 016. The partner following Cheng Yu out of the library cubicle, Jiang Han returned to the entrance of the tutoring center, where she noticed an exceptionally distinctive girl seated on the plush sofa in the lobby. Her hair, a rare shade of golden blonde in the country, stood out markedly. It had been half a month since Jiang Han had encountered anyone with such vibrant hair, as most witches in the country sported black locks, with varying eye colors being the only difference. What captured her attention most were the pair of fox ears adorning the girl's head. As the golden-haired witch stood upon noticing them, she approached briskly. The sweltering summer heat had settled in, prompting both Jiang Han and Cheng Yu to don light robes and short skirts. However, in contrast to Cheng Yu's tall boots, Jiang Han wore round-toed dress shoes. Despite their cooler attire, she still felt a bit warm, occasionally needing to cast a cooling spell on herself. The golden-haired witch, clad in a fluffy cloak and a sleek black bodysuit paired with long boots, appeared to be incredibly warm. Jiang Han's scrutinizing gaze prompted the girl to respond with a similarly appraising look. Her lips were pressed tightly, and her bright purple eyes glimmered with a hint of aloofness. The fluffy cloak she wore was adorned with exquisite white lace and floral patterns, exuding an air of elegance while absorbing the chill around her. As she drew nearer, the temperature around them gradually dropped. Jiang Han began to comprehend why this, which could wear such heavy attire without discomfort. The cloak she possessed was undoubtedly a magical item, the extent of its enchantment unknown. Wrapped in her cloak, she stood before the two, taller than Jiang Han, but slightly shorter than Cheng Yu. Once she halted, she extended her hand, clad in the black bodysuit, and with a gentle flick of her fingers, as if performing a magic trick, produced a letter from thin air. I have received a message indicating that new partners and instructors are to be arranged. Cheng Yu stepped forward, extending her hand in greeting. Hello, I am Cheng Yu, and I will be your new instructor. This is your future partner. The notion of exchanging instructors and partners appeared to be a rare occurrence, as a visible look of confusion crossed the golden-haired witch's face. Hello, my name is Li. She released Cheng Yu's hand, and, with a slight bow towards Jiang Han, eagerly inquired, Instructor Cheng Yu, May I ask what has happened to my previous instructor? Chen Yu replied, your instructor, Chen Wenqin, is perfectly fine. This change has been made with your best interests in mind. For my best interests? What considerations? Li Li's expression was one of innocent bewilderment, which Jiang Han found rather endearing. Chen Yu nodded and, when Li Li was not looking, playfully winked at Jiang Han. The considerations regarding your performance. We noted that in 6 months, you mastered 6 level 3 spells and 14 level 2 spells, successfully completing several high-difficulty assignments in practical classes, and achieving an impressive score of 97 out of 100 in the A2 mock exam. Is that so? The previously aloof Li Li blushed slightly, prompting Jiang Han to marvel at the girl's naivety. She appeared to be barely 18. Based on your outstanding academic performance and commendable demeanor, you have truly embodied everything that our Nanqing, which training base aims to instill in its students. Chen Yu spoke with a polished eloquence, stating that we would elevate you from a 1 to 10 teaching class to an elite 1 to 2 training program at no cost, and additionally provide complementary materials on spells below level 3, focusing on the essentials for the A2 practical examination. This free upgrade, coupled with generous gifts, was impressive. Jiang Han felt that this training institution, indeed, deserved its reputation as an internationally recognized exchange program that had gleaned wisdom from abroad. The process mirrored that of the future aviation service industry, where inconvenienced passengers are first offered upgrades, followed by complimentary gourmet meals and dedicated service, ensuring that even the most irritable guests would find themselves subdued by such a thoughtful approach. Chen Yu pointed at Jiang Han and boasted in an even more exaggerated tone. This Miss Jiang Han is but a step away from becoming a great witch, an elite among elites. The title of great witch certainly held sway, as Li Li's enthusiasm was ignited upon hearing it. Although her smile appeared somewhat stiff and unsettling, at least she was smiling. Jiang Han reciprocated with a sweet and demure smile, her heart unperturbed. Extending her hand with a cheerful demeanor, I look forward to partnering with you, as my academic performance has not been stellar, and I hope you can guide me. She continued, I am merely a humble traveler on the path of magic. We can exchange ideas and progress together. Li Li's voice was soft and gentle, yet her words were firm and somewhat stammering with excitement as she clasped Jiang Han's hand with one hand. Jiang Han gazed at her sincerely, subtly noting the texture of her grip. What material was this form-fitting outfit made of? It had a silk-like touch, yet bore the elastic quality of a bodysuit, evoking a sensation akin to talcum powder against the skin. It appeared to be a magical item as well. She noticed slender blue glowing runes along the waist of the black bodysuit, though the inscriptions were not discernible. Once they released their hands, Chen Yu, who had been observing, directed, I will first proceed to the witch's office on West Park Street to collect the commissions you are to undertake. As for the two of you, please head to Jiuxian Ridge to await my return. By the way, I recall that there is an airship belonging to our institution near Jiuxian Ridge. You may wait for me at the CAF on board. Jiang Han, recognizing that Li Li was not inclined to speak much, took it upon herself to respond. Chen Yu, flourishing her black cloak, exited the hall. The witch gazed skyward on the main thoroughfare, seemingly with no intention of summoning a broomstick. Was she planning to open a portal? Just as Jiang Han pondered this, Chen Yu suddenly emitted a tremendous roar from outside the institution, her black cloak expanding wildly, her form grotesquely transforming. Her once beautiful face contorted into that of a reptilian creature, horns curving backwards sprouted from her head, and the cloak morphed into exquisite black scales, complete with a tail and enormous wings. Jiang Han watched in astonishment as her instructor transformed from a human into a colossal black dragon. Cheng Yushan unfurled her wings, generating a tremendous gust that resonated like thunder. With a swift motion, her wings converged and propelled her skyward like a spinning arrow. Through the glass, one could observe her twirling thrice in the air before extending her vast wings, gracefully yet rapidly vanishing from Jiang Han's sight. It was an 8th level spell, transforming her into a colossal dragon. Li Li's voice, laced with envy, elaborated, "This is exceedingly rare and immensely difficult to obtain. The materials for this legendary spell remain shrouded in mystery. Though it may not be a legendary spell itself, the secrecy surrounding its formula is akin to that of a legendary incantation." The transformation Cheng, the instructor, underwent was into a true dragon, endowed with formidable magical prowess. Rather than an ordinary breed, the envy in her words was almost palpable. While it was unclear why a girl would covet the ability to become a dragon, it did not deter Jiang Han from noting this peculiar admiration. Jiang Han retrieved her broom from the hall's management office and, alongside Li Li, took off obediently with their brooms. Suddenly, she comprehended the source of Li Li's envy towards the dragon transformation spell. glancing down at her antiquated broom. She resolved firmly, once I master powerful transmutation spells, I shall cast this broom aside. Chapter 017. The floating airship in the air corridor, known as Huagu Street on the ground and Huagu Valley in the sky, Jiang Han piloted her broom, reducing speed despite the sweltering heat above. The airspace was adorned with numerous floating soil blocks, each merely a few cubic meters in size, flourishing with flowers and trees. Reminiscent of a verdant asteroid belt, she adjusted her angle, descending slightly to bask in the shade of the trees above. The gentle, cool breeze invigorated her spirit as she observed the fox which soaring ahead. Her driving skills were remarkable, neither reckless nor sluggish, making it easy for Jiang Han to follow. In terms of driving prowess, it was akin to the chauffeurs of the leaders she had encountered in her previous life. Surprisingly, her driving skills from her former existence felt somewhat lacking, yet in this realm, she had become somewhat adept at flying a broom, emboldened enough to experiment with tricks. Occasionally, she spotted witches resting upon the tiny floating islands, engrossed in their books. Some were savoring fire-roasted delicacies while reading on tree-laden islands. One witch, noticing Jiang Han's passage, smiled and performed a salute, fingers aligned with the thumb tucked in, fingertips pointed to her brow, a gesture of camaraderie. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, but mimicked the salute, nearly dislodging her witch hat, eliciting soft laughter from the witch. "Comrade, hello. Comrade, goodbye," Jiang Han whispered before accelerating to catch up with Lili ahead. As they exited the Huagu Valley corridor, the air abruptly grew warmer. In the witching world, there existed numerous fuel stations, both large and small, scattered throughout each air corridor. These stations resembled small floating platforms connected to the ground by vintage elevators. The circular platforms featured a floating water sphere at the center, emanating a chilling mist, surrounded by benches for resting and vending machines dispensing beverages. She also encountered griffins and enormous falcons as mounts, alongside uniquely styled witch taxis. These taxis were composed of a square floating soil block, approximately 4 by 4 by 2 meters, adorned with a small treehouse resembling a woodland witch's abode, devoid of doors. Passengers could sit inside, surrounded by magazines, drinks, and fresh fruits and vegetables. The taxis were propelled by 2 or 3 griffins, with a 2-person wide seat in the middle serving as a control console, where the witch driver guided the griffins and the floating cabin behind them. Most drivers possessed striking beauty and an admirable demeanor, akin to the confident taxi drivers of the 1990s to 2000s, well off, with a status above the average wage earners. Some even conducting business with their own vehicles. "My family used to own one," Lili remarked. "Oh," Jiang Han pondered. The fact that her family once owned such a vehicle hinted at past affluence, suggesting that Lili's lineage was indeed notable, which seemed fitting given the array of magical artifacts she possessed. "We sold it when we moved south to save for a house in the southern city," Lili added, a hint of regret in her voice. Purchasing a home is indeed a commendable choice. Recently, it seems likely that property prices will rise. Jiang Han recalled the news regarding the enormous foldable spaces, which appeared to remain under wraps, for the housing market in the southern city is still rather tepid. Prices hover neither high nor low. A 200 square meter empty island can be acquired for under 200,000 yuan. Although the housing prices in the Witch World line are low, should the news leak, a frenzied surge in prices could ensue. It is conceivable that a multitude of powerful witches from around the globe may apply for temporary residence permits to inhabit the southern city. Regardless of development potential, land prices are bound to rise. That is an indisputable fact. Jiang Xian indeed maintains a cordial relationship with her superiors and department heads, enabling her to gather such intelligence. Her family has recently been saving money, aiming to purchase 2 more empty islands. "Yes, prices will rise soon," Lili remarked. The two engaged in a subtle discussion about the correlation between foldable spaces and the inevitable increase in property values, which seemed to strengthen their bond. Both expressed interest in a Griffin taxi. Thus, they directly approached a vehicle marked Jushin Ridge All Area, full airship. The driver was a petite witch with black hair and golden eyes, dressed in a strikingly short red skirt, open-toed red sandals paired with red socks, and a matching red witch hat. Upon seeing the two approach, she greeted them with exuberance. "Hey there, where are you lovely witches headed? It's just 10 yuan to anywhere within Jushin Ridge, and you can enjoy all the drinks and fruits you desire." Jiang Han nodded. 10 yuan was quite reasonable, considering that a witch bus ticket costs approximately 2.5 yuan for a single district. "We wish to go to the Dream Gardens Witch Training Institution in the southern city," she informed. The driver acknowledged. "All right. We'll be heading over the sea of strong spirits above Jushin Ridge." The journey to board the floating chamber was slightly unpleasant. The elevated small room seemed daunting to Jiang Han, who felt unable to leap up, ultimately aided by Li, who lifted her with both arms. However, once aboard, her spirits lifted considerably. The spacious and comfortable interior featured a window on the left side of the treehouse room, adorned with a stone emitting a chill, akin to a car equipped with air conditioning. The driver let out a soft whistle and deftly maneuvered the reins. Unlike riding a broom, sitting in the Griffin taxi instilled a sense of relaxation, free from the tension that accompanied controlling a broomstick. Even Li, who typically wore a serious expression, squinted her eyes in relaxation, her fox ears twitching playfully. Due to the driver's larger stature, even within the relatively spacious vehicle, Jiang Han had the opportunity to closely observe her companion. She finally discerned the blue fluorescent spell inscriptions adorning the sides of the fitted attire that had piqued her curiosity. It was a phrase inscribed in Latin. The history of all hitherto society is the history of class struggles. Damn Marx's declaration. Jiang Han found herself momentarily speechless, experiencing a sensation that was both entirely rational and magical. Indeed, foreign witches can inscribe biblical verses or excerpts from renowned works on their wands or robes. So why shouldn't the witches of the New China adorn their intimate apparel with declarations of communism? This notion was utterly reasonable. The black bodysuit appears somewhat provocative, seemingly at odds with the core values of contemporary society. However, upon further reflection, one might argue that the individual is fully enveloped, with every limb and much of the neck concealed by the garment. What grounds do we have to label them as inappropriate? Outside, the coachman is clad rather lightly. Jiang Han diverted her gaze to the window, where an extensive cluster of floating islands graced the wine immortal ridge, abundant with rushing springs of wine. The nation's largest source of tartar. Tartar, a material commonly sought after for mid-level spells and potions, resembles a small piece of amber-hued stone that, when soaked in water for half an hour, transforms the liquid into a low-alcohol beverage. The superior the quality of the tartar, the greater the alcohol content it yields. The wine immortal ridge is renowned for its breathtaking sea of wine mist. Each year, a few unfortunate witches find themselves intoxicated by the overwhelming vapors, becoming the subject of local folklore at the nearby precinct. As the path wound deeper into the wine immortal ridge, the environment grew increasingly primal, revealing a plethora of peculiar beasts roaming the ground, while the air was thick with the scent of malt liquor. This aroma intensified upon reaching the dense fog of spirits, prompting the witch coachman to conjure a transparent filtering shield with her wand. To Jiang Han, this place felt akin to the immortal realms described in cultivation novels. Reminiscent of the legendary Mount Shu, she blushed slightly at the thought that if an immortal gate were to be established here, it would likely yield a cadre of wine immortals. Amidst the rich mist of spirits rested a colossal airship, measuring approximately 400 meters in length and 46 meters in width, a true behemoth. Beneath it lay multiple docking platforms where griffin carriages and broom-riding witches could alight onto the vessel. "Mrs., we've arrived," announced the coachman as they reached the platform. "Thank you for your service," Li replied, promptly settling the fare. After disembarking from the griffin carriage and presenting their tutoring class credentials, they swiftly made their way to the upper deck CAF of the floating vessel, where they savored the scenery and perused their books, awaiting the arrival of their instructor. Chapter 018. The dove with black hair and crimson eyes. The rhythmic sound of tapping echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Li, having consumed her third cup of coffee, pulled out her pocket watch, her serious expression deepening. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, having savored her fifth cup of milk tea, glanced at the CAF's wall clock. Time slipped away, and the sunset outside signaled the arrival of dusk, the golden rays cascading through the mist like wheat grains scattered upon a lake. The CAF sorceress had also transformed, changing in a seemingly endless succession. She lightly drummed her fingers on the table, resting her left elbow upon it. Her chin cradled in her hand as she gazed out the window. Gurgle, 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 pop, pop, pop. She took a sip of her milk tea, blowing bubbles as she pondered. It had never crossed her mind that the meeting mentioned by Cheng Yu would take such an inordinate amount of time. In truth, witches typically possess a keen sense of time. They are decisive and efficient, completing tasks within a day rather than deferring them to the next. If a matter could be resolved in 2 days, they would often work overtime to finish it within 1. From the intelligence and gossip gathered over the past few days, it was evident that witches are punctual, arriving on time or even early to meet friends, often found engrossed in books while waiting. To stand someone up is considered far more astonishing than an unexpected demise. Now, with her mentor having left her in the lurch, Jiang Han found herself not overly angry, but rather curious about what could possibly delay her mentor's progress. After all, her mentor was a witch capable of transforming into a dragon, possessing immense destructive power and agility even without magic. Jiang Han lifted her milk tea cup, taking a few bites along the rim to ease her teeth, rubbing her right cheek. Glancing sideways at the wall clock, she inquired, Li, what are the unique characteristics of black dragons? I've read that they are often the preferred choice for dragon transformation spells, with red dragons as a secondary option. Li set her book down on the table, her expression impassive as she replied, red dragons are the most ferocious and powerful among dragon species. Renowned for the magical celestial dragons and the mightily tempestuous snowfire dragons. In contrast, black dragons are the most cost-effective of the higher dragon breeds. They are relatively easier to hunt than red dragons, yet possess greater combat prowess than white dragons, with a diverse array of types spread across the globe. They are also among the most prolific dragon species found in the second and third largest fold spaces in the world. Indeed, she demonstrated a profound understanding of dragons. Jiang Han regarded the fox witch with admiration. Books about dragon types were quite expensive, and typically, ordinary witches could only grasp the basics about common dragon species and the traits associated with their colors. To truly delve into the intricacies of each color's dragon variety required an extensive library as a foundation. Sitting up straight and stretching after her prolonged period of sitting, Jiang Han inquired, what kind of dragon is the celestial dragon? The name sounds rather peculiar. It is a type of red dragon first discovered in the northern regions of the New China, Li began. It is considerably larger than the average reptilian dragon, remarkably swift, adorned with beautiful red, crystal-like scales. When enraged, it unleashes flames through the gaps in its scales. Its name derives from its predilection for a local dragon species known as the Shilong, which frequently wreaks havoc upon human villages. Thus, the indifferent celestial dragon, which devours these troublesome creatures, earned its name from the local populace. Li's fox ears quivered with excitement, and her eyes conveyed a message of enthusiasm. She had conjured a spell to draw a dragon in her portable notebook, which she presented to Jiang Han, explaining that it required materials from 27 formidable fire magic spells. Due to their unique characteristics, these materials could replace the primary components of 6 8th-level spells. Moreover, they were simply exquisite and left a lasting impression. Indeed, they were remarkable. Jiang Han glanced at the notebook, where the dragon was depicted with a slender form, yet exuded a sense of power. It boasted an elongated neck and an imposing reddish-brown body, along with a notably elongated snout and tail, making it quite appealing, likely a favorite among those who favored aesthetics. Li's purple eyes sparkled with delight, her fox ears standing upright, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, reminiscent of a joyful dog seeking affection. Our family has devoted several generations to the study of dragons, starting from Europe, traversing Africa, and ultimately arriving in the dragon kingdom of Asia. Yet, despite encountering numerous dragons, ancient, young, and various species, Tianyu dragons remain among the most beautiful. Jiang Han understood. They were indeed graceful and stunning. She could appreciate the spirit of a lifetime dedicated to the study of these magnificent creatures. However, she wondered if Li's ancestors had left behind any scholarly documents on dragon research, for if they existed, they would surely be invaluable. While dragons were plentiful, their habitats and sightings were not. Many resided in compact, folded spaces not exceeding 400 square kilometers, making them elusive. It was said that ice bears possessed a trace of dragon lineage, rendering them stronger than ordinary bears, capable of learning spells, and notably more intelligent than most bear species, traits indicative of their draconic blood. Reflecting on her own ice bear at home, Jiang Han inquired of Li, the hereditary dragon researcher, I have a Ukrainian ice bear. I've heard they possess dragon blood? Ice bear? Li's expression brightened with interest. They do carry draconic blood, predominantly from green dragons, which endows them with tool-using capabilities and exceptional intelligence. With training, they can even pass the A3 civil service examination, the universal qualification test in the field of international arcana. Many witches devote their lives to study, only to find themselves outsmarted by ice bears, a common occurrence indeed. A bear intelligent enough to ace the A3 exam, a challenge for 99 of witches, was indeed remarkable. After discussing bear care with Li, a new witch entered the CAF, approaching their table directly. Excuse me, are you Miss Jiang Han and Miss Li? Her clear and melodious voice interrupted their conversation. This witch had enchanting gray eyes and a captivating appearance. Her black hair bore hints of dark gray, her features exuded maturity, and a faint beauty mark graced the lower part of her right eye. Her figure was equally impressive, rivaling even Li's. Thus far, she was the most beautiful witch Jiang Han had ever encountered. Neither her mentor, Cheng Yu, nor Li could compare in terms of physical allure. She is a witch who can thrive solely on her beauty. As a side note, Jiang Han has encountered witches who are all quite pleasing to the eye. Even the least attractive possess a charming, pure countryside look. However, she had never seen anyone as stunning as this before. Under her gaze, Jiang Han shyly nodded. Originally, she intended to respond with a more indifferent HM, but the witch's beauty was simply overwhelming. We are, Lili succinctly replied. Ah, it is you. The extraordinarily beautiful witch said with a joyful smile. I am Jing, a sorceress. Your mentor, Chengyu, has encountered an unexpected dragon disturbance and has urgently gone to the commission base to hunt the dragon. As this will require considerable time for tracking and hunting, she has entrusted me to serve as your substitute instructor for the next 3 days. This is a normal personnel adjustment. However, it seems a bit unfortunate that just after enrolling in a tutoring class, your tutor has gone off to hunt dragons. Jing clapped her hands. Due to having left you in the lurch, Miss Cheng feels somewhat guilty and has specifically asked me to treat you to a lavish meal. After meeting their substitute instructor and enjoying a delightful feast, Jiang Han and Lili bid farewell, satisfied. The substitute instructor even called a griffin taxi for each of them to ensure their safe journey home. In every regard, she seemed a more reliable mentor than that black-haired, red-eyed pigeon. Chapter 019. Witches and Sorceresses. As Jiang Han recited her address to the driver of the griffin taxi, Lili, who had yet to arrive, expressed her surprise. You live near Wanxiang Trade Street. Jiang Han turned to see Lili standing at the bus stop, her posture upright, draped in a blue cloak with white trim, exuding an air of understated elegance. This renewed Jiang Han's speculation about Lili's noble background, for common sorceresses rarely possess such a distinguished demeanor. Really? Do you also reside nearby? Jiang Han inquired, a polite smile gracing her lips. I live in the Flower Valley area, close to the trade street, Lili replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Han's face. After a brief pause, she added, we're headed in the same direction. Got it, just a coincidence. Jiang Han felt somewhat uneasy under Lili's scrutiny. Tilting her head slightly and instinctively biting her lip, she asked, shall we go together? Sure, Lili said, switching off the signal at the bus stop before nimbly jumping into the griffin taxi. Jiang Han noted her initiative with a hint of admiration. Taking a moment to gather herself, she tiptoed and grasped the edge of the floating earth block to climb aboard. Observing Jiang Han struggle, Lili leapt back down and lifted her into the taxi. You'll find it much easier once you master the art of flying, Lili remarked. Yes, I possess the formula, but I haven't gathered all the necessary ingredients for the potion, Jiang Han responded. The art of flying was indeed a formula readily available, yet the potion ingredients were rather elusive. Lili nodded in acknowledgement. The potion requires the stinger of a scorpion lion and the gastric juices of a shaly poisoned butterfly. Both of these creatures are far too formidable for a graduate just mastering Tier 3 spells. To be frank, even sorceresses proficient in Tier 5 spells prefer to avoid encounters with them. Toxic beings are a headache for anyone who crosses their path. As the griffin taxi vibrated, it ascended into the sky. This particular driver sorceress was rather bold, controlling the griffin to gain altitude swiftly. The cab driver seemed to be a staunch supporter of domestic products. The beverages inside were Gatorade, and the magazines included Witch Chronicles in complete Chinese, 100 Days of Sorceress Techniques, and a mix of Japanese and Chinese and Hey, Asahi Sorceress Talks. Intrigued, Jiang Han noted that the term which had appeared for the second time, suggesting a distinction from sorceresses. She pulled out Witch Chronicles, flipping through a couple of pages. The layout was somewhat disorganized, and the content leaned more towards fanciful notions and intuitive spellcasting, rendering it decidedly non-professional. Noticing Jiang Han engrossed in the magazine, Lili leaned closer and asked, do you not know what a witch is? I don't, Jiang Han admitted. Upon hearing this, Lili nodded and explained. A witch is essentially an ordinary person endowed with magical abilities. Ordinary people? This revelation took Jiang Han by surprise, as she had not contemplated this angle. If witches were transformed from ordinary individuals, what then was their relationship with sorceresses? With this question lingering in her mind, Jiang Han asked, how do they become witches? Lili offered a gentle, enigmatic smile. Through training, consuming potions, and allowing sorceresses to guide their magical essence, they ultimately awaken as witches, comparable to weaker sorceresses. Jiang Han, still puzzled, inquired, what makes you smile? There was nothing of significance. Lili cast a meaningful glance, and suddenly, unable to restrain her facial expression, let out a chuckle. The witch, before becoming a witch, whether male or female, was of no consequence. No consequence? How utterly absurd. Jiang Han grasped the implication. Her mouth agape, speechless. The witch's gender prior to transformation was inconsequential. She had thought that the concept of a witch born from an egg was chaotic enough, yet the reality of witches proved to be even more tumultuous. Wait, does this imply that the substitute instructor, Xin, could possibly be? Jiang Han's complexion turned slightly green. Xin, the witch, was the most stunning individual she had encountered thus far, possessing a unique charm distinct from other witches, exuding a mature and gentle demeanor, occasionally revealing an enchanting allure. She was not only beautiful but also somewhat adorable, with a tall and alluring figure. To put it differently, her assets were 2 sizes larger than those of the fox witch. If such a captivating being had once been a man, it seemed even more enticing. Jiang Han shook her head. Ever since she had arrived in this world, her standards had plummeted beyond her expectations. However, upon further contemplation, she realized that the witch's gender was irrelevant. What mattered was that she was indeed a witch. Her principles were gradually approaching a perilous threshold. By the time Jiang Han returned home, enjoyed a late-night snack, took a bath, and lay in bed, her mind was still consumed by this matter while gazing at the highlighted spells marked by Instructor Changyu. It was irrelevant, utterly irrelevant. She returned the marked book to the shelf, currently studying a 3rd-level spell known as Dispel Magic, renowned for its decisive role in numerous classic battles. In one instance, a powerful witch had employed a strategy of reducing a low-powered witch's magic resistance before launching a meteor spell, only to have it countered by a precisely executed Dispel Magic, resulting in a disastrous reversal. This spell was favored by both experts and novices alike, igniting Jiang Han's enthusiasm, as she spent half the day comprehending its principles thoroughly. Yet, at that moment, she found it difficult to refocus on the beloved spell. Pursing her lips, Jiang Han tossed aside the quilt, shedding her robe, and slowly slipped into her thin nightgown, staring vacantly at the ceiling, reminding herself that it was unimportant, whether the witch was male or female. It was of no significance, merely a matter unrelated to witches. She closed her eyes, breathing evenly. 6 hours later, she opened her icy blue eyes, fixated on the ceiling. Damn it, why? There were even traces of bloodshot in her icy gaze. After lying in bed for so long, her mind was still preoccupied with this issue. Moreover, the image of Instructor Xin had surfaced multiple times, persistently. So beautiful. One could argue she was the most exquisite woman Jiang Han had ever seen in her lifetime, with even a slight possibility of having been male. Just the thought of it was somewhat exhilarating. And this exhilaration was the source of her inner turmoil. Outside the window, the first signs of dawn began to emerge, the darkness gradually receding, and fatigue washed over her all at once. Witches are indeed ill-suited for morning labor, which is why most schools schedule their literary pursuits and rest in the morning, reserving practical magic for the afternoon. Propping herself up with her hands, Jiang Han found sleep elusive. She decided instead to venture into the garden for some relaxation. Wrapping her robe snugly around her, she made her way outside. The ice bear lay peacefully asleep in its den, which was unlike the typical bear's lair, devoid of any animal odors. It was remarkably clean, as was the bear itself, its soft icy fur mingling with white, offering a soothing sight. Jiang Han gently stroked the bear's fur, warm and velvety, and then lay down beside it, closing her eyes and releasing a soft sigh of breath. Chapter 20. The examination task. As the sun ascended, it bathed the dew-kissed, fragrant grass in a resplendent golden hue, while the frozen mist within the cave gradually brushed against the golden traces. The ice bear emitted a prolonged snore, and Jiang Han, reclining upon its back, gradually awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning as she glanced at the clock beside the temperature gauge in the cave. It was just past 7:30. Today she was to meet her substitute instructor, Xin, at the tutoring center. Although she had only been a substitute teacher for 3 days, it was best not to arrive late. Upon returning home from the garden, the house exuded an unusual tranquility. Her younger sister, Jinling, clad in pajamas and yawning, was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing her sister enter, she tilted her head and hummed lightly, gesturing towards the upstairs and then outside. Were you sleepwalking? Jiang Han pondered how to explain her sleepless night spent in the garden with the bear. Before she could formulate a response, her sister suddenly exclaimed, "Did you dream of wrestling bears? Are you implying that I am short, or that my skin is dark?" Jiang Han glanced down at her own hand, pale and even reflecting a hint of light. Certainly, it was not a suggestion regarding her skin tone, but rather something else entirely. "Jinling, your remarks have been rather cryptic lately," Jiang Han mused, feeling her sister was on the verge of transforming from a witch into a yin-yang master. "Indeed, dear sister," Jinling replied with a playful touch to her lips, smiling brightly. "By the way, Hanmei, I measured my height at 175 centimeters during my physical examination." "Goodness, In my past life, I was only 170. Jiang Han's expression stiffened, and she decided not to engage further with her sister, who was embracing her newfound identity as a yin-yang master. She quickly dashed upstairs to retrieve her clothes and towel before heading to the washroom for a shower. After freshening up, breakfast was prepared, consisting of a simple potion porridge, green gelatin brewed in a cauldron. Following the modest meal, Jinling took her turn to bathe, and soon both sisters donned their attire and set out. Upon arriving at the tutoring center, Jiang Han encountered her sister's instructor at the entrance, a tall sorceress clad in purple robes with a bobbed hairstyle. After a brief conversation with Jinling, she entered the library, casting a curious glance in Jiang Han's direction as she departed. Finding a spot to sit in the hall, Jiang Han occasionally observed various sorceresses arriving, who quickly formed small groups to venture into the library. They often arrived yawning, adorned in elegant attire that bespoke their affluence, likely a result of the expensive tuition fees at the Dream Garden Training Institution, which attracted predominantly middle-class sorceresses. In contrast, Jiang Han felt rather impoverished, with only 50 yuan in her pocket, an emergency allowance she had received. To acquire more, she would have to devise her own means. The hall also featured a sale of spell study books, and when she glanced at one rare level 2 spell priced at 5,000 yuan, she was taken aback. Any mention of rarity sent prices soaring at least tenfold, thereby extinguishing her hopes of purchasing books for self-study. Perhaps I can find a way to procure a few from the tutoring center. It was not long before Lili arrived, greeting Jiang Han before closing her eyes and settling onto a bench to rest, her golden fox ears drooping languidly atop her head. Jiang Han has always harbored a lingering curiosity about the authenticity of her ears. If they are indeed genuine, does that not grant her an extraordinary auditory perception? Moreover, is her lineage purely that of a witch? Or could it be that among witches, physical anomalies manifest and are passed down to the next generation? As she quietly observed, a witch named Sinjing entered the scene. This exquisitely beautiful witch did not seem to be particularly well-liked. Upon entering, she greeted another witch, presumably her mentor, who responded with a displeased expression. Undeterred, Sinjing hastened towards Jiang Han and Li Li, who were already waiting, and greeted them with a bright smile, saying, "Good morning, ladies." After the pleasantries, Sinjing elaborated on the day's itinerary. In comparison to mentor Chengyu, I prefer a more hands-on approach. Thus, today's lesson will focus on identifying medium-grade materials and their characteristics, and we shall conduct a field study at the material market. Clad in a traditional black witch's robe, albeit significantly shorter and adorned with pink lace, she wore lace short socks and chunky black and pink shoes. A silent bell dangled from the left brim of her witch's hat, and her collarless attire revealed her snow-white neck and collarbone, captivating anyone who beheld her. However, could such a witch possibly be a transformed man? Jiang Han shook her head vigorously, noticing Lili beside her smirking subtly. By the way, Sinjing added with a smile, you need not bring your brooms. I shall provide you with a ride. It appeared she was part of the automobile elite. A griffin carriage? Lili seemed particularly intrigued, sharing a passion for vehicles. In a previous life, she might have been a collector of motorcycles or sports cars. Oh, such an expensive hobby, whether in her past or present existence. Upon returning home yesterday, Jiang Han had inquired with her sister about the price of a griffin carriage, a 200,000 currency unit carriage without a griffin, or a 300,000 unit carriage equipped with 2 griffins. No wonder those witches who utilized their own vehicles as taxis were considered affluent. Griffin carriages were swift and stable, capable of handling approximately 50 business trips a day, yielding around 700 currency units daily, translating to roughly 15,000 units monthly after expenses, making for a return on investment in about 2 years. Not quite. Sinjing maintained her smile as she led the two outside to view her vehicle. Upon seeing her carriage, Jiang Han finally grasped why this stunning, which was not particularly well-liked. Sinjing's vehicle was still a standard model from the witching world, featuring a floating platform capable of supporting various magically controlled creatures. The floating section of her carriage resembled a birdcage, lined with soft cushions, encircled by a bookshelf about half a meter high, serving as the cage's base, adorned with exquisite carved bars, and topped with an artistic little house designed for birds to perch and play. It resembled a cage for canaries. The creatures pulling the floating platform were not griffins, but rather 4 slightly smaller canaries. The entire vehicle exuded a subtly alluring aura, reminiscent of a whimsical realm designed to house delightful companions for amusement. Jiang Han paused momentarily before earnestly suggesting, mentor, I think I would prefer to ride my broom instead. Li Li, equally sincere, posed a nearly identical query. Yet, both climbed into the birdcage. Although it appeared to be a peculiar device intended for enhancing pleasure, the soft cushions within were surprisingly comfortable. Jiang Han sighed, only to suddenly notice a few slender golden chains within the vehicle. Those are safety belts. Would you like to fasten them? Sinjing smiled as she spoke. Safety belts. Indeed. Jiang Han and Li politely declined the notion of securing the chains around their ankles or necks. The very idea seemed incredulous to Jiang Han. Yet those delicate chains were, in fact, safety belts. Enchanted with a levitation spell, they would instantly render a person weightless upon the application of significant external force, making injury from collision nearly impossible. Thus, despite their suggestive appearance, these chains truly serve the purpose of safety belts. Moreover, the surrounding bookshelf was unexpectedly filled with rather serious tomes. Titles such as Entering the Realm of Spells, A Scientific Approach, 20 Methods for Witches' Advancement, Casting Spells Without Shouting, and 100 Techniques for Grinding Tofu lined the shelves. Most were related to spell casting or witchcraft, yet it was perplexing why, in a world replete with magic, one would need to learn the art of hand-grinding tofu. Jiang Han blushed as she glanced at Li, who also bore a hint of crimson on her cheeks, indicating their mutual bewilderment. They both swallowed nervously, stealing furtive glances at Sinjing, who was preparing the birdcage outside, before simultaneously focusing on the book about hand-grinding tofu. At 18, they were indeed in the prime of youth. Jiang Han cleared her throat softly and discreetly pulled the book from its place, while Li eagerly leaned closer. Together, they coughed lightly and opened the volume adorned with the image of a beautiful sorceress donning a whimsical apron. Jiang Han realized this was her first encounter with such literature in this world. Chapter 021. The extraordinary market filled with excitement, a hint of curiosity, and a touch of doubt. The two eagerly opened the magazine titled The Tofu-Making Witch in an Apron. The witch on the cover appeared on the first page, holding a bag of soybeans, alongside the elegant script. Tofu making is an ancient traditional craft in our country. Every year on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, there exists a custom in the folk to grind beans into tofu. Indeed, it was a genuine tutorial on tofu making. It differed somewhat from Jiang Han's initial thoughts about the mirror grinding process. The concept of hand-ground tofu was something I had heard of several years ago. Li's excited voice made Jiang Han realize that she had indeed misjudged the situation. Embarrassed, she cleared her throat and remarked on the exquisite craftsmanship of handmade tofu, then engaged Li in conversation to unravel the details. It turned out that the domestic hand-ground tofu in this world was quite similar to the hand-ground coffee of her past life, each which delighted in making their own tofu, with some even transforming potions into tofu for convenient use during battles. There were also methods for making dried tofu. Although it was merely ordinary tofu, for a regular witch, it was simply a comforting delicacy. Yet, at the moment of consumption, one could feel the taste of home. Inviting newfound companions to savor one's hand-ground tofu was also a means of fostering closeness. After studying the tofu-making process for a while, their birdcage carriage came to a halt. Dressed in a provocative black and pink witch's robe, Sinjing led them down the platform to a floating mountain. Upon entering, the hollowed-out interior of the floating mountain would astound anyone with its dozens of layers of circular supermarkets, brightly lit from layer to layer. Witches rode their broomsticks back and forth. Although unfamiliar with the name of this place, one could not help but express genuine admiration upon witnessing such a scene. This was the witches' market. Various stalls displayed an array of peculiar bottles and jars, a vibrant assortment of materials. The bustling trade of the southern city had vividly manifested here, showcasing goods from Africa, Europe, and an endless variety of folded space specialties. Witches of all kinds mingled, engaging in trade, communication, or gathering information. This place was both a foundation for many witches' fortunes and a realm where others found themselves in dire straits. The desire to learn spells was insatiable, and the quest for materials was never-ending, leading witches from every nation to adopt similar maxims or proverbs about self-restraint. Sinjing provided an introduction to the market. Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement, having already witnessed the high value of witches' knowledge during her earlier tutoring session. A rare spell priced at 5,000 coins. No wonder rumors of powerful witches teetering on the brink of bankruptcy frequently circulate. Without a suitable source of income, witches indeed face a high rate of financial ruin. The spells required to hunt formidable beasts are exceedingly costly, and in the pursuit of more potent or refined magic, one must engage in the very act of hunting, creating a deceptive cycle. The more desperate one becomes, the greater the suffering. She mentally calculated her finances. If a witch refrains from learning new spells, does not hunt for magical artifacts, and eschews the relentless pursuit of greater power, she could maintain a level of proficiency sufficient to cast 6 consecutive third-level spells. allowing her to save over 2,000 coins each month. However, once a witch embarks on the path of power, it swiftly transforms into a pathway of debt. Her monthly income of 2,000 would rapidly plunge her into financial turmoil. Debt is akin to a Hollywood star shedding her garments. Once the act begins, it becomes impossible to don them again. Once one incurs debt, repayment becomes an arduous challenge. One must remain vigilant regarding financial circumstances, resolutely avoiding loans. Jiang Han murmured, acknowledging that while advanced communication brings benefits, it also imports the detrimental habit of spending future earnings. Thankfully, her parents, Yi Keshui and Jiang Han, are quintessentially averse to loans. They manage to purchase property without borrowing, relying instead on diligent work and commissions to steadily increase their income and assets. Following Li and Xinjing, they navigated through the bustling market stalls. Whenever something noteworthy caught Xinjing's attention, she would pause, elaborating on the significance and rarity of the materials, leisurely akin to three peers enjoying a casual shopping excursion. Substitute teachers often embody this relaxed demeanor, prompting students to fantasize about a world where such instructors could teach them perpetually. However, the reality is that when substitute teachers are genuinely tasked with instructing their pupils, they do not exhibit such a carefree attitude. Wake up! It is inconceivable for a teacher to accompany students daily on leisurely outings, sharing tales while supervising their studies. Such educators can only be substitutes, as they often lack clarity on what to impart to their students during their brief tenure. As Jiang Han wandered with the substitute teacher, she became acquainted with numerous minerals. For witches, the gemstones ultimately desired were becoming increasingly recognizable, such as rubies, cat's eye stones, yellow topaz, amethyst, and moonstone, all precious minerals. Gemstones possess a spiritual essence absent in ordinary materials and hold an exceptionally significant place in both Eastern and Western mysticism, second only to gold and silver. Taoism also regards gemstones as vital components, with the unique spells derived from Taoist witches often requiring gemstones as essential ingredients in 9 out of 10 potions. Alas, they are truly exorbitant. Jiang Han muttered softly once more, as a woeful witch with merely 50 coins to her name. Unless she could emulate the benevolent bodhisattva and offer her own physical form, she simply could not afford such costly materials. Casting aside the perilous thoughts born from poverty, Jiang Han maintained a sweet smile as she accompanied her mentor, perusing the stalls on the ground floor and identifying various botanical materials. This time, she was particularly earnest, for the botanical materials they might encounter on their journey could serve as a splendid means for the impoverished witch to elevate her fortunes. With not a penny to her name and provisions to be sought atop the mountain, Jiang Han turned her head, noticing that Li was also listening intently, presumably sharing the same thought, to earn some extra coin. Observing the shift in their attentiveness, Xinjing smiled and remarked, aside from a few exceedingly rare specimens, the general market value of plant materials is rather modest. If one wishes to turn a profit, hunting dragon breeds is undoubtedly the most lucrative endeavor. Hunting dragon breeds, a term she had heard frequently of late, yet she remained oblivious to the specifics. Isn't that rather perilous? Jiang Han inquired deliberately. Xinjing offered a gentle smile in response. As long as one refrains from hunting large dragons, it is not dangerous. Upon the mention of dragon breeds, Li became animated. Hunting small or medium-sized dragons is indeed not hazardous. I've heard that a single fireball spell suffices to harm them. Xinjing countered. Such a notion is likely misleading. Dragons tend to be quite agile, and most possess the ability to counter spells. Relying solely on a fireball spell makes it challenging to strike them. For many witches, a third-tier spell consumes considerable energy. Hence it is typically employed only when a weakness is exposed. After discussing the topic of hunting dragon breeds for a while longer, Xinjing redirected the conversation back to the materials available at their stall. Jiang Han nodded thoughtfully, with the vast magical reserves of a high witch at her disposal. Casting fireballs did not require the same caution as it would for ordinary witches. This method of earning a living was certainly worth considering. Chapter 022. Procurement of materials. The composition of the materials has already been conveyed to you. Now, you are encouraged to explore on your own. Here is a list of items that you need to procure. Do not worry, the funds will be provided by Dream Garden. The quality of the materials on your procurement list will determine the grading of this lesson. A high score could enable me to request rare spell teachings for you. With a smile, Xinjing first handed a list to Jiang Han, then placed another in Li's hands while also providing them with the procurement funds and 2 miniature spatial bags. The procurement task. Li cast a speculative glance at the list in Jiang Han's hands. She sensed something amiss. Typically, the efficiency at the tutoring center was already low, and it was rare for an urgent situation to prompt the immediate assignment of a substitute teacher, let alone a procurement task, which she had never heard of before. The identification of materials by witches often required a substantial financial investment. Frequent purchases and minor losses would quickly hone one's skills. Yet such a scenario was unlikely in a frugal tutoring center. What if we can save some money? Jiang Han inquired, glancing at the list. Well, that is indeed a question. Whatever you can save, consider it pocket money. It serves as compensation from Dream Garden for the disruption to your regular classes. Xin Jing replied with a smile. Her response brought joy to Jiang Han, as it significantly alleviated her predicament of having only 50 coins in her pocket. Meanwhile, Lili appeared contemplative, quietly standing by as she gazed intently at the list in her hands. Is something wrong? Jiang Han asked. No, nothing at all. Lili felt as though she had uncovered an answer. The identity of the young lady before her, Jiang Han, was indeed extraordinary. Though even she herself could not fully comprehend what that extraordinary nature signified, leading Dream Garden to continually extend goodwill towards her. This sparked significant curiosity within Lili. The distinction Jiang Han represented typically fell into two categories within the realm of witches: immense power or noble status. She was certain that her new partner had an impressive background, and the special privileges and extraordinary treatment conferred by the training institution, of which she too benefited, further solidified Lili's suspicions. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was slightly curious about Lili's sudden silence and increased reticence. However, she did not dwell on it, as this fox witch tended to be rather aloof on topics beyond those concerning cars and dragons. Aside from dragons and cars, she also seemed to have a fondness for tofu, perhaps? Not continuing to ponder the fox witch's state of mind, Jiang Han focused on studying the procurement list from Dream Garden. 180 grams of amethyst silver filtered solution. I recall that advanced spells from the transformation school require it. 300 grams of dust gold. Quite a hefty sum indeed. 50 grams of emerald. She meticulously reviewed the materials on her list, most of which were minerals, with a few being plants. The funds allocated for procurement were roughly equivalent to the tuition fees of a typical elite tutoring class for 2 semesters. The pricing was rather rigid, prompting Jiang Han to marvel at the professionalism of Dream Garden. Those capable of affording such tuition surely had motives beyond merely absconding with the money and vanishing into the city. Their understanding of psychological boundaries was remarkably precise. Reflecting on the stalls where Xin Jing had just elaborated on the materials, Jiang Han developed a rough procurement route in her mind and inquired of Lili. Do you have many items to procure? Lili's fox ears twitched slightly, a normal amount. Dream Garden was indeed quite generous. Lili's procurement list also comprised a substantial quantity of minerals and a modest number of plants, providing ample operational space for her benefit. This piqued her curiosity about why Miss Jiang Han received such preferential treatment from Dream Garden, leading her to suspect that she might have been specifically chosen as Jiang Han's partner. Lili harbored no concerns about being exploited as a beneficiary. Her only expression was one of intense curiosity. It's rare to find a commission that allows students to earn money, she remarked subtly. She folded her list and headed in another direction, casting a glance back at Jiang Han. I will go purchase plant materials first. Oh, the witch had suddenly become rather peculiar. Could it be that procurement tasks were scarce? Jiang Han shared this sentiment, as tutoring classes were typically not charitable endeavors. Commissions that allowed students to earn money were indeed uncommon. Following an alternate route in her mind, Jiang Han decided that since Lili seemed inclined to part ways temporarily, it would be best not to follow her indiscriminately. That would be impolite. However, Miss Lili's form-fitting black attire paired with a fluffy blue and white cloak exuded an allure that was strikingly high, making any impulsive pursuit seem akin to a wolf. Oh, no, a lone wolf. Such an action would be even more discourteous. After envisioning Miss Lili's exquisite figure, Jiang Han redirected her focus toward procurement, weaving through various stalls, inquiring about prices here and there. Although she had never excelled in this area, circumstances in another world had honed her bargaining skills, thanks to her sister's teachings, allowing her to negotiate prices at about 90% of the market rate with her inherently charming appearance. Gems purchased, plant materials acquired. She also needed to buy some shallow mint citrus. Though the materials indicated it could be used for crafting mana tofu and certain spell-casting components for the School of Energy Manipulation, could mint-flavored citrus truly be edible? Should she spend a bit of the leftover money? In her hesitation, she arrived at a stall displaying numerous cauldrons, each containing various fruits and produce. Among them was the shallow mint citrus, resembling a ripe persimmon. Jiang Han flipped through her notes to confirm its edibility. Jiang Han extracted a food bag from beside the cauldron, selecting a bag of citrus fruits, and finally picked up one more before proceeding to the checkout. The sales witch, an alluringly mature woman with a healthy complexion, donned a robe as white as snow, suggesting a sun-kissed skin tone. In her hand, she held a long smoking pipe, taking a puff before gesturing towards the citrus Jiang Han held, saying, "That one is on the house, provided you share your phone number with me." "I don't have a phone," Jiang Han replied, her face flushing naturally. Although she was not genuinely shy, the body she inhabited in this lifetime seemed overly sensitive, often betraying her with a blush. The vendor took a puff of smoke, her gaze lingering on Jiang Han's face for a few seconds before inquiring further. "What about a mailing address?" Truly persistent, Jiang Han's cheeks remained flushed as she, under the increasingly admiring gaze of the vendor, requested paper and a pen. Writing down her home address. When sending mail, including the recipient's address guarantees that the postman will deliver it accurately to their home, without any errors. While it might take about a day, across the vast expanse of the nation, delivery typically occurs within a day due to a wondrous spell known as the Any Door. This day's time is primarily devoted to receiving and sorting mail, assigning tasks, and the very next day, local postmen are dispatched to deliver the correspondence. Once she provided her mailing address, the vendor's demeanor transformed into one of exceptional warmth. In addition to gifting her a light mint citrus, she also presented a mint leaf the size of a cigarette box, a versatile ingredient useful for making tofu and enhancing the flavor of potions. After procuring the materials, Jiang Han reviewed her list and leisurely strolled through the market, following her predetermined route to gather the remaining ingredients before retrieving the light mint citrus. This variety of citrus had edible peel. She took out her wand, tapping the citrus to cleanse it with a purification spell. Holding it delicately, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Her eyes widened in delight. Delicious, she murmured, her praise somewhat muffled. The fruit was sweet, with a refreshing hint of mint beneath the peel. Most importantly, the flesh of this citrus was not overly soft. Instead, it had a delightful resilience, producing a satisfying crackle as she chewed, and an abundance of juice burst forth, cool and invigorating. Within moments, she devoured the entire citrus, wiping her mouth afterward. Aside from its high price, this fruit truly possessed no discernible flaws. Chapter 023. The witch's abode. Jiang Han meandered through the market for a while before returning to the rendezvous point mentioned by her mentor, Sinjing, which was a tavern that operated throughout the day. Upon gazing at the sign that read the witch's abode, Jiang Han inhaled the rich aroma of alcohol mingled with various fragrances, her heart filled with a modicum of skepticism towards her mentor. "You would have your students meet in such a place." With a sigh, Jiang Han extended her left hand and pushed open the grand door, stepping inside. However, the scene that unfolded before her was far removed from her initial expectations of a typical tavern. The interior of the witch's abode was a cylindrical space. One quarter was occupied by the bar counter, another half was adorned with curved bookshelves and reading tables, while the remaining quarter featured a stage where two elegant, statuesque witches donned sheer blue and red cheongsams, gracefully seated on high-backed sofas, playing the eru. Below the stage, other witches sat in small groups, engaging in hushed conversations, occasionally rising to applaud during the climactic moments of the performance. Jiang Han stood transfixed, her gaze drawn to the eru played by the two beauties, who were assisted by magical hands. This spell, known as the magical hand, possessed programming capabilities, allowing one to input specific sequences such as finger techniques and hand movements, which could then be transformed into a spell model. After imbibing a potion infused with it, a witch could register this modified spell into her spell library. Her younger sister, Jiang Zhenling, had a variant of the magical hand specifically for culinary purposes. Though it was still morning, the tavern was unexpectedly crowded, leading Jiang Han to ponder that this was perhaps quite natural. For witches, morning equated to the early hours of human dawn, a time ripe for revelry. At that moment, neither Li nor Sinjing had yet arrived at the tavern, likely preoccupied with shopping or their own affairs. Curiously surveying the tavern, Jiang Han unconsciously found herself at the bar. Inside, waitresses clad in cheongsams employed sweet, alluring tones to entice the witches into purchasing drinks. They appeared to be merely unprofessional saleswomen. Yet, amidst this, there was a thirst for culture and a yearning for knowledge. As they subtly expressed their desire for deeper understanding during their conversations with patrons, while they may not have been consummate sommeliers, their charming and exquisite appearances made patrons willingly indulge in additional libations. "Would you like to purchase a drink, miss? We have everything from drunken immortal brew to the wines of peach blossom paradise." A strikingly dressed witch suddenly appeared beside Jiang Han, adorned with an oversized witch's hat and a standard business smile. wielding a European feather fan inlaid with silver and blue gemstones. Purchase a drink? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing to herself. You expect me, standing at a mere 146 centimeters tall, looking like a middle school student save for my bosom, to buy alcohol? Surely, you jest. Such occurrences were unfathomable on Earth. At least not with someone who resembled a schoolgirl being actively offered alcoholic beverages, unless she herself expressed a desire to purchase them. Thus, she politely retorted, purchase a drink? The lady smiled modestly and replied, then how about selling drinks? I perceive you possess considerable qualifications. Selling alcohol? Jiang Han's expression stiffened as she turned towards the cheap-how-clad enchantresses at the bar and then back again, incredulously indicating herself. I must caution you. You are treading dangerously close to the path of criminality. To have a girl who appears to be in middle school selling alcohol is a venture that perhaps only the French would undertake across two worlds. Thus, she stepped back slightly, regarding the lady with a gaze that seemed to say, I shall report this, and tentatively inquired, selling alcohol? Indeed. The lady revealed a smile imbued with mischief. And I discerned your yearning, as well as your potential. Surely, you have not perceived my impoverished state? Jiang Han met her with a watchful glare, choosing silence. Had it not been for Xinjing's mention of this rendezvous, she would have turned and departed long ago. The work commences at midnight, requiring only 6 hours per shift, classified as Class A employment. With a 30-hour workweek, one could secure a weekly wage, which amounts to 2 days off. The weekly salary is 1,000 yuan, inclusive of one meal, with a 10 share of the beverage sales. The lady continued her soliloquy. Additionally, there are points accumulated at the enchantress's house, 50 points each week. With a weekly total of 1,000, that translates to a monthly base salary of 4,000 yuan, which is quite a decent income. Coupled with the 10 share from beverage sales, one might earn over 6,000 yuan monthly, nearly enough to purchase a level 2 rare spell. Jiang Han feigned indifference, yet inwardly mused that the job was both secure and straightforward. Perhaps her expression led the lady to misconstrue her intentions, as the latter gently waved her fan and elaborated, money, for a witch, can invariably be earned. Even in debt, one can still thrive. However, there are other treasures that cannot be obtained solely through wealth, the points at the enchantress's house. While we are but members of the beverage service industry, we have amassed considerable arcane knowledge and rare spells. The points can be exchanged for coveted wisdom by those witches who yearn for such knowledge. Rare spells and unique insights. Jiang Han suddenly comprehended why the bartenders appeared somewhat unprofessional. They were merely temporary workers. Beautiful witches desiring unique spells come to this bar or its affiliated establishments to exchange their labor for knowledge. It is reminiscent of a gaming faction's reputation exchange, where unique equipment piques the player's curiosity. Moreover, rare spells and distinctive magical knowledge are indeed priceless commodities. Just as the witch articulated, even the most destitute which can find ways to earn a living, yet knowledge is exceedingly precious or exorbitantly priced. Clearly, the avenues to acquire such knowledge lie within these establishments. Jiang Han also recalled a previous advertisement for a pharmacy seeking employees. The wage was merely 300 per week, prompting her to glance and then walk away. In retrospect, it may have been due to the opportunity to learn additional spells and knowledge from the pharmacy's witches that the pay was so low. Upon witnessing her expression of sudden enlightenment, the enchantress smiled and nodded, extracting a business card from her pocket and placing it on the table. Should you desire this position, bring this card to me here. And do remember, our remuneration is weekly. Should you choose to refrain from work, simply inform me. You may take a break at any time, though such a respite will be unpaid. Thank you ever so much for your patience, Miss Witch. The enchantress rose, playfully flicking Jiang Han's long hair with her feather fan. What a flamboyant individual. Jiang Han lowered her gaze to the card, which bore the name Qin Shunying. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to keep it, perhaps due to the earlier encounter with the enchantress named Qin Shunying. The bartender graciously served her a complimentary glass of juice. Jiang Han began to appreciate the experience of sipping juice in a tavern, perusing a magazine as she did so. After approximately half an hour, Xinjing arrived, carrying a bag of materials whose contents were unknown. Jiang Han handed over the space bag filled with her purchases. I've completed all the shopping. Do you require a receipt? Not necessary, the witch replied with an enchanting smile. Miss Jiang Han, you may return home for now. Please meet me at the tutoring center's lobby at the same time tomorrow. We shall soon commence our second lesson. Jiang Han glanced at the wall clock, her expression turning to one of astonishment. Goodness, is it already 5 in the afternoon? Where has the time vanished? Women, your shopping is indeed a form of temporal sorcery. Jiang Han could clearly see the amusement in Sinjing's eyes. The enchantress affectionately draped an arm around her shoulder and remarked, "I am here awaiting Miss Li, enjoying a drink in the meantime." Jiang Han nodded, understanding her intent. After finishing the remaining juice in one gulp, she exited the tavern. Once outside the enchantress's abode, Jiang Han proceeded to the passenger area, purchasing a box of lemon cake from a nearby pastry shop to share with her younger sister. She then summoned a griffin taxi to return to her home on the floating island. Chapter 024. Magical Plants. The following day's class was somewhat unconventional. Sinjing instructed Jiang Han and Li to study independently for a while, explaining that today's lesson would be rescheduled to the evening. As night fell, Sinjing led the two of them to Jiuxianling. The enchanting allure of Jiuxianling remained unchanged, with a mesmerizing mist of various colored liquors intertwining, rendering the already intricate terrain even more challenging to discern. Strangely, the ground beneath was quite dry, with only a hint of moisture from the liquor mist. The grass paths were remarkably clean, suggesting diligent maintenance by the locals. Jiang Han was somewhat taken aback to observe that the local commoners greeted passing witches with phrases like "Hello, comrade," and "Thank you for your hard work, comrade," which seemed to contrast starkly with the accounts she had read in history books depicting the oppressed populace under the witch's dominion. Noticing the look of confusion on her face, Sinjing smiled and remarked, "Western witches have established grand castles, beautiful manors, and towering witch towers. They have divided the continent into territories, solidifying their extraordinary status. Even today, many Western witches refer to ordinary people as slaves. In our homeland, however, witches primarily reside on floating islands, and since the founding of New China, there has been a familial bond between witches and the military populace." Li chimed in, "Comrades are comrades, and comrades remain comrades. They are simply comrades." This sentiment unexpectedly resonated with the values of the local populace. It is quite possible that the sheer number of witches has contributed to this dynamic. In the West, a single witch might govern over a village of more than 100 people, while in our country, one witch might only have authority over 1.5 ordinary individuals, coupled with the unique cultural practice of witches engaging with ordinary residents, and the recent understanding of the initiative to transform ordinary people into witches. It seems quite normal for the status of ordinary individuals to be on par with that of witches here. As they ascended the mountain, they encountered several young boys and girls at the summit, engrossed in books pertaining to mysticism. These were ordinary people. Jiang Han could sense no magical energy emanating from them. They were likely aspirants in the witch preparatory program, and it was expected that after 5 or 6 years of study, they would become the next generation of witches. As for their magical potential, that would depend on their fortune. Those fortunate enough might become standard witches, while those less fortunate might emerge as weaker witches. Sinjing greeted the children with a calm demeanor, stating, "There is little difference between weak witches and ordinary people. Thus, most witches serve as aids to the more powerful, engaging in light magical duties, while some, like myself, take on the role of educators." Despite Sinjing's portrayal of witches as being in a weaker position, Jiang Han suspected that this witch's true magical prowess was likely quite remarkable. Jiang Han's perceptual abilities had entered a realm of the extraordinary, allowing her to sense magical energy with a radar-like sensitivity, vast in range yet only able to vaguely discern the magnitude of magical power. Nonetheless, this skill was sufficient, as most magical instructors in her tutoring class possessed lesser magical energy than Sinjing, who was a witch herself. Without exposing the other's magical prowess, Jiang Han quietly listened as she elaborated on the various aspects of witches. After traversing the mist-laden redwoods and circumventing a hilltop lake formed by mountain springs, they walked for approximately 20 minutes before an intricately arranged cemetery unfolded before them. Under the cloak of night, the graveyard exuded an eerie ambience, yet the presence of numerous individuals dispelled that somber atmosphere. Groups of witches gathered in the cemetery to commence a banquet, concocting bone broth in cauldrons and setting up barbecues. A cemetery, indeed. Jiang Han found herself momentarily at a loss for words. A barbecue gathering in a graveyard? At times, she felt she had unraveled the essence of the witch race, believing them to have reached the pinnacle of absurdity, yet they continued to astonish or shock her anew. The graveyard also served as a marketplace, where one could procure fresh or special materials. For instance, the Ijuan mushroom, scientifically known as Agaricum mycotina hamidus coimaterio crepidotissihimit, et. Mois, requires cultivation in the heavy aura of a cemetery or a potter's field to thrive. Due to its unique growing conditions, preservation necessitates placing it in an opaque glass bottle, a rather cumbersome task. Jing pointed to the Aijuan mushrooms sprouting from the grave soil. Although they originated in the cemetery, they were frequently utilized as a base for potions with healing properties under the life faction of the necromancy branch. The nomenclature of plants by witches mirrors that of the past life, consisting of 3 components: species name, genus name, and the nomenclator. However, the species name is placed at the forefront. As someone with a smattering of knowledge as a senior operative in the keyboard bureau, Jiang Han, unlike Li, who wore a perplexed expression of "What are you saying? What do you mean?" could comprehend the scientific terminology. The species name generally refers to descriptive adjectives, appositive nouns, and the possessive forms that perplex English learners. The genus name conveys fundamental information about the plant, such as its economic utility, growth environment, or unique characteristics, while the last component often appears as mere filler. Thus, one frequently encounters names like White Aijuan Horse, which incites a desire among students to engage in violent retribution against the namer. While some may perceive White Aijuan Horse as a mere 4-character phrase, its scientific designation extends to Himet, et. Mois, an abbreviation, coupled with the preceding description. The formal international scientific name for the Aijuan mushroom should be Agaricomycotina hamidus coimaterio crepidotacea himet, et. Mois. The full scientific designation is conjectured by Jiang Han, as it is presumed that if the witching world were to incorporate spell descriptions, an additional 5 or 6 words might be necessary. Moreover, since the term umbrella-shaped with spines lacks precedent in her past life, the root words must be considerably more intricate, likely several times more complex than the concocted term. However, Jiang Han was more intrigued by Jing. Such esoteric knowledge is typically elusive to the average witch, presenting a formidable challenge for any sorceress aspiring to acquire it. While the knowledge of botanical materials may not be as exorbitant as spells, it is certainly not inexpensive. Previously, she had discovered an academic publication titled Potions and Plants in the library, which cost upwards of 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Given the meticulousness and complexity that witches in this world exhibit towards documentation, such a book might only encompass information on a dozen or so plants, necessitating a greater financial outlay for more extensive knowledge. Casting a glance at her mentor with a hint of surprise, Jiang Han inquired, "Do you have a deep passion for plants, mentor?" Jing nodded and replied, "Indeed, my determination to become a witch stems from my love for plants. The dangers of foraging for these plants as an ordinary person devoid of magical power are simply too great." "So, have you always aspired to study plants since becoming a witch?" Jiang Han felt a twinge of envy for those who possess such convictions. Jing nodded once more, saying, "Yes, I cherish plants and delight in researching them. I aspire to author a comprehensive tome encompassing all potion-related flora of our nation." She then smiled and added, "If possible, I wish for my research and passion to be immortalized, to become the second witch to inscribe the term witch into the annals of history. The ambition to pen a complete botanical compendium." Jiang Han silently nodded, recognizing that, in light of her mentor's impression, this aspiration radiated positivity. Thus, she curiously asked, "Who was the first witch to be recorded in history?" Noticing Jing's smile falter, seemingly caught between laughter and tears, she turned to Li for assistance. Li's perpetually stoic expression finally cracked, mirroring a similar blend of amusement and exasperation, and, upon meeting her gaze, she explained, "The first witch to leave her name in history, of course, is the first witch in the truest sense, Flora, the very first witch born in this world, who crossed the seas to China aboard a small boat, wielding water manipulation and bread-making magic. She is also the first witch to traverse the world's largest ocean with merely the power of a low-tier witch." Chapter 025. A fresh start. The witch's cemetery is far more intriguing than one might imagine. It is not saturated with the solemnity of death, but rather brimming with the whimsical perspectives of witches on mortality. Established during the Republican era, the cemetery marks a period when a significant number of Chinese witches imported Western customs. They embody a blend of Westernization, humor, romance, and erudition. On one gravestone, the epitaph reads, "For marriage proposals, any necromancer witch is welcome." Another, adorned with mushrooms, humorously narrates a peculiar demise, concluding with, "May my death bring you a smile." There are also more somber inscriptions, such as, "Our cause shall inevitably triumph." This optimistic approach towards death is pervasive, as several witches conquer mortality each year, while others quietly rise after being vanquished by it. Though such occurrences are somewhat rare among ordinary witches, they become commonplace among the more formidable ones. Discerning whether a powerful witch is truly deceased is no simple task. Perhaps one day, Jiang Han too will transcend death and persist in this world. After wandering for a while, Jiang Han begins to comprehend why witches host barbecues in the cemetery. The resources here are remarkably abundant. The soil, imbued with the magical essence of decomposed witch bodies, fosters an extraordinary growth environment for plants. While the omnipresent magical energies maintain the vitality of objects, this locale serves as an exceptional repository for both storing and producing magical items. Where there is demand, witches will naturally appear for business. Gradually, this naturally occurring magical warehouse has evolved into a bustling marketplace, giving rise to fast food offerings such as hot pot, barbecues, and skewered meats. If one were to question whether this affects their appetite, the answer is a resounding no. The vast majority of witches have experienced slurping noodles in the morgue. Jiang Han recalls her own such experience, noting in her diary that it was braised beef noodles. Alas, she wonders how her counterpart in another world is faring. Does the witch Jiang Han have the same skills with electrical appliances? Has she adapted to the mundane existence without magical powers? Or has either she or the version of herself she portrays ceased to exist in that other realm? Jiang Han sighs quietly, remembering that her past self was also fond of note-taking. If the original owner of this witch's body has traversed to the past, she might glean useful information from the notes. She merely hopes that, like her, the witch is not overly concerned about her virginity or her own. No. How should one phrase it? Perhaps if she traveled back to 1994, she would simply be an 18-year-old virgin, which would not seem excessively embarrassing. As she indulges in these musings, Sinjing and Li Li are engaged in idle conversation. Sinjing asks, "Miss Li Li, have you considered your future career?" Li Li replies, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, "Of course I have. I aspire to hunt dragons, observe their behaviors, and continue my family's research on these magnificent creatures." Li Li aspired to inherit her family's business, yet she was undeniably captivated by dragons as a witch. Jiang Han silently nodded. Recognizing that in a world where knowledge was so precious, the most prudent course was to pursue the existing wisdom within her family. Transitioning to a new vocation would require a considerable accumulation of wealth. Moreover, transforming one's passions into a profession must surely be a source of profound happiness. Jiang Han envied those who possessed clear aspirations, who had pursuits they yearned to fulfill in this world. What about herself? What did she desire to accomplish? Quietly, she followed, listening to the witch articulate her dreams. She had exerted considerable effort to integrate into this world, striving to become a witch. Yet such endeavors could not dissolve the fundamental sense of alienation she felt. The madness of witches, their realm, their freedom, regardless of how hard she tried. A subtle veil separated her from this world. Her sister, Jiang Jinling, remained acerbic, while her mother, Yi Kishui, continued to be self-absorbed. As for her mother number 2, Jiang Xian, the very thought of this title made her chuckle. It must be said that the witches possessed a peculiar sense of humor that could elicit laughter even in moments of despair. This surge of joy shifted her mood from pessimism to optimism, rekindling her courage amidst the loneliness of being in a foreign land. Jiang Han reminisced about her past, recalling her experience of transferring to a new school in a new city, where she too felt the isolation of being in unfamiliar surroundings. Forced to smile at her concerned mother each week upon returning home. Indeed, while this world was filled with caring family members, what of her original world? The heart of humanity is unjust. The love, the family ties, the camaraderie with classmates, each bore a distinctly different weight in her heart. Her father and mother held familial affection for her, yet Jiang Han understood that the significance of her mother in her heart far outweighed that of her other relatives. This was the essence of injustice, yet it was quintessentially human emotion. If she were to choose between the familial bonds here and those of her previous world, she would not hesitate long before opting for her original realm. Yet, she resolved to muster the courage to confront her pain. These agonies, which could not extinguish a person, would only serve to fortify them further. Jiang Han was determined to, just as she had made new friends at her new school, gather her courage and restart her journey in this witch's world. She gently patted her face, steeling herself to face this new world that evoked feelings of estrangement. The graveyard still unsettled her somewhat, but she attempted to adopt a witch's perspective. Perhaps the witches had long ago premeditated their epitaphs, awaiting the day they would inscribe their clever phrases upon them. Very well, I shall first conceive an impressive epitaph for myself. She set her first small goal. After wandering the graveyard once more, Sinjing bought them both some small gifts. Li Li was given a mushroom, which Sinjing claimed would incapacitate a dragon for several seconds upon ingestion. In contrast, Jiang Han received an AI June mushroom, contained within a pure black glass vial, said to be a supplementary ingredient for a spell-casting potion that dispels magic. Although neither item was particularly precious, they both conveyed the warmth and meticulousness of the witch. Sinjing. After completing her lessons for the day, Jiang Han returned home, leisurely embracing a book for a while. She mused to herself, indeed. The substitute teacher is just that, a substitute. We spent the day idly fishing. Sighing, she reflected, Ah, Jiang Han, you have resolved to start anew? Yet here you are? Still idling away. This cannot continue tomorrow. However, mere moments later, she dismissed this thought from her mind. In truth, following such a pattern would likely lead to failure, reducing her efforts to mere jest. Resolutely, she sat up, retrieved the business card from the witch's house from her notebook, and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 26. The weekend she arose from her slumber in a daze, her hands instinctively covering her face as she made her way to the bathroom. After nearly a month spent traversing this world, the ecological time difference between the realm of the ordinary and that of the witch had finally manifested within her. With weary eyes resembling those of a panda, she gazed into the mirror, confronted by her own haggard reflection and the disconcerting sensation of physical disarray. Witches are nocturnal creatures, after all. A slight sting beneath her eyelids urged her to succumb to the embrace of sleep, yet she clung to the sink, striving to remain awake. Alas, mere willpower proved insufficient to stave off slumber. Her gaze settled upon the faucet in the shower, the blue switch symbolizing cold beckoning her. A thought flitted through her mind. One must be resolute to maintain one's steadiness. With determination, she twisted the blue switch, and a cascade of cold water erupted from the showerhead. Swiftly, she shed her clothing, covering her mouth with her hands as she dashed into the shower. The sound of her shivering cries echoed, a rather embarrassing sound for one to make upon taking a cold morning shower. However, the chill invigorated her, and upon returning to her room, she adeptly donned her stockings, applied a touch of lip balm before the mirror, and with great care, fastened her bra, turning to drape the black ice-colored witch's robe over her. With a playful gesture, she made a silly peace sign, declaring, I am adorable once more. Regrettably, her naturally delicate and cool-toned features were ill-suited for such a description of adorable. She envisioned herself as the second female lead, triumphantly defeating the first blonde heroine and walking down the aisle with the male lead, a victorious conclusion. With a silent chuckle, she slipped on her slippers and stepped outside. The neighboring room was enveloped in silence, as quiet as a secluded alley in the dead of night. Had Jinling not yet awakened? Odd, for she typically relished rising 10 minutes early. Approaching her sister's door, Jiang Han cleared her throat and, with her index and middle fingers arched, gently tapped on the door twice. Knock, knock. Inside, there was a momentary stillness before a series of faint sounds emerged, and after a short interval, footsteps approached the door. Dragging lazily, the door creaked open to reveal Jiang Jinling standing behind it. Her long black hair hung in disarray around her, her pale complexion appearing rather lifeless, and her bloodshot eyes gazed upon her sister with an intensity that suggested she might unleash a fireball or perhaps a more malevolent spell upon her. To sum it up succinctly, her eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Silently, she regarded her sister, who, under the weight of such a piercing stare, managed to maintain her composure and remarked, It's nearly 7:30. We must leave for tutoring by 8. As she spoke, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow frigid. Jinling's expression remained impassive as she clenched her fists, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, perhaps from biting her inner cheeks, her facial muscles taut, and her large eyes narrowing slightly. She stepped forward, turning Jiang Han around to face away from her. Smack! With a sharp crack, Jiang Han felt a searing pain in her backside as she stumbled forward a couple of steps. Turning her head, she sensed a gust of wind and witnessed the door slam shut with a resounding thud. Accompanying this was her sister's voice, restrained yet brimming with murderous intent. No weekend classes, the tutoring center is closed. Clutching her throbbing posterior, Jiang Han limped back to her room. Sister, you've allocated an excessive amount of points to your strength attribute as a mage. Jiang Han inhaled sharply. While she comprehended the fury of being awakened early on a non-working morning, her sister's slap felt excessively painful, as if it were delivered with the intent to inflict serious harm. Surely, her sister couldn't still be experiencing morning grumpiness, could she? Jiang Han found herself in a baffling predicament. She had initially intended to indulge in a brief return to slumber, yet the invigorating cold shower had rendered her completely alert. Venturing out of her room once more, she descended the staircase, finding the house enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed several letters awaiting her. Correspondence addressed to witches typically arrived at the ungodly hour of 3 in the morning, thus the delivery personnel worked the night shift for witches. It was said that the remuneration was quite satisfactory, bolstered by a unique points system in the postal service that attracted witches to apply. Furthermore, the allure of rare materials occasionally available at discounted prices added to its appeal. Regrettably, this profession required a Class G broomstick license, which could only be obtained at the age of 25. Thus, Jiang Han found herself unable to pursue this line of work, as she was merely 18. She approached the letters and carefully gathered them. One was addressed to Ms. Jiang from the Pioneers Association, along with another for Ms. Yi. It sounds akin to some sort of mountaineering club, or perhaps an association for exploring folded spaces. Another letter was addressed to Ms. Jiang from the 6th Avenue Workers' Office in South City. A series of letters were for her two mothers, but Jiang Han had no intention of prying into their contents. She merely sorted them and placed them on the shoe cabinet in the foyer. There were also letters for Du Shueqing and Lin Qiang. Following these were several letters for her sister, leading Jiang Han to surmise that her sister must be quite popular at school. Finally, 2 letters remained for herself. One was from the Dream Garden Elite Witch Training Institute, addressed to Miss Jiang Han. She opened it eagerly, only to be met with a barrage of pleasantries. "We warmly welcome your joining. We are exceedingly delighted. It is a tremendous honor," and other similar platitudes. Following this were enticing details: free access to commonly held spells from levels 0 to 3, rare spells at a 40% discount. Multiple rare spells will be provided free of charge during instruction, and 2 free level 4 spells and 1 level 5 spell will be granted monthly. Such promising offerings indicated the Institute's substantial investment in Jiang Han, a newly 18-year-old witch with vast potential for growth. Alas, the investments made by witches typically consisted solely of knowledge and spells, with monetary support being a rarity. Even the scholarship systems of numerous schools offered rewards in the form of free tuition and a selection of complementary spells, seldom providing financial assistance. This was a distinctive characteristic of witch training within the country. One had to rely on their own endeavors to secure funds. Enclosed within the Dream Garden correspondence was a small charm. The ornament consists of a delicately crafted silver embellishment strip and a faceless hooded witch figure made of mithril, exuding a subtle hint of enchantment. The accompanying letter elucidates its properties, an ornament imbued with the ability to resist flames. Since the inception of the Dream Garden, these ornaments have symbolized the witch's active participation in dragon hunting endeavors. Even an ordinary witch, possessing such an item, can acquire the knowledge she yearns for within the Dream Garden's library. While the flame resistance may not manifest overtly in terms of magical efficacy, having it is certainly preferable to lacking it. Jiang Han adorned herself with the ornament, feeling a gentle wave of magic enveloping her skin. The second letter bore an unfamiliar name, to Miss Jiang Han from Shanghai. After confirming that she had never heard this name before, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to open the letter. After all, it was addressed to her. The paper carried a faint scent of smoked incense, and the handwriting was quite elegant. "Dear Miss Jiang, I hope this letter finds you well. I had the fortune of encountering you in Nanqing recently, where I exchanged a citrus fruit for your correspondence address. I apologize for my presumption in writing to you. Today, I chanced upon several pots of hard oranges and have prepared some fine tea, hoping you might join me in savoring these hard oranges. I eagerly await your response. Sincerely, Shanghai. P.S. Should you wish to meet, I shall be at the Appleton Hotel, awaiting your esteemed presence. Ah, the witch who sells oranges." Jiang Han felt her lips twitch. The letter would have been innocuous had it not been for that final line, which rendered it ripe for a simple translation. In essence, the message conveyed was, "Good girl, shall we meet? No way, no way, good girls do not meet." Jiang Han tucked the letter away with a sigh, contemplating the burden of replying to this cultured rogue, which instantly dulled her spirits. After securing the letter, she retrieved the business card from the witch's abode and fell into deep thought. Chapter 027. The first job. Having enjoyed a leisurely breakfast, Jiang Han chose not to rush to the witch market. Instead, she donned her robe once more and, in high spirits, made her way to the ice bear cave to indulge in some playful interaction with the bears. After a brief nap on the furry creature, she pondered whether the tavern would be open in the morning, but surely it would not be. Her comfortable slumber extended into the afternoon until her sister roused her for lunch. Following their meal, they returned to the bear cave, where Jiang Han read while petting the bears. As evening approached, around 8 o'clock, she shared a delightful fish noodle dinner with her sister, the diligent Jiang Xian, who had been tending to the garden at home. After dinner, she changed into a relaxed robe, adorned herself with a wide-brimmed witch hat, and stepped out of her home, her heart light and cheerful. In a witch's household, the atmosphere is notably free-spirited. Unless a family outing has been prearranged, weekends are often spent engaging in individual activities. Once at the entrance, she donned her shoes and mounted her broom, skillfully navigating the art of flight. Brooms are classified into G and A categories. The A category represents the conventional flying speed, which Jiang Han considered quite swift, yet in reality, the G category boasts speeds nearly 3 to 5 times faster, a true marvel of high-speed travel. However, G brooms are not only costly, but also require a license for operation. Given that her homeland is a nation of numerous floating islands, the aerial routes are intricate, making it more challenging to acquire a G license domestically than abroad. Nevertheless, due to its international validity, some witches venture to Southeast Asia to obtain their G licenses before returning home. It is worth mentioning that the land of the rising sun also comprises many floating islands, where the examination process is remarkably rigorous. After flying for a while, she arrived at the bustling floating mountain market, notably more vibrant due to the weekend. During her last visit, she had overlooked the nearby smaller floating islands, which hosted restaurants and various recreational facilities. Many ordinary citizens took rides on witches' griffin carriages to these islands, indulging in the witch lifestyle during their weekend escapades. With practiced ease, she stored her broom at the designated area and received a storage tag before retracing her steps from a couple of days prior. Despite the chaos of the market, a sense of order prevailed. Stalls selling fresh produce were adjacent to flower shops, followed by beverage trade stations, and not far away lay rows of taverns. Next to the bookstore, one would invariably find magical item shops, antique stores, and enchanting shops, while alchemy shops clustered near herbal merchants. Following this pattern, she soon arrived at the tavern street and quickly spotted the establishment known as the Witch's Abode. It was easily recognizable, with a unique bamboo variety named Jiu planted at the entrance. This bamboo, deep brown in hue, exuded the aroma of malt beer as one approached. The soft sound of liquid flowing within its joints could be heard. The bamboo, accompanied by a quaint little bridge and flowing water, gave the Witch's Abode an enchanting ambience reminiscent of a hidden gem within a bamboo grove. Upon pushing the door open, Jiang Han was greeted by the tavern's charming interior, reminiscent of a cozy library. At this hour, the tavern was not overly crowded, predominantly filled with familiar patrons who sipped from small cups as they read magazines or gathered to play cards. Curious, Jiang Han leaned in closer to observe the game they were engaged in. For individuals were gathered around a round table, each gripping a handful of cards, taking turns to draw and play. What card game necessitates drawing and playing cards? Hearthstone, perhaps? Jiang Han leaned in for a closer look. A witch adorned in red and black was playing a card, while another witch dressed in green and black exclaimed, "Bang," and picked up the card played by the first witch. She then drew 2 identical cards from her own deck, laid all 3 cards flat before her, and played another card, the 3 of circles. Wasn't this just mahjong, albeit transformed into a card game? Jiang Han struggled to articulate her thoughts, surmising that perhaps the witches preferred a quieter game, thus adapting the original mahjong into this card variant. She cast a glance at the table, where the witches played cards were neatly arranged in front of them, forming a river of cards, with a 6,000 card placed at the center and a sign indicating treasure card pointer. How oddly reminiscent of Japanese mahjong. Jiang Han stepped away from the table and approached the bar. Coincidentally, the witch named Qin Shunying, who had recruited her 2 days prior, was seated there, tinkering with something. "Is it you? Please wait a moment." Upon seeing her, Qin Shunying appeared genuinely delighted, turning around. In her arms, she cradled an extraordinarily overweight spherical black cat, while in her hand, she held a bamboo stick strung with a cord. After a brief period of adjustment, she secured the bamboo to the black cat, grasping one end of the stick while placing a goblet atop the cat's belly. "Ahem, will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday?" Qin Shunying cleared her throat and began to sing, scratching the goblet on the cat's belly, producing an unscientific musical sound from the feline. Goodness, a shamisen. Jiang Han found herself at a loss for words once more. After the elegantly dressed which concluded her song, the black cat meowed, breaking free from the bamboo and leaping to the floor. Thud, crack. The dual sounds echoed as the cat landed clumsily, seemingly causing the wooden floor to creak, before it limped away behind the bar. Ha ha. Qin Shunying laughed heartily, wiping away tears of mirth. She picked up a pipe from the bar, lit it, took a puff, and with a smile remarked, "Music is an essential component of our lives, but perhaps it is the entirety of a cat's existence. This woman is a bit eccentric." Jiang Han regarded her with a wary eye. "We met 2 days ago." Qin Shunying tapped her pipe, offering an apologetic gesture to the few quiet witches engrossed in reading and sipping their drinks, then turned her attention back to Jiang Han with keen interest. "Are you interested in this position?" Jiang Han hesitated for a moment before sitting down at the bar and inquired. May I first see what special spells you have? Of course, it is customary for every witch interested in working here to request a preview, and typically, after seeing them, they wish to stay, Qin Shunnying replied, pulling out a list from the pocket of her robe, as if she had been prepared for this moment. The list contained numerous spells, the vast majority of which Jiang Han had never encountered in her school textbooks, focused primarily on protective spells, with a secondary emphasis on shaping energy. It starkly contrasted with Jiang Han's prior impressions of the witch's domain. In her view, within the internal circulation of the witch's house, the disciplines should align with either the school of illusions or the school of enchantment. The schools of abjuration and transmutation are rather straightforward in nature, which does not quite match the persona of a tavern keeper. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit of these spells, some of which had names that sounded impressively potent, such as celestial fire. Now, let us briefly discuss the aspects that pique your interest the most. Qin Shunnying produced another document, this time a contract. The witch's house guarantees that there will be no increase or decrease in the points required for spell exchanges. The fluctuation for potion materials exchange points will not exceed 15, while that for magical items will not surpass 10. The contract reiterated what Qin Shunnying had previously mentioned: Class A employment agreement, 5 tax, national insurance, 30 hours of work per week, a weekly salary of 1,000 yuan. 1 meal included, a 10 share of beverage expenses, and 50 points of witch's house credits per week. There were also miscellaneous clauses, such as earning points for selling specific beverages. The more expensive the drink, the greater the points accrued, as well as profit sharing for accompanying guests in card games and for singing. Notably, at the bottom of the contract, there was a line for crosstalk performance profit sharing, indicating that they not only recruited beautiful witches, but also those skilled in the art of comedy. Jiang Han carefully reviewed the document once more to ensure there were no references to adult services, then nodded and inquired, "Shall I sign here?" "Yes, however, after signing. You will need to wait a moment, as our contract requires notarization," Qin Shunnying replied with a smile. "Although we may appear to be in somewhat unorthodox professions, we are officially recognized, possess insurance, have labor agreements, are supervised by a workers' union, and pay taxes. Without these assurances, I would not engage in this line of work." Jiang Han took the pen attached to the contract and inscribed her name at the designated spots, which were numerous due to the length of the document. Once she completed the signatures, Qin Shunnying produced a badge and a silver box the size of a matchbox. She pressed the badge into the seal within the box, retrieved it, and then stamped it onto the contract. Subsequently, she beckoned to a witch clad in a black Chong Sam, handing the contract to her with instructions to take it for notarization at the Witches Association. After issuing her directives, she stood and extended her hand towards Jiang Han, stating, "Welcome to the witch's house." Jiang Han rose to her feet and shook her hand, responding courteously, "It is my honor as well." Chapter 028. Staff Lounge. Upon signing her employment contract and completing the notarization, Jiang Han officially registered at the witch's house. She was escorted by Qin Shunnying to the bar counter and then into the staff lounge, a room adorned with a rich, reddish-brown carpet. In one corner, deep burgundy curtains and an opulent bookshelf-style screen suggested a changing area. The center of the room featured a half-height bookshelf and a round table, cluttered with scrolls and volumes bound in dark covers. Within the lounge, a witch clad in a black qipao was diligently transcribing something. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with striking princess curls and wispy bangs framing her face. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with clarity and a hint of elegance and innocence. "Good day, boss," the witch greeted. Her head bowed as she continued her work. "Is everything in order, Ningxuang? Do you need me to procure anything else for you?" Qin Shunnying inquired. The witch lifted her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "No, it is sufficient. I am pleasantly surprised that the witch's house still preserves a manuscript of the Mineral Chronicles." She turned to Jiang Han, exchanged greetings, and introduced herself as Du Ningxuang. After closing her transcription notebook and placing it in storage, she exited the lounge to attend to her duties. "Miss Ningxuang is a dedicated witch, and her reason for joining us is to pursue deeper knowledge," Qin Shunnying remarked, rummaging through items behind the screen. "Her demeanor is quite extraordinary," Jiang Han observed. "Indeed," Qin Shunnying responded, her voice sweet, yet tinged with an unstable madness. "That purity and literary grace can command a high price for our beverages." "High-priced beverages?" Jiang Han noted as she watched Qin Shunnying unearth various disordered small boxes from behind the screen. Emerging triumphantly, Qin Shunnying pointed to the bottles displayed on the room's shelving. "The base liquid for our spirits often requires magical ingredients, exuding a sweet aroma. With the right concoction and miraculous blending, these bases possess remarkable soothing properties. The green wormwood base produced by the Verdugo estate can swiftly mend bodily injuries, even facilitating the regeneration of severed limbs. However, such bases are precious commodities, and the high-priced spirits we acquire are typically crafted in specific ratios. Jiang Han gazed in awe at the bottles. If these expensive spirits could indeed serve as effective healing agents, they would fetch astronomical prices. Is the most expensive type the base liquid? She inquired. Qin Shunying shook her head. Not at all. The base liquid is merely the initial product from our blending process. While it exhibits potent effects, it is well known that potions can be toxic, particularly this thick base. Only a few types of base liquids can be directly used by ordinary individuals for healing, while most require careful blending and filtration. I will provide you with a basic checklist shortly. This knowledge is free from the witch's house, as we cannot allow those entirely unfamiliar with the effects of spirits to sell them. She blinked, her hands retrieving the item she had just searched for. In her grasp was a qipao predominantly in icy hues, complemented by black. Tada! Since our encounter the day before yesterday, I envisioned this and customized a work outfit for you. Although she had already resolved to work here, Jiang Han still found it difficult to accept the slightly translucent nature of the qipao. Give it a try, Qin Shunying urged, handing the garment to her. Don't be shy. Just imagine this dress doesn't exist. Picture yourself working in a bikini at a summer beach tavern. It's quite similar. The thought that a bikini reveals even less than this delicate attire crossed Jiang Han's mind, and a smirk tugged at her lips, a silent acknowledgement of the cold humor. Admittedly, the jest somewhat diminished her resistance to wearing the qipao. Assimilate, integrate. Just pretend you're working at a high-class club, embrace your profession. In the silence, Jiang Han resolved to embrace this challenge with audacity and curiosity. She grasped the outfit and stepped behind the screen, cautiously peeking at Qin Shunying, who sat with her back turned, lighting a cigarette, before drawing the curtain closed. The makeshift changing area featured a mirror, a wardrobe, a basket labeled free dry cleaning, and an assortment of disposable tights wrapped in plastic, alongside various sizes of traditional round-toed shoes. Outside the box of disposable tights, numerous sticky notes were scattered. Ladies, please do not mistake these socks for disposable gloves. By QSY. Someone left their notebook in the lounge yesterday. By TW. Thank you, sister. By CY. Edu, what's the name of the song on your record? It's quite lovely. By TWO. When love has become a thing of the past. By DNZ. Ladies, please refrain from using sticky notes for communication outside the sock box. By QSY. Thanks, Edu. Manager, let us be reasonable here. It's easy to jot down a few notes while changing socks. You can't stifle a witch's passion for writing, her love for communication, or her obsession with leaving behind calligraphy. By TW. Dear sister, this is my 66th breakup. Can someone comfort me tonight? By LJS, scoundrel. Go away. Have you practiced your rap? By LLW. If you critique, I might just rap. By LJS. The topics on the sticky notes grew increasingly risky, prompting Jiang Han to cover her face in exasperation with a sigh. She hastily changed into the uniform, removed her shoes, and placed them in the shoe cabinet, donning a pair of traditional round-toed shoes. Finally, she removed her witch's hat, neatly folding the garment and placing it within the clothing divider, the hat resting atop it in an orderly fashion. Before the dressing mirror, Jiang Han tied the long icy black ribbon around her neck. She appeared more elegant than the other qipaos at the witch's abode. The icy black backless design, coupled with the matching long ribbon, exuded a cool, feminine aura. Clothes indeed make the person. Jiang Han felt that in this attire, she appeared more mature than in the witch's robe, no longer resembling an underage girl. Uncomfortably, she tugged at the ribbon around her neck, which seemed to beckon others to grasp it. Jiang Han emerged from the changing room to behold the splendidly attired Qin Shunying, who gracefully held a long pipe, exhaling wisps of smoke with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, quite remarkable, Qin Shunying remarked twice, her eyes shimmering with a fervent glow, though devoid of lustful intent. Her gaze bore the sentiment of a collector, as she leaped with excitement, drawing nearer with her pipe, not overstepping any boundaries, but rather observing with keen interest. I can't help but think that your icy black hair suits you perfectly, she said, gesturing with her pipe towards the tips of Jiang Han's hair. Look, the ends are dyed in an icy hue, giving off a hint of highlights. Your ancestors must have consumed the blood of formidable magical beasts, resulting in your ancestral traits: fair skin, unusual hair color, and ice-colored eyes. Truly enchanting. Thank you, Jiang Han responded, a touch of shyness evident in her tone. Do not be overly courteous. The people here are quite amiable. Allow me to assist you with your schedule. Qin Shunying transitioned into work mode. She opened a notebook, flipping to a specific page before presenting it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, this is your name, correct? I hope I haven't made an error. Not only had she not erred, but her penmanship was exquisite. Jiang Han nodded in affirmation. So, which days do you prefer to work during the week? Qin Shunying inquired. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Jiang Han replied, reasoning that she would definitely work on weekends, making Thursday and Friday a bit more arduous, yet allowing for a more relaxed weekend. After unwinding, returning for work on Monday seemed quite acceptable. As the saying goes, the most dreaded tasks should be reserved for Monday. After jotting down a few notes, Qin Shunying remarked, these 5 days, I should also clarify the usage of the staff lounge. This position allows for a 30-minute break, meaning you will only need to work for 5 hours and 30 minutes. Should you exceed the allotted break time, you will need to compensate during work hours. Is that agreeable? Without hesitation, Jiang Han nodded affirmatively, no problem. Chapter 29. Selling wine. Qin Shunying first instructed Jiang Han to memorize the wine list, followed by the tavern's menu. The wine list was extensive, categorized into spirits and cocktails, both of which were rather expensive, with bottles frequently priced in the range of 300 to 400. Jiang Han calculated the potential expenses in her mind and silently gasped. Dining and drinking in such an establishment would undoubtedly cost at least 800 or 900 in a single night. It was no wonder that the witch's house harbored an abundance of rare spells and materials. Wealth was evidently plentiful. When patrons inquired about the beverages, you could share what you knew, but refrain from boasting about their effects. You may flirt and be charming, yet avoid any physical contact. Although I believe you to be an exemplary girl of virtue, these stipulations must be conveyed. It is indeed a respectable, no, perhaps more accurately, a very proper tavern. Finally, the weight on Jiang Han's heart lifted. She nodded, indicating her willingness to adhere to the establishment's rules. Excellent. When customers inquire about prices, you need not respond verbally. Simply present the menu, Qin Shunying instructed. Do not engage in excessive chatter, merely observe quietly. They will soon succumb to their vanity and select the most expensive drinks their finances can accommodate. Your task is to ensure that patrons willingly purchase these high-priced beverages without feeling irked. Qin Shunying, possessing considerable experience, added, listen attentively. Patrons often have much to express, and it is crucial that you absorb their sentiments. Exercise patience, particularly when they discuss matters of the heart. Refrain from promoting drinks during such conversations, as it may give them the impression that your sole purpose in listening is to sell them alcohol. Although this is indeed the case, you must avoid allowing them to perceive it as such. Maintain an air of sophistication. As I mentioned, we do not discuss prices, simply slide the menu towards them. By the way, how is your handwriting? Does the quality of your writing correlate with selling wine? Jiang Han mused internally but responded honestly, it's acceptable. In truth, that was a modest assessment. In her previous life, she had possessed exquisite penmanship, earning her the admiration of her superiors. Very good. Qin Shunying's wine-red eyes narrowed cunningly. Always have a few note cards ready. When a customer asks what wines are available, jot down the most expensive options and slide them over. If they purchase, splendid. Should they inquire about cheaper alternatives, do not mock them. Maintain a somewhat aloof demeanor and write out a note with the mid-range options instead. In this manner, they are bound to make a purchase. Psychological marketing. Jiang Han was taken aback by the advanced sales strategies employed by this tavern. If Low Point were to announce loudly each time a high-priced bottle was sold, it would resemble the taverns she had encountered in her past life. However, the witch's house maintained its elegance and would not stoop to such lowly tactics. Subsequently, Qin Shunying shared various techniques and provided her with a television program schedule. The witch's house tavern featured a large-screen television, crafted by the Grand Witch herself, broadcasting pre-recorded programs purchased from the Witch television station from noon until midnight, with modest on-demand fees, albeit requiring prior reservation. At 1 o'clock in the morning until 11 in the morning, a live broadcast program unfolds, featuring shows such as the school duel competition and potions variety show. Memorizing the schedule and finding ways to engage in conversation with guests watching television is part of the employee's responsibilities. Qin Shunying glanced at the wall clock and inquired, it's almost 11. If you don't mind, would you like to try working at the bar? Certainly, Jiang Han replied, then asked, is working at the bar solely about managing the cash register? If permissible, she hoped to spend 5 days a week at the bar, confining herself there and avoiding selling drinks to those witches outside. Qin Shunying nodded, maintaining a smile that occasionally flickered, and said, indeed, it is quite an easy job. Furthermore, if guests come to the bar for drinks, you will also need to promote the beverages, utilizing the first method I mentioned, pushing the menu. Since the bar is a two-person operation, your partner, another witch, will also find it considerably easier. As she spoke, She stepped out of the break room. Jiang Han followed her to the bar area, where she noticed a witch standing, dressed similarly to herself but adorned with arm sleeves. With traditional long black hair that transitioned to vibrant fiery ends, she possessed striking quartz-red eyes and a complexion reminiscent of Jiang Han's, yet distinctly different. Her skin appeared luminous, as if illuminated by flames, while Jiang Han's had a cooler tone, akin to a sprinkling of snowflakes. Upon seeing Jiang Han approach the bar, the witch scanned her qipao with an appraising gaze before slightly tilting her head to look at Qin Shunying. "This is Miss Jiang Han, who has just joined the witch house today," Qin Shunying introduced. "This is Miss Chu Yujun. She will teach you the basics. I hope you both enjoy each other's company." The two nodded in unison, eliciting a satisfied smile from Qin Shunying. She clapped her hands, took a puff from her cigarette holder, and gently tapped the table, saying, "All right. Ladies, this is your domain. You sound as if you're introducing us for matchmaking," Jiang Han remarked. Turning her head only to find Chu Yujun observing her with a tilted head, her quartz-red eyes deep and silent, evoking a sense of dread. Jiang Han's expression reflected her surprise, while the other which lowered her gaze and turned away. "Hello, Miss Chu?" Jiang Han tentatively inquired. Chu Yujun turned back, silently fixating on her until Jiang Han felt a chill run down her spine, prompting her to speak at a deliberate pace. "Do not use you. Simply call me by my full name." Jiang Han shifted her gaze in search of help, her eyes landing on Qin Shunying, who was seated at a round table observing a card game. Qin Shunying offered an encouraging look before returning to the game. "So, Chu Yujun?" Jiang Han repeated the name. "Please, have a seat." Chu Yujun indicated the long bench beneath them. The high-backed sofa behind the bar made Jiang Han appear rather petite as she sat down. The bar's design features a semicircular, inward-stepping structure, with two levels differing by 40 centimeters. The lower tier faces the staff, reminiscent of the desks in a university lecture hall, where one might jot down notes or read when patrons are absent. Jiang Han rested her hands on the table, observing that the clientele in the witch's house was sparse, mostly engaged in card games or watching television. The current program showcased a witch duel, and Jiang Han furrowed her brow, noting that many spells could resurrect the recently deceased. Consequently, the witches in the show employed lethal tactics. One witch, after casting a dispel spell, immediately followed up with a decay spell, reducing her opponent's body to ash on one side, a brutality that was restricted to viewers aged 18 and above. As Jiang Han's complex emotions swirled while she watched the witch who had succumbed to the decay spell being carried off by medics, she heard the slow, rhythmic voice of Chu Yujun beside her. Such carelessness. Jiang Han discreetly glanced over, noticing Chu Yujun mixing drinks while quietly commenting. She was too greedy, unwilling to spend more magical energy to secure the win, ultimately leading to her downfall. Chu Yujun, noticing Jiang Han's gaze, raised her voice slightly to indicate a desire to converse. "Too greedy?" Jiang Han inquired, supporting the point. "This is a tournament, a point system with 6 matches a day. Therefore, one must judiciously manage their magical energy, conserving it for formidable opponents or selectively conceding." Chu Yujun explained without a hint of emotion. "So, she intended to conserve her magic for the next match?" Jiang Han pondered, observing the various charts on the screen, alongside the commentator's remarks. "Oh no, that shouldn't have happened. Contestant. Indeed, it was a significant error. Contestant Xiang Shi has lost a promising position. Her serious injury may impact her mindset and performance in the next match. Today was supposed to be a flawless 6-0 record, but now it risks becoming 5-1, or even 4-2. The commentator, reminiscent of the exuberance of 1994, passionately exclaimed. To be greedy even with the cost of protective spells. If not her, then who would be overturned? Such a lack of skill. If I were in her place, I would surely secure this round. Next to the enthusiastic commentator, another, smiling commentator added, absolutely. If Teacher Yu were here, she would have clinched it. But perhaps even greedier than contestant Xiang Shi, the kind of greedy that would skimp on even glitter dust. Last year's Masters tournament saw a similar fate, where skimping on glitter dust allowed Mizali to become virtually invincible and turn the tide. The commentary booth erupted into a lively debate. Jiang Han watched in astonishment, while Chu Yujun, unfazed, leisurely poured herself a cup of tea from a thermos, appearing quite at ease. Gradually, Jiang Han too relaxed, engaging in casual conversation with Chu Yujun while watching the television, finding the experience even more comfortable than being at home. Unfortunately, the pleasant atmosphere did not last long. As the clock struck 11, the influx of guests became increasingly pronounced, and the 8 seats at the bar were filled with witches. Jiang Han found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Her inaugural day on the job proved to be somewhat chaotic. She had to accurately serve drinks and record orders for the staff to fetch beverages from the cellar, while simultaneously managing the flirtatious banter from the occasionally ill-tempered witches, along with the intermittent lascivious glances. This was, in part, the typical anxiety that accompanies a first job. 1 glass of Huaijin wine, please, with a dash of salt and soda. Enchant my vodka. I wanted to be fiery. 3 barrels of dreamy rum, for takeaway. Chapter 030. Harmonious colleagues. The business at the witch's house began to flourish from 11 o'clock at night, gradually quieting down around 5 in the morning. Only a couple of familiar patrons remained, engaged in card games, along with a few staff members enjoying late-night snacks at the bar, as the atmosphere shifted into a more intimate setting for regulars. Thank you for your hard work, said the manager, Qin Shunying, as she drew a simple yet abstract symbol with her wand, summoning an invisible force that tidied up the tavern, clearing away clutter and refuse. As an inexperienced witch, Jiang Han was uncertain of the spell's nature, but judging by the straightforward incantation, it was likely a low-level spell, possibly a level 1 invisible servant. However, the invisible servant lacked the intelligence to clean. It seemed the manager or certain witches had modified it for that purpose. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, thank you. The sounds of chatter filled the air, a mix of the staff's voices and the cheerful laughter of familiar patrons. Among the 6 servers on duty today, aside from Jiang Han and Chu Yujun at the bar, for had already returned home, including Du Ningzhuang, whom Jiang Han had previously seen in the break room. The remaining 2 were lively personalities. One was Tang Wan, with captivating gem-like red eyes, exuding the charm of a sweet, neighborly girl, yet brimming with energy. The other, named Qiang, possessed striking gray eyes and formed the core of the staff's small social circle, attentively caring for Jiang Han. The 2 had previously played the air together at the witch's house, developing a bond akin to that of twins. According to a witch named Lin Qiang, who was working today, these 2 also performed comedic skits occasionally. What are today's drink names? Tang Wen asked, her sparkling red eyes turning toward Qiang. Golden rum, gold ford, huaizhen, bitter wormwood, green fungi, mushroom bubble, spicy sugar, moon candy, fatters, dream rum, silver rum, dragon's blood rum, platinum rum, magma rum, blood ford, green vodka, white vodka, gold coin vodka. Qiang quickly rattled off over 20 names in one breath. Good, Tang Wen replied, embracing Qiang in a warm hug. The 2 witches radiating camaraderie and joy. Jiang Han could hardly suppress a smile. These 2 lively spirits indeed brought happiness and were remarkably talented, often lamenting their binding contracts as a duo. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 5. They would not finish work until 6. Although today's shift had started at 11, the closing time remained unchanged. Still a while until we can leave, Jiang Han thought as she returned to the break room, retrieving her notebook from her clothing and heading back behind the bar to read. Due to the limited space on the couch, Jiang Han and Chu Yujun were seated quite close together. One person's notebook was laid out on the table, making it nearly impossible for the other not to glance at it. As she read and took notes, Jiang Han could also see the contents of Chu Yujun's notes, which detailed a level 2 spell called Shadow Shifting, written in elegant script, with the English text displayed in beautiful British cursive. Jiang Han cast a glance at the English font she was using, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. In her previous life, she had a fleeting fascination with Hannibal, the American adaptation of The Silence of the Lambs. Apart from the 2 infuriating male protagonists, she was particularly enamored with Hannibal's elegant script, leading her to practice Eastern European, Russian-style calligraphy for some time. It was all quite beautiful, though the English script tended to be more exuberant at times. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Chu Yujun's gaze resting on her notebook. With a simple grip on her pen, Chu lightly tapped the paper and wrote in Chinese, "Life is but a waiting game. Those who wait will never arrive." Jiang Han caught a glimpse of Chu Yujun, giving a slight nod before picking up her pen and writing with a soft rustle. Once she finished, Jiang Han peered at her notebook, where she had elegantly inscribed, "Waiting for Godot," by Beckett. Jiang Han chuckled softly, then quickly covered her face, feeling a touch of shyness. It was reminiscent of elementary school days, when one would read a classic and jot down quotes in their notebook, only to be discovered by a desk mate, initially exhilarating to find a kindred spirit, followed by a tinge of embarrassment. Chu Yujun's lips curled slightly as she wrote. Tang Wan and Qiang are quite loud. From the sharp, angular strokes of her writing, one could sense the quiet wrath of the reserved sorceress. Jiang Han, however, did not dislike the boisterousness of Tang Wan and Qiang. Perhaps it was precisely because her own nature was not overly noisy that she found their lively demeanor endearing. Jiang Han wrote back, "Do you dislike them?" To which her companion replied, "I only find them noisy." Occasionally, it gives me a headache, but I do not dislike them. After a moment of silence, Chu Yujun punctuated her sentence with a period. It felt akin to discovering a new desk made in elementary school with whom one could easily converse, wishing to share everything. Yet, instead of whispering quietly, they resorted to passing notes, a behavior that seemed innocent in youth but now appeared romantic. The soft rustling of pen against paper was delicate and enchanting, hazy yet clear. As they continued to write, Jiang Han suddenly felt her right hand, gripping the pen, brush against something warm. Looking over, she found it was her hand in contact with Chu Yujun's left hand. A left-handed person, Jiang Han offered a polite smile, and her companion nodded slightly. The two silently shifted apart, as if breaking some unspoken barrier, allowing the sounds of their surroundings to return. "Are you learning to dispel magic?" Chu Yujun inquired. "Yes, it's the subject from my tutoring class." Jiang Han explained how she had modified the dispel magic model repeatedly. To master a spell, one must align it with their own magical attributes. Acquiring a spell required not only studying its theory and fundamentals, but also adjusting the fixed spell model and finally concocting the potion to store the model. Chu Yujun turned her head slightly and remarked, "This spell is rare yet highly versatile. Every Dory and its sorceress must learn it." The duels depicted on television certainly illustrated this point. Jiang Han could attest to the efficacy of the dispel magic spell, as nearly every sorceress's instant kill initiation began with it. Used to dismantle opponents' shield spells or to feign an attack, drawing out their high-level spells. It is akin to the control in football, the dribbling in basketball, a fundamental yet, in the hands of a master, capable of exquisite artistry. Jiang Han nodded, engaging in light conversation for a while, sipping 2 cups of beverages provided by the witch's home for its employees, until the workday concluded. She entered the break room, exchanged her work attire for the elegant black icy robe of the witch, and stepped out of the changing room. Outside, Qin Shunying, adorned in resplendent attire, stood with a Rubik's Cube levitating in her hands, its many facets shimmering. She offered Jiang Han a smile that was both reserved and tinged with a hint of madness, then greeted her. "You may take your work uniform home as a benefit for employees." "Indeed," Jiang Han replied. Although she did not foresee herself donning a chi pao in her daily life, one cannot refuse a gift, so she returned to the changing room, carefully placed the chi pao work attire into a bag from the witch's home, and exited with it in hand. Within the break room, Qin Shunying had seated herself at a round table, where a mound of gold coins awaited her scrutiny. "The current valuation of gold is significantly lower than in my previous life, for witches have made gold mining exceedingly convenient. Moreover, the folded spaces yield an abundance of precious metals. Perhaps some smaller nations still yearn for gold and silver, yet larger nations are never in want. The greater the land area, the higher the probability of folded spaces. In fact, the only major nation currently lacking in gold is Canada. While we now possess bank drafts and paper currency, I still place my trust in these resplendent coins," Qin Shunying elucidated. At that moment, the door to the break room swung open, and Chai-Ying entered. This lady, with her dark gray hair and deep gray eyes, smiled at them. "The changing room is unoccupied, I presume?" "Indeed, it was just vacated," Jiang Han and Qin Shunying responded in unison. Chai-Ying tugged at the collar of her chi pao, taking a breath before inquiring, "Manager, may I have my work uniform remade? I feel a bit constricted." Jiang Han instinctively lowered her gaze, then raised it again, encountering Chai-Ying's ambiguous smile, which made her cheeks flush. Clutching the bag containing her clothes, she hurriedly exited, saying, "See you tomorrow." "Until tomorrow, Miss Jiang Han." "Farewell, madam." Qin Shunying and Chai-Ying exchanged pleasantries before continuing their discussion regarding work uniforms. Jiang Han approached the door, exchanged a few words with the still-present Tang One, and then departed to retrieve a broom from the storage room to take home. Chapter 31. Gathering potion ingredients. As Jiang Han's life gradually transitioned into a busy routine of alternating between work and classes, she found herself enveloped in a cycle that was both exhausting and fulfilling. Unlike many students, she bore no grievances. Perhaps it was the invigorating return to her 18-year-old self that rekindled her passion for learning. After a week brimming with productivity, she was summoned an hour early by Qin Shunying on Saturday. Upon entering the tavern, she received her first weekly paycheck in the staff lounge alongside other working witches. Her weekly earnings amounted to 950 yuan after tax, with an additional 24.7 yuan from beverage shares and a tax-free tip of 120 yuan, bringing her total to 1094.7 yuan. Coupled with the original 50 yuan in pocket money and an added 100 yuan for the new week, Miss Zhang's total assets reached an unprecedented peak in her life, 1244.7 yuan. A moment worthy of celebration indeed. Although she still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with her total wealth, a smile of contentment undeniably graced Jiang Han's face. Working from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. and attending classes from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The fatigue from this relentless cycle of work and study was completely alleviated by the joy of her paycheck. How delightful are the notes of currency. How grand they appear. After counting her salary twice, Jiang Han's beaming expression reflected her recognition of the merits and drawbacks of a weekly payment system. The downside was that receiving her salary often led her to ponder how to spend it rather than save, complicating the recording of her income and expenditures and instigating a subtle desire to indulge in spending. The upside, however, was the sheer pleasure of receiving her salary, such a delightful routine. On Saturdays, several witches, including Jiang Han, Du Ningzhuang, Chu Yujun, Tang Wan, and a witch named Chen Ligu, gathered to collect their wages. According to Qin Shunying, witches prefer to receive their salaries on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Jiang Han's peripheral vision caught sight of her colleagues. Tang Wan and Chen Ligu, both extroverted in nature, radiated joy and exuded a particularly cheerful vibe. Even the more introverted Du Ningzhuang and Chu Yujun couldn't help but smile. Receiving their wages was indeed the most jubilant moment for everyone. "Good evening, Miss Jiang Han. How are you? What do you plan to do with your salary?" Tang Wan approached her with familiarity, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Unlike the somewhat reserved extroversion of Chai Ying, Tang Wan embodied an infectious excitement that made one truly feel the essence of joy. Her smile was dazzling, her eyes slightly squinting in delight, exuding both charm and vitality. She was the epitome of youthful exuberance, reminiscent of an 18-year-old girl. Though, it seemed Tang Wan was nearing 30. Ahem. For witches, the pinnacle of their vitality is said to arrive after the age of 40. Jiang Han's thoughts meandered as she returned a sweet smile. "Good evening, Miss Tang Wan. I plan to purchase some potion ingredients. Have you noticed the weather forecast? They mentioned a storm is approaching. Thus, I must prepare the potions that are required during a tempest. Otherwise, I may have to journey to Southeast Asia's storm corner to concoct them next time." Miss Tang Wan paused for a moment, her left hand caressing her face as she emitted a somewhat charming yet cheerful laugh. "Haha, I never anticipated this. I thought Miss Jiang Han would, like me, indulge in purchasing beautiful garments and reveling in merriment. Haha, I never imagined it would serve such a serious purpose." The phrase reveling in merriment drew a slight twitch at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth as she glanced at Chu Yujun. Chu Yujun, having pocketed her salary, wore a subtle smile and, upon noticing Jiang Han's gaze, widened her eyes slightly to share her own intentions. "I intend to buy a magical artifact. I have saved for quite some time." Haha. Miss Tang Wan expressed her confusion. Du Ningzhuang, holding her purse, gazed at the ceiling, her deep green eyes exuding an intellectual aura. "I plan to purchase books and a bottle of dragon's blood ink." Are your expenditures also serious?" Miss Tang Wan inquired, turning to the equally lively Chen Ligu. Chen Ligu chuckled and waved her hand, uttering a perplexing statement. "Well, I'm only 15, so indulging in merriment isn't an option for me." Jiang Han joyfully observed Miss Tang when producing sounds of bewilderment, finding her embarrassing exclamations irresistibly amusing. This is precisely why parents and teachers often assert that the learning environment is crucial. When everyone in a shared environment is passionate about learning, those who are indifferent to it feel a sense of awkwardness and isolation. The same applies to the realm of witches. The others who received their salaries also harbored serious intentions for their expenditures, influencing even those who wished to indulge in revelry. However, it seems that children nowadays are maturing a bit too well. Chen Ligu is merely 15. Jiang Han subtly inched closer to her, noting that Chen Ligu stood half a head taller than herself. "Well, I shall save as well, awaiting a day when my funds will serve a serious purpose." Miss Tang Wan admitted with a hint of guilt. After distributing the salaries to the witches, Qin Shunying lightly tapped the table with her smoking pipe, smiling. "Miss Tang, it seems you have reached the point where you need to save money, or else you may struggle to find a partner in the future." Miss Tang emitted a mournful cry. What if I can't get married in the future?" This topic of marriage elicited collective laughter and playful banter from the rest of the lounge, even drawing some teasing from the usually slow-spoken Chu Yujun. All right. Let's not vex Miss Tang," Qin Shunying interjected, preventing the situation from escalating into a farce, chuckling softly. "You still have some time to shop. Ladies, remember to return promptly." Jiang Han glanced at the wall clock. It was 10:30, with an hour and a half remaining before work commenced. It appeared that Qin Shunying had intentionally set aside time for them to shop after receiving their salaries. She took out her notebook and scanned the list. Resolving to gather the materials for the Dispel magic potion today, as it was Saturday, the day when the witches' market restocked. Numerous materials that were typically scarce would be delivered to the market during this time, even in small cities. In the largest market of the South, even legendary magical materials are available for sale, with treasures such as the ancient dragon jade quietly appearing at certain stalls. The southern city not only boasts the most extensive market in the region, but also features the most diverse hunting grounds. In the future, it will host the world's largest folded space special zone. Just as Jiang Han was about to step out of the witch's house, someone called her from behind. She turned to see Miss Tang Wen, dressed in a knitted sweater and shorts, energetically waving at her with her gem-like red eyes. Miss Jiang Han, are you familiar with the witch market? Jiang Han shook her head. Her initial visit was alongside her substitute teacher, Xin Jing, and later she came to work, leaving her little time to explore. Perhaps I could take a look around first. Would you like me to guide you in purchasing materials? Tang Wen gently tapped her lips with her fingers, sincerely offering, I am quite familiar with this place. Jiang Han, relieved by the prospect of finding all the materials within an hour and a half, happily replied, then I would appreciate your help. Not at all. Tang Wen was indeed quite lively. After listening to Jiang Han's shopping list, she promptly led the way with efficiency. It must be said that she resembled an encyclopedia of the market. Simply mentioning what one sought would prompt her to ponder briefly before locating the appropriate stall. With such an assistant, Jiang Han experienced a bittersweet rush as she quickly spent nearly all of her 1,200 savings, leaving only 50 for emergencies. She procured everything needed for the dispelling potion. Upon returning to the lounge of the witch's house with Tang Wen and their materials, they were approached curiously by Du Ningzhuang, who was reading, and Chu Yujun, who was copying magical texts. Simultaneously, Qin Shunying, who was idly smoking and playing cards, joined the gathering, including Tang Wen. The four witch colleagues assisted Jiang Han in checking the completeness of her materials. 15 grams of volcanic rock, high quality, 6 grams of pure gold, an expensive 10 grams of blue cat's eye stone, for a mysterious ritual perhaps, 2 grams of tartar, a sniff revealed, vodka, it was vodka tartar, 20 milliliters of dragon tongue lavender solution, 10 grams of moon root slices, all preserved impeccably. Finally, Qin Shunying made her judgment. These are excellent materials for the dispelling magic potion. You're merely lacking a stormy day. Be prepared with a raincoat and a lightning-resistant cloak, and ensure you have a map to the hot springs. When the storm hits, you may find yourself brewing potions at the hot springs. Of course, if you are willing to pay me 20 points from the witch's house, I can assist you in the brewing process. I scored 98 in my A2 potion-making exam. Chapter 32. Overtime at 5:40 p.m. within the witch's abode. Cradling a tray, Jiang Han gazed at the pineapple fried rice, her stomach softly grumbling. With a hint of reluctance, she placed the dish before a guest engrossed in watching television, offering a sincere and sweet smile. Miss, your order of pineapple cheese mixed fried rice, accompanied by a large glass of Black Bulgin silver wheat beer. The witch, captivated by the Saturday Master Tournament, instinctively turned her head. Upon encountering Jiang Han's delightful smile, she continued to observe for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Nodding with acknowledgement, she cleared her throat and retrieved a 10-yuan bill from her pocket, placing it into Jiang Han's tray. Jiang Han responded with an even sweeter smile, returning to the bar while still feeling the gaze of the guest upon her. It seemed she was quite favored by the patrons. Indeed, hiring her had proven to be a wise decision. Due to the unusually hectic workload today, Qin Shunying did not engage in leisurely card games with the guests as she typically would. Instead, she assumed her position behind the bar, skillfully delegating tasks. 1 serving of French baked oysters, 1 serving of creamy corn, 2 large mushroom brews, to table 7. Jiang Han placed the tray on the bar, and Du Ningzhuang promptly arranged the guests' orders. It is worth noting that Jiang Han's role had evolved from a leisurely bar mascot to a busy waitress. Although her duties had increased, so too had the likelihood of receiving tips, owing to her professionalism and striking appearance. Qin Shunying had recently considered allowing her to join guests in card games, which would likely result in even higher gratuities. The Saturday night program featured the Witch Master Tournament, a show of immense popularity both domestically and internationally. It could be said that all competitions were held with the aim of securing tickets to this prestigious event. Jiang Han, well versed in the program schedule, understood that it was an international pinnacle witch combat championship. The convenience afforded by witches facilitated greater international exchanges than in previous eras, making such competitions a definitive standard for gauging the significance of an event, with the Master Tournament standing as the epitome of such contests. The tournament comprised individual and team competitions, where points earned in the individual matches determined eligibility for the International Exchange Invitation Tournament. Team competitions involved 5-member groups. Adhering to the KOF format, the team with the highest score was regarded as the world's strongest witch ensemble. Given that the teams in the Master Tournament typically comprised the most formidable witches from various countries, it was a genuine representation of no weak teams, where even a match between the first and last-ranked teams held considerable suspense. As television production was still relatively low, and witches preferred engaging discussions while watching competitions, viewing the tournament often took place either on-site or with friends at a tavern. Therefore, when witches conversed about doing something thrilling and entertaining in the evening, they frequently referred to gathering at a tavern to watch the competition. Based on Jiang Han's research, the prime viewing hours spanned from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which the Master Tournament or elite competitions typically occurred, while other times were reserved for dramas, forums, culinary shows, and the like. Of course, the most precious time slot, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., deemed even more valuable than gold, was reserved for national news broadcasts. This is immutable. Those who wish to change it should reason with the 70 million witches. Jiang Han and her colleagues toiled until 6 o'clock, yet the tavern remained packed, with new witches occasionally entering through the door. Exhausted, Jiang Han returned to the staff lounge, and before she could even catch her breath, she saw Qin Shunying burst through the door with fervor. "Miss Jiang, do you have classes today?" Throughout the week, everyone had learned that Jiang Han was still attending tutoring classes, so Qin Shunying's first inquiry upon entering was this. Typically, when a boss asks if you have any tasks for the day, it signifies that they intend to encroach upon your precious rest time. Jiang Han flashed her standard sweet smile and replied, "Yes, I have no classes. Can you work overtime today? I'll grant you an additional 50 points." Qin Shunying offered an overtime bonus. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, silently reflecting. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me with the adage that knowledge is wealth. Shortly thereafter, Du Ningzhuang entered and was similarly ensnared by Qin Shunying, consenting to the overtime as well. Next came Chu Yujun, Chun Ligu, and Tang Wan. If it were merely a matter of money, the witches would hardly exchange their leisure time for work. However, what Qin Shunying promised were points that could be redeemed for spells and tomes from the witch's house, effectively captivating the witches. Nevertheless, it must be said that the prospect of overtime was somewhat demoralizing. Silence fell upon the lounge as no one spoke. "I have no objections to working overtime, manager. But if a storm arises and I need to dash out in search of a hot spring, please do not deduct my wages." Jiang Han noted the silence among the witches, sensing their discontent regarding the overtime. She quickly endeavored to dispel the awkward atmosphere with a few lively remarks. Chun Ligu immediately chimed in with a smile. "I too wish to join. If a storm comes, I will accompany Miss Jiang in search of a hot spring. To protect her. Then I shall also seek the hot spring." The lounge buzzed with conversation again, the atmosphere brightening. Qin Shunying responded with a smile. "All right. We shall check the weather forecast. If a torrential rain is imminent, we shall go in search of a hot spring." "Really, manager?" the witches cried out in unison. Qin Shunying, with clarity, explained, "Indeed, I am not deceiving you. If the weather forecast predicts a storm, the tavern cannot serve alcohol. If we can only offer food, it would be more prudent to find a hot spring for the day. This pertains to a law that prohibits drinking and driving during heavy rain. Therefore, should a storm occur, an operating tavern cannot sell alcohol. Of course, if one chooses to drink at home, that is unregulated. As long as you refrain from flying around on a broomstick. The primary source of income for the witch's house stems from the sale of alcoholic beverages. On days of torrential rain, if sales are hindered, it would indeed be preferable not to open at all." Observing Qin Shunying eloquently expounding her thoughts, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In this era, those who succeed as proprietors are truly masterful deceivers. Upon reflection, it is evident that taverns experience a frigid market during heavy rain. Suggesting a collective retreat to a hot spring would entail no significant loss. Moreover, Qin Shunying possesses an uncanny ability to unearth talent. Her discerning eye is perhaps the most formidable Jiang Han has encountered since her rebirth. Such individuals indeed possess a remarkable eloquence, capable of uplifting spirits, instantly galvanizing the witches. Ah yes, to embark on a holiday to the hot springs. It requires the storm to truly arrive, and for it to commence precisely at 11 o'clock in the evening. Thus commenced the delightful experience of the first overtime. Chapter 033. Morning news. Having worked until 10 in the morning, the tavern's patrons finally departed, leaving Jiang Han nestled on the sofa in front of the television, yawning alongside her fellow witch colleagues as Qin Shunying locked the door. Qin Shunying also stifled a yawn, employing her modified simple spell to tidy up the establishment before retreating to the break room, where she emerged holding a package. Noticing Jiang Han and the others lazily settling into the sofa, she inquired, "Aren't you all heading home?" Tang Wan, languidly kicking her legs, rested her hands behind her head. "I'm exhausted. I'll rest a bit before I go back." "Me too," Du Ningzhuang murmured, engrossed in a book. Before Jiang Han could respond, Qin Shunying approached and pinched her cheek. The softness of her face rendered it susceptible to such playful gestures. Throughout the week, aside from the younger Qin Ligu, who had yet to pinch her, everyone else had taken their turns. After squeezing Jiang Han's cheek, Qin Shunying spoke in a parental tone, "I'll head back now. Don't linger too long. You must leave before 2 in the afternoon. Oh, and remember to lock the door." Producing the spare key to the tavern, Jiang Han nodded and extended her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Shunying tossed the key to Chu Yujun, saying, "Miss Chu, do remember to lock up." Jiang Han found herself momentarily speechless, receiving yet another pinch on the cheek. The other witches chuckled warmly, and with Qin Shunying's departure, the tavern belonged to them for the time being. It felt akin to the absence of parental figures, leading Jiang Han to muse that, in a way, the proprietors of the witching world were akin to guardians. The witching realm does not overly prioritize or neglect the importance of power. This statement can be interpreted in 2 ways. Firstly, even the most formidable witches must adhere to their work responsibilities, and secondly, should employees be subjected to undue mistreatment, they possess the legitimate right to retaliate. For instance, if a company's owner were to mistreat a powerful witch, she could report the incident and legally retaliate with a plethora of spells. Thus, the owners of such establishments wield a parental-like authority over their employees. Morally, they bear a responsibility akin to that of guardians, not solely for the sake of the employee's rights, but also for their own safety. As one can never be certain whether an employee possesses destructive powers. "Who wants to watch television?" she exclaimed, retrieving the remote control and holding it aloft. The witches responded enthusiastically, "Yes. Yes." Jiang Han pressed the remote, activating the television. As the sofa sank under her weight, Chu Yujun settled in beside her, suggesting, "Let us watch the morning news." Tang Wen poured each witch a glass from the unfinished bottle of golden rum, swapping Chun Ligu's cup for juice. "Morning news, indeed? I concur. Thank you, Miss Tang." Du Ningzhuang shyly shielded her face with her book. Jiang Han also expressed her gratitude to Tang Wen, lifting her glass to savor a sip of the rum known as precious as gold. It was refreshing, imbued with a hint of minty sweetness, coupled with a taste reminiscent of grape juice blended with vodka. Although its alcohol content was moderate, the fragrant essence was rich, leaving Jiang Han in quiet astonishment, convinced it was a unique creation of the magical realm. The powers of witches truly defied scientific explanation, yet in a world where magic exists, magic is science. She complied with popular sentiment and switched the television to the morning news channel, quietly enjoying her drink, which was a perk of her employment. According to Qin Shunying, while she held the title of boss, she was not the overarching proprietor of the witches' home headquarters, merely a small boss who had invested in the venture. Not quite a chain, but rather a franchise. Each month, the headquarters allotted free beverages to employees, so indulging was not an option to be missed, allowing her to enjoy a few glasses after work. The morning news channel featured a host, a witch with a cherubic face, exuding an adorable charm. With her enthusiastic demeanor, delightful smile, and melodious voice, she delivered the news. Today's weather will transition from cloudy to light rain, with temperatures in the southern city ranging from 18 to 23 degrees Celsius. The 96th National Witch Association Conference convened in Guangqing, where Comrade Ji Yixian delivered a speech, establishing the welcoming policy centered on aligning with international standards and ensuring Chinese characteristics. The 6th Mutual Assistance Conference for Small and Private Societies will be held in the southern city as scheduled, with the vice chair of the National Reading Association, Comrade Pai Yusin, in attendance to speak. The Southern Special Zone is set to officially launch today, with initial funding projected to reach 120 billion yuan. Comrade Ren Shiwei delivered an important address, emphasizing that officials must avoid high demands with low evaluations and lofty goals with minimal realities, urging a genuine realization of the Southern Special Zone's construction. The French Witch Association has formally requested to withdraw from the European Witch Alliance. Chancellor Jia Er expressed her unwillingness to retain them, wishing them well as they part ways. Eastern Japan continues to experience torrential rain, potentially triggering nationwide flooding. Comrade Ji Yixian expressed condolences and regret. In the World Witch Invitational, our contestant Chu Xuesong achieved 10 victories with no defeats on the first day, later commenting, "It is not as intense as domestic competitions." In the World Witch Invitational, The legendary French contestant Alces performed romantically but suffered 10 defeats on the first day. With coach Flora declaring, "Alces is from Burgundy and feels ill at ease in Paris," as Jiang Han observed the morning news. She found the coverage of this world to be rather peculiar, perhaps due to the abundance of witches in this realm, which lent them a certain audacity in their discourse. The French faced a dismal fate today, with the Soviets being forced to surrender after failing to strike a decisive blow, their predicament merely marking them as the third most constrained in the world, while the first was noted as the capital of a major world power breached. As for the singular world power that had its capital invaded, it need not be overly elaborated upon. The matter was concluded with a romantic twist. Romantic mischief refers to the act of a witch engaging in combat while her vision is obscured, casually casting dispel magic or advanced dispel magic, and hypnotizing herself with the thought, "I will perfectly time my dispelling." This often results in her being mercilessly defeated due to the chaotic nature of her spellcasting. It also describes the tendency of French witches to indulge in self-hypnosis, as exemplified by phrases like, "How could the world's greatest witch brigade possibly lose?" Or with 200 witch towers and 12 floating cities, "This defense is unassailable." At such moments, the call for foreign witches to come to the nation's aid becomes imperative. Amidst her musings, Jiang Han took another sip of wine, pondering whether there were recordings of the witch invitation tournament, eager to witness how the romantic mischief unfolded. Just then, the passionate witch combat enthusiast and tactical strategist, Miss Chu Yujun, interjected, "I recall watching Asses compete when I was 14. Back then, there was no television. I could only follow the text live updates." Chun Ligu leaned in to inquire, "Did she also engage in romantic mischief back then?" Chu Yujun shot her a glance. At that time, her blind casting of dispel magic had an astonishing accuracy rate of 97. Thus, it was not referred to as French romantic mischief, but rather as a blind vision rapid assault strategy. "I see," Jiang Han thought, masking her smile with a sip of wine. "Isn't this the norm? Exuberant praise in victory and relentless criticism in defeat?" Chapter 034, Morning Musings Indeed. The Witch Invitation Tournament offers a playback service. A mere phone call at 15 yuan grants one a one-way television frequency number, enabling access to customized replays with the input of a remote control. It appears that Du Ningzhuang hails from a well-to-do family, as she possesses a mobile phone. The witches in the shop promptly gathered the remaining snacks and beverages and nestled themselves onto the sofa, creating a lively and joyous atmosphere. Jiang Han felt a profound sense of happiness and indulgence, albeit lamenting that her tools of mischief had been confiscated, rendering her a victim as her cheeks were playfully pinched from all sides. As they squeezed onto the sofa, engrossed in the witch invitation tournament, the witches transformed into professional commentators, enlightening the bewildered Jiang Han and Chun Ligu with their insights. Some contend that the role of the bullet screen deity emerged only with the rise of the live streaming industry. However, the truth is that even centuries ago, both the East and the West had figures who provided guidance and critique. Take, for instance, those who longed to personally oversee the French Revolution. Yet, this brings to mind the French bullet screen deities, who were not merely caustic and sardonic. They expressed genuine sentiments. You say, if you can do it, then go ahead and try, instead of merely criticizing. Well, I truly attempted it. Alas, the French bullet screen deity only proved one thing. I tried, but I truly lacked the ability, ultimately meeting a tragic fate upon the guillotine. As Jiang Han listened to the witches critique the performance of the competitors in the Witch Invitation Tournament, she found herself plagued by the illusion that she might be working alongside a cadre of formidable witches, especially with Chu Yujun's commentary strikingly persuasive. Yu Sitong's Lesser Iron Guardian is rather peculiar. I cannot fathom why Teacher Yu favors this spell. Is there any utility for it in this world beyond hunting and expeditions to other realms? Immunity to non-magical physical weapons sounds daunting, yet in a world teeming with witches, who does this spell truly intimidate? Although the exaggeration was evident, Jiang Han discerned a kernel of truth in Chu Yujun's words. Upon further examination of the 5th-level spell Lesser Iron Guardian, she found it somewhat ludicrous. Immunity to non-magical physical weapons, yet in a world where witches abound. Unless one had witches preparing gunpowder weapons, this targeted spell would hold little efficacy. As the discussion continued, Chu Yujun advocated for a rare spell. I recommend that all magically endowed competitors prepare a 5th-level protective anti-spell domain with high magical resistance. It can absorb various spells from the school of energy manipulation. Most importantly, it consumes minimal mana and can be activated instantaneously, as long as one reacts quickly. Instant defeat is nearly impossible. The concept of an anti-spell domain left Jiang Han feeling a decade behind her peers in her identity as a witch. Searching her mind yielded no recollection of this particular spell. Despite her efforts to memorize more common spells, she was less familiar with those designed specifically for dueling. Furthermore, in the absence of modern resources, her thoughts drifted as she took another sip of her drink, keenly eavesdropping on the witch's discourse. It seems that the cloud competition is an irresistible delight, prompting Du Ningzhuang to set aside her book and inquire curiously. However, the costs in the field of counterspell are inherently high. Instant casting requires at least 3 times the magical energy. Chu Yujun nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. However, one should not skimp where it truly matters. For tournaments of this caliber, one must reserve sufficient magical energy for instant powerful defensive spells. Speaking of which, how much magical energy do you all possess? Tang Wen posed a question that piqued Jiang Han's interest. Well asked. I too am eager to learn the magical capacities of the cloud sorceresses. Jiang Han's spirit brightened instantly. Chu Yujun fell into an odd silence, her chin resting on her hand, while Du Ningzhuang anxiously turned her head away, remaining silent. Chun Ligu surveyed the scene, glancing between them and eventually fixing her gaze on Tang Wan, the architect of the silence. Miss Tang, noticing the stillness enveloping the group, felt somewhat perplexed as to why the mention of magical energy had led to such a hush. Miss Jiang Han appeared disinterested. Miss Du Ningzhuang seemed notably anxious, and Miss Chu Yujun displayed a reluctance to discuss the matter. Perhaps Miss Chun Ligu had yet to measure her magical energy? To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Tang Wen straightened her posture and resolved to start with herself, candidly declaring, my magical energy is 5,400. Upon uttering this, she observed the solemn expressions on the faces around her and added softly, not bad. I had a health check last month. What a coincidence. I also had a health check last month, and my final result was close to 19,000. How could she articulate this without hurting Miss Tang's feelings? Jiang Han maintained her silence, recognizing that the matter of magical energy bore a resemblance to examination scores. Excessively high figures could easily evoke feelings of inferiority among friends. Although she had known Tang Wen for a brief period, the latter's companionship during a trip to procure potion ingredients was sufficient for Jiang Han to consider her a friend. The underage Miss Chun Ligu broke the silence with a slight cough, stating, well, I suppose it is around 8,100. Observing the girl avoiding eye contact and blushing slightly, Jiang Han surmised that her magical energy was likely much higher than the reported 8,100. If she were inflating her numbers, she would speak with a sense of guilt, but Miss Chun Ligu's tone suggested she felt remorseful, indicating she was underreporting her true capacity. Perhaps she feared Miss Tang would feel inferior? You're nearly 3,000 points ahead of me. How impressive. Miss Tang exclaimed with childlike exuberance. I believe I am at 11,000. Du Ningzhuang's voice carried a distinct note of guilt, and after speaking, she covertly glanced at Tang Wan, adding, though I might have misremembered, it could be only 9,000. It seemed she had discovered the threshold of Miss Tang's insecurities. If it were below 10,000, she might think, she is significantly stronger than me, whereas above 10,000 would evoke feelings of envy and inadequacy. Jiang Han observed Miss Tang's expressions throughout, convinced she had discerned the rhythm of the conversation. I should also be around 9,000, Chu Yujun remarked in an uncertain tone. The 3 individuals exuded an air of insincerity. Although the precise values of their magical powers were indiscernible, Jiang Han could surmise from the magical radar that the figures they reported were considerably lower than their actual magical prowess, particularly in the case of Chu Yujun, whose strength was at least 3 times that of her mentor, Cheng Yu. Truly, how hypocritical they were. Jiang Han earnestly remarked, what a coincidence. I too possess a magical power of 9,000. Tang Wen's expression reflected a hint of envy. How impressive. My family has yet to evolve to such a high level of magical energy. By the way, since all 3 of you have magical powers exceeding 9,000, why not join together to register for the novice witch competition? If you secure the championship, you might even receive rare spells for free. Jiang Han glanced at her companions, who also claimed to possess 9,000 in magical energy, her expression one of bemusement. That novice witch competition. She recalled that the average magical power of participating witches ranged from 8,000 to 10,000. The magical energy of a witch is not merely a straightforward addition of 112. 3 witches, each with a magical power of 10,000, do not equate to a single witch with a magical power of 30,000. It does not operate in such a manner. A threshold exists at 12,000. For instance, a witch with 12,000 magical energy may have a power value of 4. 20,000, translating to a ratio of 3 to 1. Conversely, a witch with 20,000 magical energy might have an aggregate power value of 8,000. Since once the threshold of 12,000 is surpassed, the additional magical energy conversion becomes 2 to 1, with further increments yielding a conversion rate of 11. In essence, the greater the magical energy, the higher the quality, recovery speed, and conversion rate, precluding scenarios where a witch with a mere 200 magical energy could vanquish a witch with 2,000 magical energy. The formidable prowess of a grand witch stems from an all-encompassing enhancement of their magical energy. Thus, 3 witches, each possessing 10,000 in magical energy, would undoubtedly be overpowered by a grand witch with 30,000 magical energy with ease. A mere 8th or 9th level formidable shield would render it nearly impossible for a lower-powered witch to breach defenses without employing advanced Dispel Magic or its variants. Jiang Han was uncertain of the true magical powers of Chu Yujun and Du Ningzhuang, but she sensed they were at least above 10,000. If the 3 of them teamed up for the novice competition, it would be akin to treating the league competitors as mere fodder. Although their repertoire of spells was limited, sheer magical strength could easily turn the tide of battle with rudimentary fireballs. Perhaps another time. The 2 high-powered witches waved their hands dismissively, choosing to sidestep the matter. Jiang Han joined in the lightheartedness. Next time, then. This trifecta of interactions led Tang Wen to furrow her brow in contemplation. You're right. You all have jobs and tutoring sessions. Unlike me, a seemingly aimless adult. Chapter 035. The promising young lady. After engaging in a discussion about literature, Jiang Han and Chu Yujun intended to take their leave. However, Du Ningzhuang extended an invitation to her colleagues for a breakfast, a gesture of such warm hospitality that they could hardly refuse, particularly as their hunger was quite pressing. Jiang Han thought it would be a splendid opportunity to assess Miss Du Ningzhuang's culinary skills. Despite the myriad changes in the world, the Chinese reverence for gastronomy remains deeply etched in both history and national temperament. Even a nutritious meal would typically feature pickled vegetables and shredded meat, accompanied by a halved salted egg. The accent of Du Ningzhuang seemed to betray a background from Suzhou, as her breakfast offerings diverged from the flavors typical of the southern city. They were served a bowl of savory tofu pudding, a portion of sweet rice balls limited by available ingredients, and a bowl of noodles topped with a variety of garnishes. The noodles were further enhanced by the addition of German-style smoked sausage and seaweed with dried fish. The enjoyment was palpable not only for Jiang Han, but also earned accolades from the other witches present. The sole lament was that the breakfast, while exquisite, left them merely satiated rather than fully satisfied. I must say, Miss Du Ningzhuang, you are truly a culinary genius. This breakfast is the most perfect I have had since arriving in the southern city. If I find myself unable to secure a girlfriend in the future, it will undoubtedly be because their cooking cannot compare to yours. Tang Wen expressed, her admiration sincere and her expression earnest. Jiang Han dabbed her mouth with a napkin and chimed in need of a girlfriend, perhaps? It seemed that Jiang Han and Tang Wen's overt displays of seeking attention were somewhat distasteful, prompting Miss Chu Yujun to demonstrate a more formal approach. With hands clasped together, she earnestly bowed to Du Ningzhuang, saying, Please, may I have another bowl of noodles, dear sister? Miss Chu, please refrain from licking your plate. It's quite unseemly. Jiang Han remarked. She opted not to request a second bowl, feeling a sense of fullness already beginning to settle. That is wonderful to hear. Du Ningzhuang replied as she returned to the kitchen to prepare another bowl of noodles for Chu Yujun. After breakfast, Jiang Han stood up, leisurely leaning against the wall with her hands resting on her abdomen while watching television. It is unwise to remain seated for too long after a meal. Perhaps a stroll would aid in digestion. Yet, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, a natural inclination after a satisfying meal. Tang Wen continued to express her compliments, while the young Chen Ligu made an interesting suggestion. Miss Du Ningzhuang, have you ever considered opening a breakfast shop? A breakfast shop? Du Ningzhuang responded, gently shaking her head. Chen Ligu pressed on. The television mentioned that the southern city is set to establish a special economic zone. Recently, the number of witches arriving in the southern city has surged ninefold. My neighbor, a witch, has been lamenting daily about the difficulty of finding breakfast. I suspect others share the same plight. A breakfast shop could be quite popular. Chen Ligu's insight reminded Jiang Han of the adage. The early duck knows the water's warmth. Opportunities tend to emerge within the fabric of everyday life, often perceived keenly by a select few. Thus, Chen Ligu's proposition holds merit. Establishing a breakfast shop in the increasingly bustling southern city could indeed be promising. For witches, A breakfast shop is akin to a late-night eatery, which can be quite lucrative. Du Ningzhuang shook her head once more, stating, "This is merely a hobby. I do not wish to transform my passion into a profession. Moreover, it is incredibly time-consuming, and I scarcely have enough time for my studies." Jiang Han silently agreed, recognizing that a witch's leisure time is indeed scarce. Balancing work, classes, and research demands a tremendous effort, though fortunately, witches face no risk of balding. She shifted the topic, inquiring, "What research have you been engaged in recently? Variations of spells?" The complexity and intricacy of spells are profound. Even the simplest of incantations, such as the mage's hand, has sustained numerous witches who dedicate their scholarly pursuits to it, continuously innovating. It is said that a certain great witch is developing a legendary variant of the mage's hand spell. Du Ningzhuang clarified, "It is not related to spells. Rather, it pertains to technology." The other witches displayed expressions of intrigue. Generally, witchcraft research encompasses three categories: spell development, which focuses on the study and advancement of spells; artifact development, involving the work of alchemists and potion makers, including botanical cultivation; and technical research, the domain of inventors, where brilliance and folly intermingle, as genius does not guarantee success, nor does foolishness ensure failure. Du Ningzhuang's research could be said to necessitate a touch of luck to yield results. "Could you share more with us?" Jiang Han asked. Du Ningzhuang nodded and settled down to explain, "My research involves a convenient mode of transportation. More convenient than a broom? Perhaps akin to some form of high-tech airborne train?" Jiang Han speculated as she listened. After pondering for a considerable time, Du Ningzhuang, encouraged by the witch's gazes, gradually elaborated. "My teacher and I have been studying rapid travel and comparing the fastest modes of movement. Imagine if we could segment a folded space and link it to two distinct nodes. We might traverse thousands of miles in a mere second, even journeying from Earth to the Moon, without requiring several great witches to serve as batteries. Is it akin to a portal?" Jiang Han mused, finding the concept reminiscent of a portal, though the magical version lacks such convenience. However, controlling space is no simple task, Du Ningzhuang continued, discussing her and her teacher's second proposal. "Thus, we focused our ambitions on the river of time. We hypothesized that if we could create an opening in the river of time, adhering to the principle of inseparable time and space, we could further expand the space we wish to utilize." Blasting the river of time? Is that not excessively crude and simplistic? Jiang Han pondered, initially astonished, before reflecting that there might indeed be some merit to the idea. First and foremost, creating a long-distance portal is inextricably linked to time and space. To establish a stable conduit existing within the folds of space, the most straightforward and direct approach would be to utilize the explosive force of the temporal river to excavate this invisible passageway. The power of time is undeniably formidable, as evidenced by the renowned legendary spell of Time Stop. This phenomenon is a relative time halt, indicating that time can indeed be harnessed. The emergence of folded space, coupled with the resultant temporal discrepancies, further illustrates that folded space is an island carved out by time itself. Thus, what is the harm in employing the currents of time to unearth an island? Upon reflection, Jiang Han was astonished to discover the feasibility of this endeavor. The pressing question remains: how to manifest the temporal river and how to explosively breach it while ensuring that the undertaking does not spiral out of control. This encompasses the most significant challenges of the research. Theoretically, it is plausible. We are aware of the existence of the temporal river, with a source in every folded space. However, my financial circumstances do not permit further exploration. Du Ningzhuang lamented, stating that the lack of funding for the research project is indeed the foremost obstacle. Chapter 036. Why not discuss great plans together? Jiang Han perceived the research conducted by Du Ningzhuang to be immensely valuable. Although there exists a spell known as the Anywhere Door in this world, its deployment is constrained by fixed locations and the necessity of securing it in a safe environment. In contrast, the concept of a spatial tunnel proposed by Du Ningzhuang possesses far greater potential. As long as one avoids colliding with a temporal anchor, the vastness of the world becomes accessible, opening avenues for deeper exploration that could lead to the development of an array of spatial creation technologies. For instance, the ability to fabricate expansive spaces for biosphere cultivation techniques. Thus, the most precious aspect of this idea lies in the technology for temporal river detonation. Seated nearby, Chu Yujun remarked, "From what you describe, it seems you aspire to create something akin to a portal?" "Precisely," Du Ningzhuang replied. "A convenient portal, compact in size, capable of being installed in every home much like a fireplace." Chu Yujun suggested, "Why are you fixated on the concept of a portal? Your notion essentially equates to constructing a transfer station within space. If we abandon the limitation of the door concept, could it not be transformed into something resembling a computer software? Computer software, that sounds intriguing. Jiang Han nearly wondered if Chu Yujun was also a traveler from another realm, as such an idea seemed rather playful. However, the technical challenges appeared daunting. Jiang Han mused that if a software capable of opening portals were created, it could very well mark the beginning of an entirely new narrative, perhaps that of an ordinary otaku from another world suddenly acquiring this software and traversing into this realm. Of course, the more likely scenario would be that the witch's world rejoices and embarks on expeditions to other worlds. Software, you say? I believe I might have a way to accomplish it. When the time comes, I would appreciate your assistance in testing it, Du Ningzhuang stated. To Jiang Han's surprise, the notion of transforming spells into software did not seem to present any technical issues. After a moment of astonishment, she affirmed, I have no objections. Chu Yujun echoed her sentiment, neither do I. Subsequently, Chun Ligu and Tang Wen also expressed their agreement. This gave Jiang Han a sense of collective strategy. And with a smile, she proposed, what if we simply organize a society focused on this spell? Societies are an essential aspect of witch socialization. With hundreds of peculiar societies formed daily, such as the Broom Golf Society or the Long Live Fireball Society, all comprising like-minded individuals. Tang Wen, eager to join in, teased. If we establish a society, we might even secure some funding. Her statement held a kernel of truth. Since time immemorial, bureaucratic witches have profited from grants allocated to societies. Each year, a few fortunate souls manage to align with the right individuals, achieving breakthroughs that become part of their political accomplishments. Unbeknownst to her, the organization, once established, possessed an impressive facade of strength. Of course, Jiang Han felt somewhat embarrassed to reveal the 4 glaring light bulbs that represented their magical prowess, which shone brightly alongside her own. Upon hearing the term funding, Du Ningzhuang's eyes immediately lit up. She resembled a typical researcher, eagerly nodding at the mention of these words. Ladies, I too believe this is an excellent idea. We are both comrades and colleagues, and applying for an organization with a shared communication address is advantageous. Having a communal address means we can receive correspondence without exposing our personal contact information, thereby reducing the influx of advertisements. Moreover, the most significant benefit is that the organization can participate in competitions, engage in hunts, and rent various services under its name. There are myriad advantages, such as applying for a points system like the Witch's House, which allows us to store knowledge for future trade, or transforming into a club akin to Dream Garden, thus acquiring greater rights. However, this is not to say that forming an organization comes without its drawbacks. One downside is the annual fee required for maintenance, along with monthly reporting of collective activities. In essence, whether we embark on a spring outing or host a party at a bar, we must present proof of our constructive activities each month to demonstrate that our organization is positive and not dubious in nature. Furthermore, Chun Ligu, being merely 15 and underage, means that not only will activities need to be reported, but an official which will also supervise to ensure no minors partake in alcohol consumption. Though cumbersome, the advantages of establishing an organization outweigh the disadvantages. Hence, Jiang Han readily concurred. I agree. Forming an organization with you all is certainly preferable to dealing with strangers. Chun Ligu raised her hand, stating, if I manage the finances, this organization will hold far more significance for me than forming a dance club with my peers. Chu Yujun leisurely remarked, I can organize comfortable and elegant monthly activities for the group, and I am willing to contribute the funds for its establishment. So I hereby apply for the position of president. With both financial backing and effort assured, the witches swiftly reached a consensus on their grand endeavor. Jiang Han, with a hint of sarcasm, declared her potential contribution. I can provide an ice bear as our collective pet. The other witches looked over with peculiar expressions, and the newly empowered Chu Yujun decisively stated, Miss Jiang Han shall serve as our group pet. Miss Tang Wen will handle our external communications. Miss Du Ningzhuang will take on the role of vice president for technical development, and Miss Chun Ligu will manage finances, overseeing our collective assets. In a certain sense, Chu Yujun's decisions proved to be astute, particularly in her clever choice of Tang Wen for external relations, given the nature of their organization. Cough, cough. Jiang Han appeared to exhibit traits akin to autism, while Chun Ligu also seemed to embody similar characteristics. As for herself, she was undeniably introverted. Du Ningzhuang, a technician, also displayed a notable reserve. In a sense, this resembled a mutual assistance group for children on the spectrum. If they were not truly introverted, one might wonder why they had yet to form a society despite their age, necessitating the creation of one themselves. However, It is quite common for witches to be reclusive. Those who love literature often harbor a disdain for external interactions. Individuals as vivacious as Tang Wen are indeed a rarity among them. Once settled, Chu Yujun inquired, "What shall we name our society?" Tang Wen proposed, "How about calling it the Dimensional Society?" Chun Ligu shook her head, asserting, "Dimensional is not suitable. We are colleagues from the witch's household. Perhaps we could name it the United Witches' Home?" Such an eccentric title was promptly dismissed by Chu Yujun. Du Ningzhuang also attempted to conjure a name, one that rivaled the length of a spell's nomenclature. One cannot expect a technician to devise a sensible title. Jiang Han was deep in thought, when suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. This society was inspired by the technology researched by Du Ningzhuang, which enabled witches to traverse space at will, reminiscent of the wings crafted by Daedalus in Greek mythology that allowed one to soar into the heavens. Shall we call it Daedalus? She pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion as somewhat inauspicious. Thoughts of feathers and wings flitted through her mind. Gently tapping the table to capture the attention of her companions, she suggested, "In honor of our newfound technology that grants us the freedom to soar through space. How about we name it Wings?" Chapter 037. Wings. The term wings encapsulates a miraculous power within its simplicity, short yet potent. It garnered unanimous approval from the four sorceresses almost simultaneously. Chu Yujun retrieved a notebook and inscribed the name. Then, "Our society shall be called Wings." Those in agreement raised their left hands, while dissenters remained still. Jiang Han and the other three sorceresses raised their hands in affirmation. After a brief pause, Chu Yujun rose and offered them a slight bow, noting in her notebook, "Passed. I propose that, henceforth, we adopt a voting system to determine the approval of our suggestions. Those in favor will raise their left hands, while those opposed will refrain from doing so." Once again, all hands were raised, signifying that the name Wings had received unanimous support in its second vote. Chu Yujun nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Ladies, this is a modest step, yet a monumental one. We have stepped forth, signifying our unity. Now, let us deliberate on the implementation of a confidentiality system." "What is a confidentiality system?" Jiang Han inquired, raising her hand. "The specifics of the members' identities would remain confidential, aside from the members themselves. The confidant would not disclose any information to others. For instance," Chu Yujun tapped the table slowly, explaining that details regarding magical powers necessitated the submission of identity cards for the establishment of the society. Some sorceresses preferred to keep such details private, to prevent any leaks. Only the president would serve as the confidant. It is a system that is secure, yet not overly restrictive. Jiang Han nodded in understanding. "Those in favor of the confidentiality system, please raise your left hand. Those opposed, do not raise your hand." In an instant, Jiang Han, Chun Ligu, Du Ningzhuang, and even Chu Yujun herself raised their left hands. Observing their actions with a hint of confusion, Tang Wen also raised her left hand in hesitation. Chu Yujun acknowledged their decision and instructed, "Passed. Please place your identity cards face down on the table. I will use magic to create copies." The identity cards, which could only be updated or acquired following a health examination report, were presented. Jiang Han had obtained hers during the examination, which contained a 40 by 25 ID photo, name, magical power, blood type, and the location of her clan, but notably lacked her date of birth. This omission was due to the potential for powerful curses associated with birth dates, often concealed by magic, with many sorceresses' birth dates obscured by their elders. The other sorceresses promptly placed their identity cards on the table. Chu Yujun took out her wand, gently tapping each card before drawing a triangle in the air and pointing her wand at her notebook. "Done," she announced, glancing at her notebook to confirm that the copies should suffice. As Tang Wen remained distracted, she exchanged a quick glance with Jiang Han, Chun Ligu, and Du Ningzhuang, a look that conveyed a shared understanding of their situation. Jiang Han, feeling a twinge of guilt, stole a glance at Tang Wen, contemplating that the truth might frighten her greatly in the future. The next matter requiring a vote was funding. Chu Yujun must have been born into a prominent background, well-versed in matters of such associations, and proceeded to conduct the vote systematically. "I shall contribute 2,000 yuan as funding for the establishment of our society, while each member will contribute 100 yuan a month later as operational capital. Those in agreement, please raise your left hand. Those opposed, do not raise your hand." The modest funding required was, of course, expected. They were merely engaged in the research and development of a spell, not conducting large-scale experiments. With unanimous approval secured, Chu Yujun noted it down and inquired, "There are no issues with the funding, so what comes next regarding the financial arrangements?" "Miss Chun Ligu?" Miss Chun Ligu entered the fray, pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. First and foremost is Miss Du Ningzhuang's research, which is of utmost importance. The prospects of developing technology for convenient teleportation portals are quite promising and essential for us, as a handy transit hub would significantly save travel time. Allowing us the fundamental opportunity to convene, she chuckled lightly, humorously adding, "After all, we all have jobs. If we factor in travel time, we might collectively manage to relax only once a month, transforming us into something akin to a fishing club, a society where all 5 members are employed." It already sounds like a dim prospect. Jiang Han mused that if it weren't named Wings, this society could very well be dubbed the Witch High School Working Society. Nevertheless, the essence of this society was merely to discover some joy amidst their bustling lives. Chen Ligu turned to Du Ningzhuang and asked, "Miss Du Ningzhuang, could you elaborate on your research progress? How close are we to practicality? The theory is feasible. I've created an explosive model, and with sufficient funding to procure the red clawless orchid, I should be able to yield results swiftly." The red clawless orchid, as described by Du Ningzhuang, is a plant capable of triggering small-scale explosions with tremendous force. Though its explosion range is limited, its intensity is substantial, often employed in precision demolitions. Jiang Han inquired curiously, "Can this be used to explode the river of time?" Du Ningzhuang replied, "Detonating it is easy. The challenge lies in managing the aftermath." The delicate witch pouted slightly, contemplating before simply explaining, "The water of the river of time is harmless, for it is merely water. From a physical standpoint, it is ordinary water. Even if one were to dive in at its source for a bath, it would pose no danger. However, it is prone to deterioration and transformation. I refer to changes in its properties. After the river of time is detonated, we must create a drainage model composed entirely of magical energy. Given that this model is invisible, existing only in concept, the actual release of the river of time's water could lead to familiar temporal disruption scenarios, desertification, decay, and fragmentation of space. Generally, the drainage of the river of time aims to create an incredible source of magical energy. Yet, our objective is its destructive capability, namely, the severance of space. We must approach the drainage with the mindset of failure to achieve the desired spatial cuts. Is this truly a reckless endeavor? Jiang Han feigned indifference. Yet her anxiety was palpable, nearly overwhelming her. The explosion was one matter, but the deliberate disclosure aimed at creating a desired effect was quite another. In the midst of her fright, however, the innate curiosity of a witch stirred within her. What would be the consequences of detonating the time river and intentionally revealing its waters? The other witches were equally intrigued. Perhaps indicative of a shared essence among witches from both East and West, an insatiable fascination with perilous pursuits. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Jiang Han would leverage her family's connections to assist Du Ningzhuang in finding a suitable folding space for their escapade, while Tang Wen would be tasked with persuading the manager of the folding space. Chen Ligu and Chu Yujun would endeavor to secure a sponsorship of at least 10,000. After an exhilarating discussion of the specifics, they settled on a gathering time, after work on Sunday. Feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, Jiang Han yawned and remarked, "Shall we adjourn for today?" Just like that, they concluded their meeting. Du Ningzhuang added a comment that revealed a hidden depth to her otherwise stoic demeanor, making Jiang Han realize that this seemingly humorless witch possessed a rather spirited inner self. After bidding farewell to her fellow witches, Jiang Han stepped out of the witch's house, burdened by a profound weariness. Recently, her circadian rhythm had adjusted. She had become a proper witch, embracing the routine of sleeping in the morning and rising in the afternoon. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she navigated through the bustling market, which was alive with energy comparable to that of the night. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to her from behind, "Miss Jiang Han?" Turning to see who had summoned her, she recognized Miss Jing, her former substitute teacher. Instead of her witch's robe, she wore casual clothing, a two-sleeved skirt and leather boots. Given the current timeline where domestic conflicts raged against the East, witches in China often donned Eastern attire during this period. What a coincidence! The exceptionally beautiful witch approached with a gentle smile. Yet, Jiang Han stifled a yawn, covering her mouth as she apologetically said, I'm so sorry. I'm just incredibly tired." "Oh, it's quite all right. This is indeed an appropriate time for rest," the witch replied. "Allow me to treat you to a cup of coffee." "Thank you." Chapter 38. Coffee. After finding a nearby CAF and settling down, Jing thoughtfully ordered an iced coffee and a sandwich. "You appear somewhat fatigued," she remarked after observing Jiang Han take a bite of her sandwich. Initially, Jiang Han intended to deny it, but reflecting on her own yawning demeanor, she slightly nodded and admitted, "I am a bit tired." "Is Miss Qing you assigning too much coursework?" Jing inquired with a smile. "Not too much. My mentor has been discussing the A2 exam topics with me. My weariness stems from my part-time job. Jiang Han hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to share. I work at the Witch's Inn. There is no shame in working at a tavern, Sinjing mused. Resting her left hand on the table, propping her chin, and smiling. The Witch's Inn has a branch in Jianya, where the current top sorceress, Lin Qiang, once worked. Lin Qiang. Is she the most formidable sorceress in the country? Jiang Han inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The points in which competitions are determined by the rankings of participants in various contests. For instance, a championship in the Grand Masters tournament awards 10,000 points, while a lesser competition may only yield 100. The World Competition Association establishes these point allocations, also considering prize money for additional scoring. Lin Qiang is renowned as the queen of competitions. On the first day of the World Sorceress Invitational, she achieved 10 victories without a single defeat. While her historical record against Chu Xuesong stands at 3 wins for Chu and 89 for Lin, a near total domination. Sinjing pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, she is the strongest. Last year, she achieved a remarkable 19 consecutive championships, claiming the ultimate Grand Slam and earning the title of World Sorceress MVP unanimously. 19 consecutive victories. That signifies her dominance in both domestic and international competitions, Jiang Han remarked with admiration, her curiosity deepening. If she is so powerful, why is Chu Xuesong representing the country in this year's International Invitational? What about this year? Jiang Han inquired. It seems Lin Qiang hasn't appeared in the newspapers lately. Sinjing's lips curled slightly. She failed the A3 exam and has decided to take a year off to study for a retake. A retake, indeed. Jiang Han sipped her iced coffee, her expression stiffening as she found this revelation both surprising and expected. In this world, all things are unavoidable, and one cannot evade exams. Passing the A3 is imperative. Sinjing's laughter was enchanting and captivating, yet still held a hint of the purity characteristic of diligent students. Does she not receive any bonuses for her exams? Jiang Han lamented, feeling a headache at the thought of facing the A3 herself in the future. There is a bonus for being a grand sorceress, which adds 5 points, but that is merely a slight advantage. One still needs to score at least 75 to pass. By the way, there was a grand sorceress who became so obsessed with failing the A3 that she attempted to. Jiang Han interrupted Sinjing's anecdote. Was it the grand sorceress Teresa who spoke of sacrificing her physical form? Ah, has Miss Qingyu already shared this tale with you? Sinjing's expression revealed a hint of regret. The lovely sorceress took a sip of her coffee and continued, if Lin Qiang were to force herself to pass, there certainly are ways. However, that would be quite embarrassing, so she prefers to forego competitions for a year and focus on her A3 studies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of depression that rendered her speechless. It seemed as though she could foresee Lin Qiang's future as a mirror of her own. The thought of examinations was utterly disheartening. Even the most formidable sorceress in the country had to diligently face the A3 assessment, and failing it meant a retake. The Witches' Academy offered a coveted honorary A3 certificate once every 3 years. Sinjing smiled and remarked, however, I only heard this through the grapevine. I'm not certain of its veracity. Yet, even if it exists, Lin Qiang would likely feel ashamed to pursue the A3 in such a manner. After a brief silence, Sinjing apologized. I'm sorry for bringing up the exams again when I intended to encourage you to take a proper rest. Oh, it's perfectly fine. Jiang Han replied with a smile. It's quite enjoyable to learn about things I didn't know. With her chin resting on her hand, Sinjing suddenly spoke up. If you're feeling too exhausted, you could consider asking Miss Qiangyu for a leave of absence. A leave of absence? Jiang Han contemplated the somewhat intimidating figure of Qiangyu and shook her head. Qiangyu had the demeanor of a primary school teacher, albeit one whose beauty overshadowed that of any elementary school instructor. Miss Qiangyu is quite busy with affairs from other classes as well. If she has been helping you review for the A2 lately, you might as well request a break, Sinjing chuckled. If all else fails, you could suggest that I take over a couple of your classes. I could use a breather too, and a little outing would be delightful. This suggestion was notably feasible and quite appealing to Jiang Han. Recently, Qiangyu's lessons had revolved around the same 4 spells, and mastering them was essential for her to apply for more advanced magic. Without studying these spells, her only option would be to aim for the A2 exam, which Jiang Han felt confident she could excel at. Indeed, she was certain of passing. Moreover, the prospect of venturing out with Sinjing was enticing. Jiang Han lightly touched her lips with her index finger, studying Sinjing with a discerning gaze. Sinjing, ever cooperative, playfully flashed a peace sign with both hands, radiating a charming aura. Aside from the suspicion that Sinjing may have once been Sinsheng, everything else was simply splendid. She was beautiful, understanding, and affluent. Most importantly, Xin Jing exuded reliability, integrity, and was well-versed in various subjects. Although this which harbored some secrets, they were not alarming. Jiang Han understood that her magical prowess diverged from that of ordinary witches, drawing closer to Chengyu. All in all, she would likely prove to be an excellent companion. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han nodded at her. How about Tuesday and Wednesday? I don't have classes on those days. Sounds good. You can discuss this with Miss Chengyu on Monday, Xin Jing replied. Sometimes I cover her classes. We have a decent rapport. She added, witches generally aren't favored by sorceresses, but Miss Chengyu doesn't seem to harbor any animosity towards us. The animosity between witches and sorceresses largely stemmed from the special privileges afforded to witches, such as receiving association subsidies under similar conditions, which had consequently led to some discord between the two groups. Conversely, the notion that witches can be male proposed by Jiang Han did not evoke any disdain from the witch. Upon reflection, the witch's casual manipulation of witch eggs demonstrates that such a minor deviation in behavior is trivial in comparison. Jiang Han finished the remaining sandwich, and curiously, despite having eaten breakfast earlier, she found herself craving more after sipping some coffee. Observing her hearty appetite, Xin Jing chuckled and ordered a hot dog for her. Moreover, with gentle consideration, she offered to escort her home. Given your current condition, it might not be prudent to ride a broom. Allow me to take you home instead. Naturally, Jiang Han joyfully accepted the offer, this which was simply too amiable to inspire any annoyance. Although Jiang Han suspected that Xin Jing might have incurred the ire of other teachers for undisclosed reasons, it did not detract from her perception of Xin Jing as a genuinely good person. Chapter 039. A new configuration at home upon awakening. Jiang Han found herself resting on her bed, a delightful yet slightly dulled ache emanating from her mind. She instinctively closed her eyes again, playfully kicking her legs, producing soft sounds of woo and a. Embracing her pillow, she drifted between slumber and consciousness, feeling both ethereal and tangible, as if she could transcend limitations and experience the freedom she longed for. In that dreamlike state, she fancied herself a philosopher, a thinker, eventually stretching and rousing herself fully. A question arose in her mind. How did I return? Glancing at the wall clock, she noted it was 6:30 in the evening, with the sky still aglow, brighter than twilight. Her attire and belongings remained untouched, though the bag containing her Qipao work outfit appeared to have been opened. Upon inspection, she discovered a note tucked within. You will look stunning in this. Ruffling her hair, she shoved the note back into the bag along with the dress, biting her lip in exasperation. After donning a comfortable slip, Jiang Han could not help but notice the contents of her wardrobe, which suddenly seemed rather sparse: an outdoor witch's robe, a home slip, and a simple nightgown. After a brief moment of silence, she closed the wardrobe door. Descending to the hall, she intended to check the magazine rack for any new additions, only to find a new object in the living room: a large, boxy television. Beside it stood 4 glass tubes, varying in height, filled with water, each containing a floating gem of blue, red, green, and purple. As she stood there, momentarily bewildered, the entrance door swung open, and Zheng Ling entered, glancing at her sister in the hall before bending down to remove her shoes. She was also carrying a bag of fresh carrots. You're awake? You slept quite soundly, she remarked, disregarding her sister's puzzled expression as she settled comfortably on the sofa, placing the carrots on the coffee table. How did I get back? Jiang Han pondered aloud, joining her sister on the sofa. Zheng Ling picked up the remote control and turned on the television, revealing a variety show featuring an uncommon appearance by an ordinary male contestant. You were brought home by an exceptionally beautiful witch. She mentioned you had fallen asleep in the car. Zheng Ling paused, adopting a slightly serious demeanor before continuing. Han Mei, if you're in need of money, you can borrow from me. Jiang Han stared in disbelief, grabbing a pillow from the sofa and tossing it at her sister's face. That was my mentor. My previous mentor. Zheng Ling wore a mischievous, probing smile as she replied. Then why did she bring you home? Furthermore, she carried you from the car to the apartment. I was carried? Jiang Han was about to inquire further when her sister interrupted her. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Zheng Ling added, she was very beautiful and quite considerate. Or rather, graceful. She exuded a courteous aura, and considering you have no girlfriend, our family needs your offspring. Perhaps that sounds a bit harsh. Our family requires your descendants. Please, stop talking. Jiang Han's face flushed crimson as she covered her burning cheeks, shaking her head repeatedly. I don't want to. We're still in a teacher-student relationship. Isn't that better? Zhen Ling effortlessly articulated what others dared not speak. A tutor from a supplementary class is indeed an excellent choice. Knowledgeable, well compensated, and with additional allowances, I would wager she has certainly passed the A3. Otherwise, on a tutor's salary, she could hardly afford a vehicle. Importantly, she is the most beautiful sorceress I have ever encountered, and the offspring between you and her would undoubtedly enhance our family's aesthetic lineage. Have you truly considered this? Jinling spoke earnestly, itemizing her points. The clan mentality of sorceresses is both archaic and progressive. It is archaic in their adherence to familial bonds in this late 19th century, being both prevalent and tightly knit. Yet, it is progressive as they do not shy away from concerns regarding future generations. Producing strong descendants is an integral part of their existence. Jiang Han covered her face, her voice barely a whisper. Stop it. I truly have no such intentions towards her. And besides, no one could possibly take an interest in me. Right? Jiang Han felt as though she wished to vanish. You possess great magical prowess, and you are strikingly beautiful. Well, those are the two attributes. Jiang Han nearly wished to eliminate her sister on the spot. What does just those two imply? Surely I possess a third merit? The reality is that one cannot expect elegance from a rabid dog. She raised her foot to kick her sister, only to be swiftly restrained by her well-trained sibling. After a brief playful tussle, they sprawled on the sofa, watching television. Fortunately, her sister refrained from continuing the mortifying topic. As the program concluded, it transitioned into a nature documentary. Damn it, her sister exclaimed, utterly shocked as she stared at the screen. I just zoned out for a moment. And I missed my favorite show? Jiang Han, who bore the title of sister, twitched her lips. You were the one lecturing. To prevent Jiang Jinling from seizing the opportunity to broach another embarrassing subject, Jiang Han hastily interjected. By the way, when did we acquire a television? This morning at 1:30. I spent 2 hours assembling it with comrade Yikishui. Jiang Han listened politely. Later, she discovered a complimentary potion ingredient included, a straightforward recipe for a variant of the mage's hand. It was said that the assembly sequence had already been programmed. To avoid mishaps, we had to disassemble the television and prepare the potion before using this variant spell to reconstruct it. Do you know how exhausting that was? It felt akin to purchasing furniture from IKEA only to realize after hours of assembly that it had been put together incorrectly. Jiang Han nodded, then gazed at the television, curiously inquiring, why did we suddenly decide to buy a television? Because I received my salary, and along with my savings, I could finally afford one, Jiang Jinling replied, picking up the remote and switching to a modeling program. Comrade Jingling's approach to spending her salary left Jiang Han blushing. While others invested their earnings in their families, she squandered hers immediately on materials. It is no wonder that the family's finances were managed by her younger sister. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han inquired, where do you work? I hold the position of logistics manager at a goods transfer station, working 3 days a week, Jinling replied casually, her gaze fixed on the models on the television. A logistics manager? This Jiang Han took a moment to compose herself, suppressing her astonishment. She hesitated, cautiously asking, aren't you only 15? Is 15 too young to be a manager? Humph, Jinling retorted, adding, I scored 148 out of 150 on my management training test, which is taller than your height. You. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, admonishing herself. Patience is a virtue when dealing with younger siblings. Taking another deep breath, she persevered in her inquiry. So, where do you work? Her sister divulged an address, prompting Jiang Han to take 2 more deep breaths. It was merely a street behind the witch's house, separated by just a wall. Han, may you work there? Jinling asked. Jiang Han paused for a moment, diverting her gaze from the television. In the service industry. The service industry, Jinling echoed, turning to scrutinize her sister. After assessing her, she affirmed, that's great. If you were selling tickets at the amusement park, many people would surely enter. Jiang Han exhaled, letting out a soft huff as she resumed watching television. Though her thoughts were far from the program. Thank goodness she didn't express any interest in my job if Jinling discovered that I worked at a tavern serving drinks. Who knows how she would mock me or ridicule me? Jiang Han cast a sideways glance at the television, feeling somewhat insecure, and cautiously inquired about Jingling's work hours. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Only Thursday overlaps with my schedule, and she works from 5 p.m. to midnight, so it's unlikely we'll cross paths. But only working 3 days a week? That sounds too good to be true. Jiang Han turned her head away, striving to maintain her composure. That witch on the screen is stunning. I wonder where her outfit can be purchased. Jinling lounged on the sofa, her feet resting on the coffee table, adopting a position that was unladylike yet comfortable. Jiang Han observed her and attempted to stretch her legs out as well, only to miss the coffee table entirely. Jiang Han. Jinling. Throughout her life, Jiang Han had rarely cried, even when considering her 2 lifetimes, yet now she felt the sting of tears welling up in her eyes. Jinling pulled her sister closer, embracing her in a warm hug, finding it more comfortable to sit this way. Jiang Han bit her lip, pressed her mouth together, and after a few seconds of silence, accepted the gesture of kindness. Chapter 040. The guests on her day off. Jiang Xian returned home to prepare dinner for her two sisters, then, stifling yawns, settled onto the sofa to watch television. In Jiang Han's eyes, Zheng Ling was still considerate of the elder sister, obediently surrendering the remote control. The petite Jiang Xian grasped the remote, her fingers deftly switching channels. They stumbled upon a championship event called the Witch Sea League, and she inquired, Zheng Ling, who are the rising stars in the Sea League lately? One is Chen Sini, who has fought 4 days straight this week, with 24 matches and 23 victories. Zheng Ling mumbled through a mouthful of food. The witch gladiatorial contest could be understood as a singular sport, governed by a strict set of procedures. Today's braised pork is delightful, Jiang Han silently praised. Although she remained puzzled as to why the meat was placed in a cauldron and simmered over high heat for 10 minutes to become braised pork, it did not detract from its melt-in-the-mouth deliciousness. What about teacher you sit on? Jiang Xian asked again. Jiang Han visualized the beautiful commentator. Her sister had swiftly finished her first bowl of rice and, with a snap of her fingers, automatically refilled her bowl. She exhaled and said, Teacher Yu was a freebie on her first day, favoring the powerful 3 combos of the Steel Guardian against the Russian player. Powerful 3 combos? Jiang Han inquired. Powerful Fireball. Powerful Vodka Spray, powerful Flame Shroud. The bear's 3 combos, without anti-spell or fire elemental defense. One is certain to perish, Zheng Ling replied. Just hearing it was enough to stir agitation. Jiang Han nodded, recalling what the Great Witch had taught. Powerful is good, spell penetration is beautiful. Powerful combined with spell penetration is both good and beautiful. We practice plastic energy, unlike those who dabble in transformation or illusion, which can be rather unsavory. It's all about decisively overwhelming the opponent or avoiding being overwhelmed ourselves. She quickly took a few more bites of rice before returning to the sofa. After Zheng Ling finished her meal, she joined Jiang Han on the sofa and effortlessly pulled her into an embrace, treating her like a cherished doll, prompting Jiang Xian to cast a curious glance. You two are quite close now? Well, it's all right. They continued to watch the match until late into the night. Noticing the time, Jiang Han ascended the stairs to retrieve her Qipao work uniform, changed into her witch robe, and descended back to the room. Zheng Ling waved at her. Off to work then? Yes, Jiang Han nodded, suddenly recalling something. Yesterday, Xin Jing had driven her home, and she had forgotten her broom at the market management office overnight. A parking fee of 5 yuan had accrued. That was quite steep. Enough to purchase 12 foreign, which eggs Jiang Han felt a twinge of pain in her heart, and, with a conciliatory smile, turned to her sister. Could you take me to the witch market? Sure. Her sister nodded, rising without changing clothes, still in casual attire, and led her to the entrance to fetch the broom. Are you working at the witch market too? Yes. Jiang Han resolved to speak less to avoid mistakes. But to stave off her sister's curiosity, she quickly diverted. Yesterday, Professor Tsin drove me home and forgot to help me grab my broom. Rather than allowing my younger sister to continue teasing me about the topic of egg-laying, I am determined to keep my bartending at the bar a secret. Although she managed to tease me a couple of times during our journey, I am grateful that her focus was not on my profession. Around 11:30, I arrived at the witch's market. After dismounting my broom, I expressed my gratitude to Zheng Ling, clutching a garment bag as I made my way to the management office of the 6th floor flying platform. After settling yesterday's parking fee, I proceeded to the witch's house. Upon pushing open the tavern door, I felt a refreshing breeze. The candles within had all been replaced with a type made of ice, burning brightly while emitting a soft, misty ambience, reminiscent of a humidifier and air conditioner operating in harmony. Dressed in an extravagant outer robe and a splendid witch's hat, Qin Shunying was engaged in conversation with a lady at the bar. Upon noticing me, she beamed and waved. Good evening, Miss Qin, I greeted politely. Qin Shunying acknowledged my greeting, gestured for a moment of patience, and with charming words, she sent the customer away before turning to me with a smile. I've heard about your plans to establish a society, Haven TI? Has it leaked so soon? To this, I could only respond with a smile. Indeed, our society is called Wings, a collective for leisurely activities. I know. And you are also working on a rather lucrative magical project, correct? Qin Shunying inquired. Goodness, has everything been disclosed? I continued to smile sincerely. Yes. It is the spell project of Miss Du Ningzhuang. We are merely making a modest contribution. Ha ha ha, I can personally offer you some sponsorship. I have high hopes for you, Qin Shunying declared, clearly eager to invest. However, I did not expect your magical prowess to be so formidable. Although my talent for discovering talent is not lacking, I am surprised at the level of skill I have unearthed. Ha ha ha. You may call me Qin Baluo from now on. My word, even the magical prowess has been disclosed? I maintained my smile and engaged in a brief conversation with Qin Shunnying before retreating to the lounge and heading to the changing room. With practiced ease, I removed my robe and donned a qipao, then casually pulled a pair of disposable stockings from the box. As I slipped on the stockings, I glanced at the notes on the box. Sisters, have you registered the society? By TW. Good sister, I registered. I even exchanged your lingerie photo for the first sponsorship. 5,000 yuan. CYJA? What? TW. QWQ, impressive. DNZ. If using seductive spells, Miss Jiang is quite suitable. CLG. Good sister, your spell has great potential. I expect you will soon garner more sponsorship or funding. CYJ. Sisters, what are you discussing, and what am I doing? No, why am I saying no? CY. Miss Chai, your lady is one of us. The four of us have engaged in various activities with her. CLG. There is great potential OVO. Please trouble HUOO. Are we perhaps a bit too powerful? DNZ. No, what have you all done? We have done something relative to Miss Tang, my sister. Language traps. Alas, it appears the secret has been divulged here. Moreover, we secured sponsorship because our collective magical prowess is substantial. It's merely that others perceive us as promising, right? To suggest we exchange sponsorship for Tang, one's photograph. No, perhaps framing it this way is, in fact, beneficial. It's all a positive development. Du Ningzhuang, with her subtle allure, embodies the Emoticon culture from 15 years past. Sister Chai, we have committed an unforgivable act against Sister Tang by deceiving her into playing along with us. Jiang Han pondered for a moment, then picked up a notepad and pen to leave a message. Ah Chu is exceptional. After finishing, clad in her work attire, Jiang Han exited the changing room and approached the bar. Am I still serving today? She inquired. Qin Shunnying shook her head and calmly replied. Sunday is a day of rest. Though there are guests, most are not here to watch the match. It's not as bustling as yesterday. You need not serve. Then shall I tend the bar? Although the tips might be less, Jiang Han genuinely enjoys the bar position and the work involved. Qin Shunnying shook her head once more, gesturing with her chin towards the second floor of the bar, indicating for Jiang Han to look. The witch's house comprises a single-story building, yet it does possess a second floor. The upper level resembles a serene tea room, lined with bookshelves, rather unlike a tavern's layout. Due to the fee of 300 for utilizing the second floor wine rooms, few witches opt to reserve one of the scant available spaces. Within the inward-facing platform on the second floor, a figure could be discerned. Given that there are only 3 wine rooms, all semi-open to the interior, they evoke the design of private boxes in a stadium, facing the stage on the first floor. From this elevated vantage point, shrouded in a thin layer of magical mist, one cannot discern those within the wine rooms from the first floor or outside. Your guest, Qin Shunnying remarked, you should give it a try. See if you can sell her 2 bottles of ordinary wine. Chapter 041. The unusual guest Jiang Han cradled a tray, upon which rested a cup of dragon egg wine. The enormous egg adorned with crimson dragon scales had been partially hollowed out, containing a unique concoction of absinthe, misted mint, and golden rum. First and foremost, this wine was exceedingly expensive. Furthermore, it was indeed exorbitantly priced. Ultimately, it equaled 2 weeks' worth of Jiang Han's salary, and its aroma was undeniably delightful. Ascending to the second floor, Jiang Han pushed open the door to room 3, currently in use. The room was replete with books, ancient tomes, and unopened new volumes alike. Positioned toward the inner part of the room, near the stage below, there was a low table where a figure knelt, engrossed in reading. Lowering her head, Jiang Han placed the wine upon the table. The design of the second-floor wine room bore a hint of Japanese influence, featuring soft couches, low tables, and cushions. Jiang Han found herself somewhat unaccustomed to kneeling down to properly set the tray and arrange its contents. Casting another glance at the figure, she discerned that it was a young sorceress clad in a black dress. This enchantress wore an exquisite knitted shawl and a wide-brimmed hat, the circumference of which was twice that of her shoulders, also black. Due to the hat's considerable size, even upon closer inspection, only the lower half of her face was visible, along with her long black hair that occasionally revealed her striking orange-red eyes. Is it customary to wear a hat indoors? Jiang Han pondered silently, yet controlled her curiosity, offering a smile imbued with genuine sweetness. Miss, your dragon egg wine. The sorceress lifted her gaze, allowing Jiang Han to clearly see her features, delicate and refined, with a naturally curved smile, though her complexion was pale, accentuated by a subtle application of dark eyeshadow. With a polite nod, she responded, "Good evening. Please add a splash of lemon juice and 2 slices of pineapple. After Jiang Han prepared the garnishes for the wine, the sorceress solemnly removed her wide-brimmed hat, cradling the dragon egg in her hands, raising it to her lips for a sip. A series of coughs escaped her. Just as Jiang Han began to worry about her well-being, the sorceress closed her eyes, revealing an expression of reminiscence. This is it. Huh. This is the feeling. She appeared rather frail. Jiang Han instinctively opened her mouth to speak. Miss, your health. Are you advising me against purchasing wine? The woman chuckled politely, stroking her large hat. Ha! Shouldn't you be encouraging me to indulge in a couple more glasses? Indeed, I should. Jiang Han sighed, contemplating her first experience selling wine under such circumstances. She felt a sense of unease, as though the sorceress were unwell, making it difficult for her to push the drink further. Jiang Han's mind wandered to thoughts of whether today might yield some profit. Come closer. Do sit beside me, miss, the nameless sorceress beckoned. Jiang Han obediently moved closer, settling beside her. What is your name? She inquired. I feel as though I am merely selling smiles. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, yet maintained her smile as she replied, Jiang Han, and yours? My name, you ask? The sorceress chuckled lightly, lifting the dragon egg to take another sip, this time only a small amount. After drinking, she replied, Lin Qiang. With Lin from the double wood and Qiang from the character for miser. He miser. The name Qiang is quite rare. The exquisitely beautiful Miss Lin Qiang extended her hand and offered a gentle smile, saying, Let us formally introduce ourselves, Miss Jiang Han. Good evening. Jiang Han felt the intensity of Lin Qiang's gaze piercing into her own eyes. She steadied her emotions and smiled in return. Good evening, Miss Lin Qiang. Oh, I see indeed. Lin Qiang remarked, her eyes still locked onto Jiang Han's as she leaned in slightly closer. Do you mind if I take a closer look? Jiang Han's inner voice screamed in protest, yet she maintained her smile and nodded. As Lin Qiang's face inched nearer, Jiang Han could even catch a whiff of the refreshing scent of alcohol. Shouldn't I be blushing at this moment? She mused, letting out a soft sigh and turning her head away. After a moment of internal contemplation, she returned her gaze to the approaching Lin Qiang. To be honest, she was quite stunning. There was an air of confidence and pride in her features, and even her orange-red eyes radiated warmth yet held a commanding presence. However, upon closer inspection, Jiang Han discerned that the striking which still possessed a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, that aura of self-assuredness rendered her mature, reminiscent of a girl who had grown up as an orphan, independent and resilient. Ah, truly beautiful, Lin Qiang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Miss Jiang Han, try squinting your eyes. I have begun to feel that yielding to others may not be such a wise choice. Jiang Han's smile gradually faded. Her lips pressed together. Lin Qiang raised an eyebrow, nodded at her, and made an apologetic gesture before picking up the menu. 1 bottle of ice, sea moon sugar. Ice cubes served separately, and a portion of creamy corn. Ice sea moon sugar, a concoction of fungi and gin, is preserved under a spell that keeps it frozen, only to be released and cooked in one swift magical motion, maintaining a state of boiling and cooling simultaneously. This elixir remains at a constant temperature of -3 degrees, yet it bubbles with life, captivating the palates of connoisseurs worldwide. Crafted through magic, it poses no harm to the body. In fact, it facilitates high-quality sleep and aids in healing postpartum trauma. Indeed, witches can experience postpartum trauma, albeit rarely, primarily among the petite ones. Moreover, it serves to slow down the flow of a witch's magical energy, allowing those with diminished magical perception to heighten their awareness of their own bodies. Most importantly, a bottle of ice sea moon sugar is priced at 400 yuan, meaning Jiang Han would receive a commission of 340 yuan from each sale. No wonder the base salary for selling alcohol is low. Selling high-priced beverages is indeed highly profitable. Jiang Han noted the order and, under Lin Qiang's watchful gaze, made her way out of the bar, heading down to the first floor. The atmosphere below was neither bustling nor dull. Chu Yujun and Qin Shunying were engaged in idle chatter at the bar counter. Jiang Han handed the order to the bar staff, and Qiang remarked, Wow, moon sugar? Qin Shunying immediately turned her attention, clearing her throat to inquire, Forest moon sugar? Qiang chuckled, I see, with a slight elevation of her chin. Qin Shunying placed her left hand over her heart, entranced, declaring, I truly am a connoisseur. Jiang Han smiled in agreement, bidding farewell to her colleagues and the store manager before returning to the bar with a tray in hand. Lin Qiang, engrossed in her book, set it down upon Jiang Han's arrival and gestured to the seat beside her. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Han took a seat, balancing the tray. Considering the 340 yuan she had earned, she mused, allowing herself to be scrutinized. Well, she could tolerate a hand around her waist. and perhaps even a touch on her thigh. Jiang Han calculated her limits, sadly realizing how pleasurable it was to work as a hostess. "Miss, here are your ice moon candies and creamed corn," Lin Qiang said. "Thank you, please come over," she added with a laugh. "Now squint your eyes a bit." Out of respect for the 340 yuan from the drinks, Jiang Han complied, gradually narrowing her eyes. To her astonishment, she gasped as a pale blue, almost transparent icy hue blossomed before her. Initially subtle, she mistook it for an illusion, but it gradually expanded, intricate patterns surfacing beneath her eyelids, leaving her in wonder and questioning the state of her vision. Yet, the icy color grew more beautiful and profound with each glance. "Miss Jiang Han," Lin Qiang's voice broke through, accompanied by a sudden, blinding flash that erupted before her. Jiang Han instinctively emitted a small whimper and widened her eyes. Lin Qiang leaned in closely, her arms encircling Jiang Han, as she held up a small mirror, its surface already cloaked in frost. The previous flash had emanated from it. Did my eyes just emit frost? So, am I actually Dior? Can I pause time? Or am I Medusa? No, Medusa petrifies, I'm freezing. Jiang Han stared blankly at the mirror enveloped in ice. "This is," she looked at Lin Qiang, who chuckled softly, releasing her embrace to explain. "A rare phenomenon, an elusive talent not easily manifested. There's no need to worry. Every sorceress possesses such latent ability, akin to talents for speed, agility, or height." "Height is acceptable," Jiang Han replied, covering her mouth with her left hand to stifle a laugh. Chapter 042, Mastering Power Savoring Her Drink. Lin Qiang admired Jiang Han's eyes. With a gentle smile, she took a sip of the moon sugar wine, and, noticing Jiang Han's slight discomfort under her gaze, inquired, "Are you familiar with sirens?" Sirens are an endangered species, creatures that have been sighted in folded spaces. It is said that each one possesses a soprano voice. Jiang Han tentatively replied. "Sea demons?" Lin Qiang nodded, her voice softening. "Yes, sea demons, sirens. Some subspecies among them possess these magical eyes. They are scattered across the Caribbean and southern seas. And our country's rivers also host many sea demons. Of course, they are not referred to as sea demons here. Officially, they are called rain maidens. Your ancestors may have had a rain maiden among them, and their traits can manifest after centuries, showing up after 5 generations. It sounds like my ancestors were quite remarkable. Although I've heard that the combined magical lineage of both maternal and paternal sides totals only around 7,000, and even less than 5,000 when separated." Jiang Han's expression remained unchanged, but she instinctively touched her lower left eyelid. Observing her action, Lin Qiang produced a mirror and offered it to her. "By the way, once activated, your eyes will become even more beautiful. Would you like to see?" "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Jiang Han eagerly glanced into the mirror. Her reflection revealed that her once icy eyes had transformed into something more vibrant. They resembled countless shards of ice fused together, both separating and merging, melting and solidifying. It was as if an artistic master had meticulously sculpted them with myriad hues related to ice, creating a natural yet subtly crafted appearance. They shimmered in shades of azure and silver, gray-blue and icy gray. Regardless, the stunning beauty of those icy eyes was undeniable. In a comic or animation, one could imagine that nearly everyone would seek to pry them out. Crack, crack, crack. The mirror was suddenly encased in ice, and in an instant, it was compressed inward, producing a cracking sound as dozens of fissures appeared in the icy surface. This might be the only downside. Jiang Han stared at the mirror in astonishment, gaining a newfound awareness of her destructive capability. "Ha ha!" Lin Qiang erupted into a rather unladylike laugh, slapping her knee before breaking into a fit of coughs. Finally, she paused to look at Jiang Han and smiled. "Impressive. No wonder you possess the magical eyes of a siren. Miss Jiang, your magical power must be significant, wouldn't you agree? How can you tell?" Jiang Han maintained her composed demeanor, responding simply and calmly. Indeed, indeed." Lin Qiang muttered to herself, then continued. "Your magical energy is leaking through those eyes. Generally, witches with low magical power would find such eyes to be a burden, yet you wield them effortlessly. Their consumption is negligible for you. Just remember to control them. Do not let them dominate you, for they are your strength." It sounds simple, yet the practical application is hardly a matter of mere words. Jiang Han's lips twitched slightly. The other party seemed to realize that they had not discussed practical operations, offering an apologetic smile before continuing. "The method to control the eternal binding eye is found only in a few ancient texts, and only a select group of witches who delve into these old scriptures to develop new spells would be aware of it. I happen to know a little." "Thank you. Wasn't it you who activated my eyes?" Jiang Han felt her emotions slipping from her grasp, the eternal binding eye igniting her desires for destruction and chaos. You meditate, don't you? Now close your eyes. You must construct a new meditative pattern in your mind. Imagine your magical energy as a 5-tiered vortex surrounding you. The distance between each layer is 6 centimeters, a number intrinsically linked to the ocean and imbued with spirituality. In the first 3 layers of the vortex, you need to visualize the moon positioned at 3 cardinal points: the waxing crescent in the east, the waning crescent in the west, the full moon in the north, and an empty space in the south symbolizing the new moon. The moon plays a significant role in meditations or rituals associated with the sea. For the outer 2 layers, you should begin to envision ice blocks within. Take your time, there is no need to rush. With her eyes closed, Jiang Han followed the sound of the other person's voice to embark on her meditation. The witch's form was exceptionally suited for meditation, or rather, human meditation was a means to perceive magical energy, which witches inherently possessed. She began to visualize as if she were engaging in a construction game, effortlessly manifesting the 5 layers of the vortex. As her magic flowed into this vortex, she experienced an acute clarity of perception. The darkness before her resembled a tranquil lake, ripples emerging across its surface. The tavern was encompassed within her perception, those ripples symbolizing the witch's energies, some strong and others weak. She could see, she could perceive them. The witches, the gaze hidden beneath her eyelids calmed, and as she looked down at the water's surface, a torrent of maddening knowledge surged through her mind, knowledge that taught her how to appreciate these ripples and discern their locations. I felt as though I had transformed into a new kind of radar. Jiang Han awoke from her enforced tranquility, opening her eyes to find Lin Qiang standing before her, looking at her with encouragement. Congratulations, you have evidently succeeded, young lady with formidable magic. Unable to sense her magic, Jiang Han felt a moment of bewilderment. She could not perceive the presence of someone with such low magical energy, yet this individual did not appear to be a weak witch in any regard. The perception was quite strong. Lin Qiang smiled, replying, "There are indeed great witches who are eager to showcase their powerful magic. But I am not one of those lofty beings, just a humble witch." Jiang Han nodded, expressing her gratitude. The other had caused her less than an hour of discomfort, but had gifted her with a pair of potent eyes and instructed a high magic witch on the art of meditation. Hearing Jiang Han's words of thanks, Lin Qiang laughed, her amber eyes fixed on Jiang Han. "There is no need for gratitude. A friend of mine may be quite interested in your eyes. If you wish to express your appreciation, perhaps when I bring her next time, you could allow her to examine your eyes. Rest assured, like me, merely observing without taking action." Jiang Han naturally brushed her fingers beneath her eyes, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. "All right." Then, hesitantly, she inquired, "Are my eyes truly rare?" Jiang Han endeavored to feign nonchalance as she spoke. "Would you care for a drink?" Lin Qiang refrained from responding, instead retrieving a cup and pouring a glass of the icy moonlit candy from the bottle, placing it before Jiang Han. Jiang Han gazed at the cup. The beverage shimmered with an icy hue, bubbling and cooling, with delicate frost forming and swiftly melting within. A sight of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of her own eyes. After a brief pause, she hesitated before saying, "But it's work hours." "Let work hours be damned. You appear to be in dire need of a drink. Besides, as a paying patron, shouldn't you be seated closer to enjoy the company while drinking?" Lin Qiang always possessed the uncanny ability to utter absurdities with grace. Jiang Han nodded and moved closer this time. Cradling the cup, she admired it, then opened her mouth to taste the exquisite drink. A refreshing yet rich flavor erupted within her mouth, the aroma wafting even into her nostrils. The world around her seemed to transform into a dreamlike state, both surreal and tangible, as her body began to warm slightly. Jiang Han widened her beautiful eyes, unwittingly downing the entire glass. She felt remarkably alert, her flushed cheeks attesting to her state. She lightly patted her face and took small breaths, her body instinctively twisting as if craving oxygen. "Were I not a paragon of virtue, I would have you drink another." Lin Qiang's laughter echoed as if from a distance, yet it felt intimately close. Gulp, those tangerine eyes are truly enchanting. Gulp, that person has a beguiling smile. Gulp. I can't help but want to unravel her. In a daze, Jiang Han reached out, playfully pinching her own bewildered face, emitting the laughter of a small creature. As consciousness began to slip away, she heard the beautiful patron shouting towards the stairs, "Boss, your employee seems to be intoxicated." Gulp, damn it. I am not drunk. Closing her eyes, she felt as though she beheld a sky full of stars, serene and comforting. Chapter 043. The slumbering barmaid with a slight hiccup. I am not drunk. So many people, upon awakening from a blissful slumber, Jiang Han stared vacantly at the multitude of empty bottles scattered throughout the bar. What have I done? She inhaled deeply, striving to present a visage of composure and serenity. Mechanically, she turned her gaze toward the elegantly crafted clock adorning the wall. It was 5:30 in the morning. Ah, how delightful, the end of my shift approaches. Yet, the laughter within her heart was tinged with anxiety. Perhaps it was the excessive libations that had led Jiang Han to feel an urgent need to relieve herself. She began to assess her current predicament, approximately. She had commenced her duties around 11:50 the previous night. A particularly affluent patron, Lin Qiang, had captured her attention, and as a gesture of apology, or perhaps affection, had ordered an exquisite, expensive bottle of wine. It seemed that she and the patron had shared this lavish drink. After that, a cough escaped her lips. Perhaps she had indulged a bit too much and had succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the patron had vanished, and her shift had concluded. Oh dear, Miss Jiang Han. Surely this warrants dismissal? Please, save Miss Jiang Han. She did not wish to be cast aside. Struggling to survive on a mere 50 yuan for the coming months, while seeking a job as uncomplicated and relaxed as this one, she fervently wished against it. Not at all. With her hand over her mouth, she emitted a sound steeped in desperation. Just then, a voice, light yet rhythmic, broke through the air. Are you awake? Miss Jiang Han. Jiang Han turned to see Qin Shunying, the proprietor of the witch's house, standing at the entrance of the bar with a radiant smile. After entering, she gracefully squatted down to remove 2 bottles from Jiang Han's vicinity before taking a seat, her penetrating gaze fixed on Jiang Han. Noticing Jiang Han's cheeks gradually redden, Qin Shunying chuckled softly, her eyes playfully surveying Jiang Han from head to toe. The look was both assertive and unabashedly affectionate. You struck a lucrative deal in your slumber. That lady, surnamed Lin, evidently possesses remarkable patience for you. She recounted Jiang Han's drunken escapades in a storytelling manner. Our dear Jiang Han, in her inebriated state, exhibited signs of respiratory distress and an allergic reaction to her attire. As she yearned for the life-giving oxygen from her patron, Lady Lin gently rebuffed her. When Jiang Han sought to shed her allergic garments, Lady Lin kindly restrained her. After Jiang Han plaintively remarked, my mouth is so dry, I am parched. Lady Lin ordered 2 bottles of high-priced wine to quench her thirst, both tea wines and medicinal spirits, thus allowing Jiang Han to drift peacefully into slumber. Initially, Miss Du had intended to rouse her, for it was indeed inappropriate for a barmaid to be lost in slumber before patrons seeking company. Yet sometimes, fortune holds greater sway than adherence to rules. Miss Jiang Han possesses an extraordinary stroke of luck. It appears that Miss Lin has triggered some maternal instinct, preventing others from rousing her, and addressing the approaching manager Qin with an apologetic tone. I find the saleswomen of the witch's house to be particularly distinctive. A few years ago, at the Jianya branch, I encountered one who successfully sold me wine with a gesture more provocative than a middle finger. This time, I met one who fell asleep right before my eyes, yet still managed to sell me beverages. She then cheerfully ordered a bottle of the expensive Chester Girl, a delightful concoction of mushroom foam, deep-sea frost, and brandy, its appearance a stunning display of dozens of icy hues. At this point, Manager Qin glanced at Jiang Han, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Just as Jiang Han's face grew increasingly flushed, teetering on the edge of embarrassment, Manager Qin concluded her tale. Miss Lin has reserved this private room for 2 months and has already settled your calling fee. Although the term calling fee may sound peculiar, it is indeed a legitimate income. Jiang Han received a receipt that nearly sent her into shock upon reading it. This includes your share of the beverages from yesterday, along with bonus points, which will be disbursed during next Saturday's payroll. However, I recommend you take a look. Manager Qin's smile was entirely warm and inviting. Upon noticing the initial figure of 1,900 yuan on the receipt, Jiang Han understood the situation. She had earned nearly 2 weeks' salary from her work today, which implied that the woman named Lin Qiang had spent a staggering 19,000 yuan on drinks. The deeper she delved into the receipt, the more her heart raced in trepidation. The beverage share indicated 1,900, suggesting Lin Qiang had indeed spent 19,000, equivalent to a 2-day indulgence at Tianshang Renjian. Well, perhaps just 1 day. The 30 calling fee amounted to 500, meaning Lin had spent 1,500 just to have her name called. A mere week into her employment, a saleswoman commands such a fee. Manager Qin's establishment is audacious indeed, and Lin Qiang is equally daring. The room's monthly deposit of 5 totaled 200, indicating a 2-month deposit of 4,000. Following this were various other charges. Jiang Han received 3,200 yuan, 3 weeks' worth of wages, and 315 points in Witch's House rewards. though the distribution would only be available on Saturday. This also signified that she had generated a minimum net profit of 30,000 yuan for the witch's house. It is no wonder that manager Qin regarded her with the eyes of a doting daughter. Wait, doting daughter? Jiang Han shivered, uncertain whether to feel joy or fear. Goodness, over 30,000. In this day and age. Miss Lin squandered it, as if crafting paper airplanes from banknotes. In later times, such extravagance would be deemed price gouging, and even more alarmingly, this woman had not yet succumbed to the allure herself. Though Jiang Han felt gratitude for this, it did not diminish the fact that the situation was exceedingly daunting. Today, I understand why certain female streamers organize extravagant offline meet and greets. Gazing at the alarming receipt, Jiang Han felt that each character was inscribed in gold, no, in a solution of precious gems, nay, written in refined silver. Qin Shunying, in high spirits, personally picked up the wine bottles, and with each bottle she retrieved, she regaled Jiang Han with tales of the various types of wine. There were those of high price, those of moderate cost, and those that were more affordable. She spoke with unrestrained joy, observing the still-dazed Jiang Han, as if she beheld a Cinderella born of humble origins. This was not meant as a slight, but rather as a commendation. In her heart, she praised, strikingly beautiful, petite in stature, with ice-blue eyes veiled in youthful mist. This delightful girl donned a simple witch's robe, easily distinguishable, and there was a subtle sweetness emanating from her very being. Miss Jiang Han was inherently destined for this vocation, a creation that surpassed even Jing Zhitong and Du Ning Zhuang in her estimation, eliciting envy from the witches, even in its nascent stage. The descriptions that could induce a sense of overwhelming sentimentality incessantly danced in Qin Shunying's mind, softening her gaze towards Jiang Han. Indeed, it was entirely reasonable to lavish praise upon someone capable of yielding substantial profits. Perhaps your tolerance for alcohol requires a bit of refinement. She regarded Jiang Han, her heart tinged with a hint of regret. If only Miss Jiang's capacity for drink were a touch greater, it would be even more perfect. Yet soon, a thrill of challenge coursed through her. Imperfection was preferable, for it allowed her to sculpt and polish. Qin Shunying was an expert in this realm, annually receiving new franchise managers from the Witch House headquarters seeking her wisdom. Tolerance for alcohol. I shall give it a try. I will do my utmost. Jiang Han nodded obediently, though a sense of uncertainty lingered in her voice. In her past life, she had cultivated her capacity for drink. Yet she was uncertain if she could achieve the same in this lifetime.